Well, folks, massive welcome to you all. Welcome back to the BlunderSpeaker Show. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, spirits of all ages. It's been a while since I've done this. I'm immediately tripping over myself, of course, as per usual, as part of my introduction. My name is Tepid Goose. As always, I'm your host of this show. Big welcome, welcome back, most likely, to most of you, especially given that if you've looked at the timestamp of this video, it's unlikely to be a very short video. Let me say that in advance. I don't think there's any spoiler alert involved there when we're talking about a three-handed 6-6 game. We've had a couple of those on the channel recently. This will be almost certainly the last of that ilk that I'm going to get to record here due to life and all the rest of it. Now, I think I may have said that in the last video, and then I've probably gone ahead and done another one anyway. But yeah, this will almost certainly be the last one that I get to fit in. So I was actually planning on doing a two-handed one tonight, but look, that's just the way it is. I sort of decided last minute that I'll push my luck just a little bit and try to squeeze in a three-hander. So it'll of course require probably multiple sessions as the previous ones did, but that is okay. Now, I was trying to get things started a little bit earlier this evening. What are we now? We're the 2nd of August. Today is a Saturday evening, I believe, and we're after 9 p.m, 17 minutes past 9 to be exact. The kids are in bed. They're not quite asleep yet. It's been a bit of a disruptive kind of day, a little bit of an eventful kind of a thing, as it generally is with me, trying to get myself ready for a recording. I said to my darling wife this afternoon that I really wanted to play this evening and get a recording done, and I was desperate to get started early, as I always try to and want to, and never seem to be able to do. The kids were actually off. They were at a sleepover last night with their cousin over in their nana's house and in my sister's house, and they were we had some time away. We had some time to kind of chill out. We only had the baby, so we only had one kid, and life was a little bit more relaxed than normal. So I figured, hey, they're not coming back till later this afternoon. We've got time to get set up. It's all good. They'll come home and it won't be long before they're into bed. That all went out the window when we found out that the kids were up until borderline midnight last night, and then up at cockscrow this morning. So they were cranky and tired and everything, and they were a disaster, and then they were overtired and blah blah blah. So all of that was a nightmare. I've been struggling with a migraine all day, which hasn't quite passed, and I dare say it may cause me issues when I'm trying to break down the strategy involved in this kind of game. So there is no guarantee that doesn't cause me problems. And then finally, and certainly not the least of which was I may have slightly poisoned myself this evening. Just a little bit. I was doing the cleanup after dinner. I'd made a lovely meatball, spaghetti and meatball dinner. The usual tomato sauce. It goes everywhere. It's impossible to cook tomato sauce without it going absolutely everywhere. And I am certainly one of the worst offenders. So there's tomato sauce all over the place. I'm trying to get the place cleaned up. You can imagine the situation. The kids are going bananas. I'm stressed out. I'm trying to get up to play my game. I'm too stressed, and I've got a migraine. I can't really eat dinner, so I'm not feeling great, and all this sort of stuff is going on. And I'm trying to get cleaned. So the dinner's kind of more or less put to the side. The kids have all eaten all the rest of that, and I'm trying to get the place cleaned up. So I'm getting the old kitchen spray out. And I'm like a madman with kitchen spray. I'm just spraying it everywhere. It's going all over the counters. It's going practically into food. It's just going everywhere, trying to clean. And then I realised that the sort of hob and all that is covered in tomato sauce. Like, that kind of caked in. It's like dried in because it was like an hour or two ago, that kind of thing. So I bang out the old bicarb of soda kind of spray, like the heavy duty one, the one that like sizzles and fizzles all over the thing and it breaks down the thing. So it's like, yeah, no, let's get a bit of that. But I had already sprayed a load of kitchen spray all over the hob. So I get out the other one and I just whack, bam, get a load of it on there, cover the thing in the thing. And that's fine. So I'm going ahead, I'm finishing washing the dishes, leave that a few minutes to sizzle and fizzle away. And then I get the cloth and I go over to start, wiping it down. I'm kind of leaning over, the usual, trying to get in there and give it a bit of elbow grease. And I'm getting like, a good waft of fumes off the top of the thing. All of a sudden, my head is spinning, woozy as hell. headache just immediately gets worse. Just immediately feeling nauseous. And as I said, I'm kind of already struggling with a migraine, so it's a little bit hard to say where a migraine starts and where kind of some sort of chemical poisoning begins. But it's been one of them where my head hasn't been quite right since. In truth, not sure I should really be playing and recording a game of Spirit Island in the condition that I am in. If it happened to be a professional sports event or something like that, I would certainly be declared unfit to start the game. I'd probably be sitting this one out on the bench if I had to guess. But look, that's just kind of neither here nor there. As I said, I won't get many more chances, so I'm kind of a little bit time constrained in terms of when I can play. So I just said, look, it's already set up upstairs. I'm going to give it a go. I can barely get through this opening gambit here, without kind of struggling a little bit with my thought processes. So I have just a little bit of a feeling that either I'm just not going to be able to do this and I'll have to come back later, and I may have to just leave a silly intro in and then just kind of play another day, or B, this may never even see the light of day because I make such a mess of it. But we'll see how it goes. You know me. It's one of them things where I'm just that little bit ridiculous. And I just kind of, like to play Spirit Island. So maybe we can laugh along. I think I've mentioned it before. There was one episode with Greg on his channel where he was playing Game of Spirit Island, and you just see the man crumble on camera in real time. It's actually quite distressing to watch. His brain just ceases to function, and it's like he's just falling off a cliff. So by the end of it, he honestly can't even talk. So I hope I don't get myself into that kind of a condition, because that's borderline hospital territory, given my sort of chemical fumigation kind of scenario from earlier on. But anyway, again, as I say, we'll sort of just play that one by ear just a little bit. Now, what else? I do have a drink. I'm still off the booze, so it's a non-alcoholic. It's not even non-alcoholic. It's literally just an orange drink, Italian style soda. So clearly here, this is an Aldi rip-off of how do you call those fancy? I know I couldn't tell you the name of them now, but you know the one. You get them in all sorts of flavors and sizes and variations and everything else. It should be concerning to me that that name of that drink isn't even remotely coming to me at the moment. But anyway, we'll get this one going. This is the Aldi variant, but actually better than the real thing. So I had the lemon one, I think, on the channel a little while back, and it was really good. The drink in question that I'm talking about, it's like a fancy brand or whatever, but they really went downhill. They used to be lovely. They went really downhill in recent years. I'm certain they've changed their recipe for those drinks. So like a blood orange one, there's like a few other ones. And they used to be really nice, but I don't like them very much anymore. They changed them. But the lemon one of this was very good. So let's see how the old orange variant goes. Not bad at all. Mild. So the thing about that other one is, I wish I could remember the brand. Are they the same one that do the sparkling water? They do. I think they might do a fancy sparkling water as well. Like maybe an Italian type name. It's an Italian name, I think. I can picture it. Anyway, they're really overly sweet. They brought in, like I said, this new recipe, and it's like, I don't know whether they use stevia or something. They use some kind of, sort of unnatural, artificial sweeteners or whatever you call them. But it just didn't work. So this is actually quite similar to the lemon one, quite a natural taste. Not overly sweet, which is good. I don't like sweet things very much. So that is a little bit more of a natural taste. So yeah, again, you've got the shout out from me there. A little bit lacking in carbonation, I would say, would be the one sort of immediate criticism I find there. That's not overly sparkling, but it is tasty. Nice. Definitely a thumbs up for me. I'll be having some more of those. I might even have them this evening if I don't collapse and fall off the chair and end up in hospital. If I'm still here in an hour or two playing, I might grab another one from the fridge. But that is a good start. So that's all of that nonsense out of the way. How long did that take? 10 minutes. Right, and what else do we have to say? It's roasting. I'm sweating, as per usual. This bloody country and the bloody humidity. It's not roasting. It's actually kind of cold outside, but it's just the humidity is killing me. So I'm sweating and I'm uncomfortable, and that is not going to help the poisoning. But, you know, again, we'll try to get past all of that. We do have a game to play. You know, eventually I'll talk about the game itself after however many minutes here. So what are we actually looking at here? If you saw the thumbnail or you saw the description, you'll know what we're watching. But I will describe it now and we'll talk through. So clearly here we can see we've got Stone's Unyielding Defiance back on the channel. I did say before that it would be a while before I got them back, but I need to finish off a big achievement that I'm trying to unlock at the moment, which I'll get to and I'll describe in a few minutes after I talk about the game itself. So we've got Stone, we've got Rising Heat, which is going to be a debut on the channel here, and we have Shroud of Silent Mist, which I had on pretty recently as well here. So these are the three spirits. We are going to be playing against France Habsburg Livestock 6-6. So again, yes, I continue unabated with my 6-6 nonsense while I'm in my downtime between my my season 1 and season 2, because this will not really be getting back on once we get season 2, whenever that might be. So I'm taking as much time as I can to kind of do this stuff in the off season. So if you've clicked on this video and you're still watching 10 minutes in, that likely means that you like me, need your head studied or examined or repaired, and you enjoy this kind of nonsense as much as I do, because if you got through the last few videos and you still come back for more, thank you. Fair play to you, because there is some kind of crazy and long-winded thought processes and all sorts of madness going on there. But if you enjoy it, yeah, you're like me. For some reason, we're just mad like that. But anyway, they're the three spirits. It's France, it's Habsburg. The board is already set up. It looks like a mess, but we're going to get into all that in a minute. I'm just going to circle back a tiny bit before I do, and just mention again the 6-6 challenge and just kind of why I've picked this game. I'm sure I've mentioned this already multiple times in the channel, but I am trying to get through an overarching challenge of all of the 6-6, combinations in the game. I am currently 22 wins out of 28. 22 accomplished, or what's the word I'm looking for here? I've done 22 of the 28. I should probably keep my English simple here for now. I have 6 left to go. I have 6 of the combos left to beat, and they're all super hard. Again, if I haven't described this before, very recently I decided, as part of this accomplishment and challenge, I wanted to also get a win with all, how many are there? 37, I think, spirits in the game. And I only decided this when I had 7 wins left to get. So a lot of the spirits that I had left were dregs, just the Shroud of Silent Mists of the game, basically, that are like really hard to get a win into a 6-6 with. I had a bunch of them. I had like some Horizon spirits and a few others that are just like, devouring teeth and stuff like that. It's like, you're just not that likely to beat a 6-6 with these spirits. So I had a whole bunch of them. Well, not a whole bunch. I had 15 spirits total. So when I had 7 games left to win, 7 combos left to beat, I had 15 spirits out of 37 left to get a win with. So the very first game I decided, so I drew up a whole bunch of games where I kind of matched spirits into the adversaries and tried to kind of line it up so that I could have kind of winnable games across the bunch. So the first one I tried, I actually got a win on, which I didn't record on the channel. It was teeth, eyes, and mud into, I think it was like France HME or something. I've put some of the shorts on the video, so you may well have seen some of that stuff. But so that was one. And I got the win first time, and I was so chuffed. So that knocked 3 spirits straight away. So that was 15 down to 12. And then it was 12 left with 6 games left. I think I probably said this at the start of the previous video, so apologies if I did. But, so that was kind of all of that. So then I had kind of 12 spirits for 6 games, and I'm trying to get some kind of 3 spirit combos cleared, because I want to get some of the spirits out and leave as many possible adversary combos in the pool, so that I have more variability and I can try different things into different spirits. Like if I go ahead and I knock out like 3 more combos with like 1 spirit each, it would leave me like, basically no options left at the end of the game type of thing. So hopefully that makes sense. But anyway, so I've been trying to get these 3 spirit combos and try to get something that worked. So after my first win, I ended up with 2 losses on the bounce. Last 2 games I tried, both lost. One of them, of course, I've just spoiled because it was on the previous game on the channel, the previous video up on the channel here, so you may well have seen that. If you didn't, I just spoiled it for you. But I did lose with Ocean, Voice, and Whirlwind into that absolutely horrifying Brandenburg Prussia Russia combo, which I have since decided I am leaving until the very end, because that may well be the single hardest combo in this whole game, and I'm going to have to bring a super team back to try beat that because it was just impossible. So that one I'm going to put to the side. I'm also going to split those spirits up. I don't think they worked very well together. And then one more game I tried off camera in the meantime was Trickster. I brought Voice back in and I did Heat, and I tried those 3 into, what was it? It was Sweden, Russia, and I lost, and that was super hard as well. And I've decided to split them up again here. So I'm kind of, each time I'm kind of reconfiguring when I try some stuff. So it's probably going to take me a while. The first 21 of the 28, which is the first 3 quarters, were actually fairly smooth sailing. Like I barely had to try anything more than twice. Sometimes I lost once and then I maybe got it the second time or whatever. There weren't many that I had to try more than twice. The 2 Habsburgs together, HME and Habsburg Livestock, that one took me about 3 or 4 shots. And there was maybe 1 or 2 others that took me, maybe 3, but most of them were 1 or 2. But now I have a feeling that these last 7 are going to take me, well, last 6, because the 22nd I got, but these final 6 I have a feeling are going to take me a while, especially as I try the different permutations and all that kind of stuff. So I've come up with a new team here, and I've kind of aligned with some of the people on the Discord, on the high end kind of optimization channel on the Discord, which is where people tend to be like me, quite interested in the underbelly of Spirit Island here, this madness. And I was chatting with them today, and Stone into Franz Habsburg came up as a kind of a, let's see how much Stone can carry this game, basically, and can I bring along maybe one of the other duds for a ride here. So I'm kind of trying to piggy bank and shepherd Silent Mist here a little bit with Stone. So but the other thing I saw with this combo was Rising Heat has a special rule that gives your invaders at your sacred sites -1 health. So I thought that maybe there was a way to combine Mist's kind of 1 damage to all effects, multiple cards and powers that do that, and combine that with the sacred sites of Rising Heat. So that was sort of the principle behind what I'm trying to achieve here with this combo. And between the 2 of them, they can kind of get some stuff done, and then Stone just kind of does Stone stuff and jumps around the island and kind of prevents you from losing to the Habsburg loss condition if indeed he can. So that's kind of the general gist of all of that. Flowing and Silent Forms Dart By is going to be a card to look out for, I think, here. Very often it's just a 0 cost, good elements, don't worry too much about it type of card. But in this particular matchup, getting to gather sacred sites from Rising Heat could be really interesting to kind of move your -1 effect. And then also maybe gathering the presence from Stone could also be super interesting. So that is definitely a card to look out for here. Otherwise, we've seen Stone and we've seen Mist on the channel before. I'll take just a little minute or 2 to have a look here at Rising Heat. I got that first time straight up, which I'm pretty happy about. The spirit itself is kind of an offense damage based spirit. It has a very low defense bar, which is a little bit strange to me considering it has a skip in its starting kit, but I suppose that's kind of just sort of the way it is here. But they've got 1 and 8. They are, of course, from Horizons of Spirit Island, and they have 1 and 8 that sort of deals damage to explorers, and then eventually, as you level it up with different either air or earth elements, you kind of get extra damage and things like that. So as I said, I tried this out last time, and I kind of tried it with quite a bottom track orientation, and it didn't really work out. I was sort of just kind of going through and looping through my unique powers here, and sort of the principle behind that was to get as many of these, this card here, the Sweltering Exhaustion, just kind of loop that and get as many sort of casts as of that as possible in the game. But your hand is like a 0-1-1-2. It's not cheap. So that's kind of, 4 energy to loop your uniques. And if you've gone down bottom track, you're talking about looping back, like it's 2 presence placements off the top track to get to even 2 energy. So that even you need to hit a 3rd presence off the top track to get to 3 energy, to give you your kind of 4 on a reclaim loop, if you see what I mean there. So you need 3 off the top track, and then in order to play your whole hand, you'd need to be 4 off the bottom track. So there is no real reclaim loop there that kind of allows you to loop your uniques, and kind of take advantage of that. I would also say here, the skip is obviously good. It's range 2 from a sacred, so it's pretty decent. Cost 2, it's okay. I'd rather cost 1, but 2 is okay. This card is decent enough, but again, it's 1 energy. You can't really afford it. The Searing Heat card is really good, I would say. Generally speaking, it's got very good elements for kind of major thresholds. It's just basically a gift of living energy / constancy / nature's connection type effect here, just giving 2 energy out, and kind of looping this card was also part of my thinking when I was kind of going through that here. You also have obviously the option to pay an energy to deal some damage, which ideally is, you wouldn't want to do that much because that's much worse than giving out 2 energy, but the option is very nice. And this other card here is kind of garbage. 1 energy, gather your presence, which can make a sacred site, and then it's like deal 1 damage, which can deal 2, and maybe kill a town or something like that. But again, it's slow. It's just not great. So kind of you've kind of got two decent cards and 2 just kind of like okay, but this one is pretty good. To be honest, I like this card. Gathering 2 to hand and then being able to push stuff out is pretty good. And I did quite like it. And having 4 elements is nice as well. But yeah, it's just hard to kind of loop, as I say. So all things considered, I think I'm probably going to veer away from that principle, because again, the other thing was, when I was playing that game, I ended up getting to 4 plays off the bottom track, and I like almost never did anything with my innate. I barely even hit the 2nd level, which is the 3 fire and 2 words to get the 2 damage. Like I hit the 1st level, a handful of times, but it was like, I'm playing all these cards and I'm still not even hitting my innate for whatever reason. I don't know, probably the cards that I drafted, but it just didn't really work out. So anyway, that's all a very long way of saying, I think having some majors in my pocket here with Rising Heat might be a better approach, especially given that we're playing into a Habsburg game here. But we shall see how all of that looks. Otherwise then, with Stone, we'll generally play kind of a top track standard Stone stuff. I'm not going to start getting too sort of innovative with bottom tracks or anything like that here. And then generally, as I said on the previous game with Mist, Shroud is just kind of a bit of a vibes type of situation for me here. We'll sort of just figure all Shroud stuff out as we go. Now, quite sort of a quick note or 2 on the combination itself of these particular adversaries. France, as we know, is a lot of at level 6 is about their loss condition with their towns. A huge amount of basically their difficulty is related to the loss condition. That's generally not the case with France 6/6 combos. Usually you have far less pressure on the loss condition, and it's kind of like a lot of the difficulty with France comes when you pair them with other adversaries that care about explorers, or also sometimes then with the towns kind of situation as well. So I'd say France are generally more difficult at 6/6 level on average than they are at single 6 level. What I mean to say there is across the roster. I don't think I'd have France, like in the single 6s, I had France in 2nd last place. At 6/6, I probably have France like maybe 1 place higher. But as I said, it's not really related to the loss condition, except for this matchup. So the Habsburg livestock matchup is where we're going to be putting a whole bunch of towns on the board, as we know from other games. So that does pressure the loss condition quite a bit here, and I do believe we will see that come up a lot in this game. So that is something to keep an eye out for. Otherwise, then the usual stuff. We've got they place extra explorers, and then once they build, they kind of convert the explorers into towns, which is going to cause plenty of problems when we talk about Habsburg lost condition ravages. You know, the usual kind of stuff here. The blight situation here, which means that blight heals is going to do nothing, which is, you know, somewhat challenging given that we want to be putting loads of it out there when we're playing against Habsburg. But you know, all of that is pretty standard stuff as far as the kind of France rule set goes. Finally, then, quick note here again about Habsburg livestock. You know, again, the lost condition, as always, is the big thing to be watching out for. With them here. I have them in second place of all 8 in terms of the overall difficulty at 6/6 level, beaten only by Russia, which are basically impossible. But yeah, Habsburg are super hard, and this is not going to be quite as problematic as the Sweden situation, which is just like every single thing is a double loss condition ravage. But it's probably not going to be that far behind either because of the extra explorers coming in and the kind of conversion stuff that happens. We're going to see plenty of loss condition ravages as well. Now, other than that, of course, we've got our sort of durable stuff that we need to be very much on the lookout for. We've got the Habsburg reminder card, which is going to ruin our day, and all of that kind of stuff as well. And we do have a sort of an acceleration of the deck there at level 3. So we have, of course, set the game up with that acceleration in mind. Now, very last point before I go ahead and flip over the top card, I did note about the situation with Rising Heat and saying about how I want to do the kind of combo with the -1 health. Of course, the Habsburg durable stuff comes into play here. There is no starting board where Heat has can start in the blighted land, and that is important. I wish there was, and I was desperately hoping, but it turns out that there isn't. So Rising Heat, if we quickly look here, they are going to start in where is it there, 2 on your starting board in the highest numbered sands. None of the sort of 6 main boards in the game have the blight in the highest numbered sands. As you can see here, the lowest numbered sands has at least one of them, but not the highest. So I've picked board B, and I've put myself over here. But what I can do is, with the Shroud of Silent Mist, with the Flowing Silent Forms, I can get into that land and gather the 2 presents into that land, and that can put me in that land very easily. The other 2 boards have their blight starting in sands and mountains, which is very easy for Heat to get into because of their G2 here. So I've kind of pretty carefully chosen the setup for this game sort of linked to that. So whether or not that works, we'll have to see. But, you know, in terms of sort of starting boards and presence and all that, we're pretty well situated. We've got some kind of pretty good centrality going with all of our spirits here. So I'm sort of hoping that some of that can come together. But anyway, again, I've done a lot of talking. We've got the pool, the towns over in the pool here. We've got a whole bunch of plastic starting on the board, which is really awful news. I've got some reminders set out over here to remind myself of the various different rules, like France 5, France 6 with the extra explore, and then of course the stupid France 6 rule that doesn't let you remove explorers. We've got the Slave Rebellion set up over there, and you'll see after I flip through events, you'll see it sitting on top of the deck, of course. We've got our card cam, we've got our glass of orange here, which I will go and have a nice little sip of before we get moving. And with all of that, almost 30 minutes into the video, let us go ahead and flip the opening Explorer. Now, that's going to be mountains. That's going to hit our land 2 over here, 7 here, 6 there, 4 there, 1 here and 6 here. Now, let us remind ourselves again with the France rule. So this is except during setup. So we do not do the France extra explorer as part of the setup, but we do the after the normal explorer, the France 6 rule. Again, the stupid situation where you do one during setup and you don't do the other, which I always hated. But we do have to, of course, do France 6 here, which means that we will have to choose a land on each board, which doesn't contain any explorers, and add 1 there. So let us have a think about what that might look like. Well, first of all, I forgot to add my beast and my my disease, which I always seem to do this. So beast goes in here, 1 there, and land 5 over there. And then our disease goes, of course, in our lands 2 2 and 2. So everybody's sitting and screaming at your TVs, going, "What are you doing, Goose? Get your tokens on the board." So there they are, and very often, then of course, the idea with your France 6 is you're going to go ahead and put your Explorer in there with your Beast because that might kill it. So that will be possible on 2 boards and not on the other. So in this case, I think I'll just go into that land there. Okay. So that is all fine. Let us then, so we've done our explorers. We did the extra explorer for France. And now we have to actually go ahead and think about what we're doing in this game. So let's get our cards back in our hands here. We do, of course, have the mountain explorer over here with stone, so that gives us an immediate sort of eye on this land here, which is already containing 1 blight. So getting that solved with the hold the island, the left innate here. Let's just quickly bring up the left innate of stone. So again, reminding ourselves here, so when blight is added to one of your lands, you can pay 2 energy to take it from the box instead of the blight card. So we obviously want to be doing this as much as possible. And then we can level up the left innate to make that cost 1 instead of 2, which is great. And then it has a 3rd level, which rarely comes up. We'll talk about it later if it does. Now, the other thing here is the special rule. When blight is added to one of your lands, unless the blight then outnumbers your present, it doesn't cascade or destroy. So in this case here, we're going to be looking to get a 2nd presence into this land, which will kind of stop it cascading and all of that kind of stuff here. So we want to at some point be getting growing into this mountain for that. We also at some point here would like to be thinking about getting into one of the other lands to try to kind of hit the innate and solve 2 lands essentially. And of course, we'd like to be doing that with one of the lost condition lands. So with that said, let's first of all just do our maths with how this game works here. Because again, with the Habsburg Sweden game before, I kind of should have gotten the maths in my head straight at the start of the game, and I sort of didn't, and it cost me big problems, as you may well have seen. So here, let's think about the maths on this. So if we start with a single explorer, we're going to go explorer, we're going to build a town, and then we're going to gather a town, right? So it'll be explore, town, town, and then there will be a town adjacent, which is going to be 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay, so right now we're looking at 1, 2, 3 lands that are only ravaging for 7. They aren't lost condition ravages. Okay, so sort of in this particular scenario, we actually would have kind of liked to have been in that land because we'd be solving a lost condition ravage, whereas this actually isn't a lost condition ravage. Now, needless to say, we want to protect the cascade, we want to protect our presence and all of that. So we will be going ahead and focusing on this land, but it's not a lost condition to protect. The other 3 lands are, because needless to say, over here, we're going to go build 2 towns, and then it's going to have gather a town, and then it'll also have an adjacent town. So that's going to be for sure a lost condition. This will, of course, be a lost condition as well because it's going to be 3, 5, 6. Already, that's either going to gather a town or have an adjacent one, or both. So that's also a lost condition. And then over here, again, same sort of story. Sometimes at the beginning of the game, there will be situations where you can kind of make it so you don't gather. So, over here, for example, we have to do this in board land order. So this one will be a coastal land. It'll build a city, and that's a triangle trade land as well here. It's worth pointing out. So that'll cost us an extra town somewhere. But that'll build a city. That'll put it up to that 3, 5, 6. Then it'll gather the town in, and then that'll go up to 8. Now at that point here, you've got this town, so you've got 1 town, you've got 2 adjacent towns, and then that will have a town in the other land as well. So this is going to be big time lost condition ravage. This one, as we said, won't be, because it'll be 2 towns, 1, 3, 5, and then adjacent 2 is 7. So this one is fine. and this one is fine. It's unfortunate they both have Dahan in them here because we want to kind of just let the lands go. But none of our spirits here are particularly Dahan oriented is the other thing to bear in mind here. We do have a presence in there with Shroud, but we can move that out as well. So this is a land very clearly we want to protect, and ideally we wouldn't protect it with stone because stone obviously would wipe out those two Dahan. Now we do of course have our card in hand, which is Stubborn Solidity. So what did we say this was going to be? It'll be 2 towns built. That would make 1, 2, 3 towns. Let me just see about gathering here. We almost certainly have to gather as well. Yeah, because we can gather that out of there first, but then we'd still have this one. But then we wouldn't have an adjacent town. So, okay, have a look at that. So over here on this board, this land gathers first because it's 4 versus 6. So if we gather that one out of there, and then we gather that one in there, we now have no adjacent town. So when that land ravages, it will contain 4 towns and an explorer. And because we have no bonus damage, that's 9. That's ravaging for 9. Stubborn Solidity, let's have a quick look at it. Stubborn Solidity, gives us defend 1 per Dahan. So if we're ravaging for 9, and we defend 1 per Dahan, that's only ravaging for 7, and that is not a lost condition ravage. So actually, Stubborn Solidity is a super clean answer to that land. So that's amazing. So we don't have to grow in there to solve that land. So Stubborn Solidity gives us an easy solve. We take the Blight, which kind of helps with the whole Habsburg situation here. We're happy to get Blight on the board, and then 2 Dahan get protected and they fight back and kill 2 towns immediately, which is all really good news. So super happy about that. So Stubborn Solidity solves that. It's range 1, so we don't have to grow in there. We're already range 1 to the land, so all of that's really good news as well. So basically here it's, can we get ourselves into either of the lost condition lands for the ravage? And the answer is yes. With a G2 here, we can jump over into this land, which is add a presence at range 2. We could, of course, also, if we wanted to G3 twice, we could maybe go 1-2 type of thing as well here. Now, the other thing I want to look at is for next turn, can we get ourselves to 4 Earth? And without a G1, we can't, which is a pity. So that's going to cost us essentially 4 energy next turn just to kind of protect those 2 lands, 1 and 2. But it's worth it, especially when we're stopping the lost condition over here. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that we're stopping that with stone as well. Getting over into this one with stone is much harder. We can go like G2, which would go jump, jump, and then we could go like G3 maybe into the land. So there is a way, but I'd like to not have to do that with stone. It's kind of dedicating too much to try to get over there. So maybe that's not kind of the way. So stone is kind of solving 1, 2, 3 here. Next turn, basically, if we're going top, we're assuming we're running down top track here. So it'll kind of be like G2, get a bunch of energy in the pool, which will give me the kind of the option to kind of invest in that left innate there a little bit. And then we want to get a draft in here, especially. So we'd like to hit at least 1 draft, if not draft both, on the first 2 turns. But as I said, I think we need that extra energy there. So it'd be like maybe G2 this turn, play out one of the cards from my hand with a single card play, and then next turn I kind of go draft, gain a minor as well as a major type of thing. Now I can as well consider going major on the first turn, and then sort of G2 on the following turn, but, you know, I'm not sure that's the way I want to play this. The Plow's Shatter on Rocky Ground is a terrible card, and you often just don't play this card at all. But I'm wondering whether, again, I think I might have done this on my previous playthrough, where I think I just played this on the first turn and then forgot it to the major on the second turn. Now, is there a way where I could kind of do that right now to solve a land? I mean, I doubt it, but... maybe with the push rather than the destroy. So could I... yeah, no, not at range 1. Yeah, I just don't really... what I was thinking was, can I somehow solve this lost condition with this card? But I can't, because I have to jump way too far over to get near this land. The only way I could do that is if I G2 twice. G2 across to somewhere like here, wait for this to build, and then push a town out. That might be a way to do it, but then I have to G2 twice, and I definitely don't want to do that. I really want to get the major draft in either this turn or next turn. So I'm just too far. Range 1 is just too far from here. Unless, of course, I use my Flowing and Silent with the Shroud of Silent Mist, which in theory could pull a presence, but that's usually not happening on the first turn. You usually don't want to open with that card necessarily. So I have a feeling Plow's Shatter is probably just one I just end up not playing. And then maybe I just open with Jagged Shards instead. Now, what can that do for me? This is a card you kind of often just play on the first turn. Maybe just do some kind of setting some Dahan up, maybe. You know, there could be something here where we maybe get a defend card from one of the other 2 spirits, and then we do something like, you know, push these out of here into here and then defend that land. That's kind of one of the types of things that you can do here. You know, obviously get a Badlands in there as well. So we could also potentially use this to protect one of these Dahan that we're kind of throwing away, depending on how I would grow here. So that's kind of also another sort of half consideration. So, okay, we have a general gist of a plan here with Stone. Exactly how that comes together is probably going to depend a little bit on the other 2 spirits. So we've got more or less an idea. So let's think about our other 2 spirits then over here. Unnerving Paw is a card I already had in my mind here for a card we can use to potentially stop a lost condition. So this can basically stop an amount of damaged invaders participating in Ravage. So this would be one where we maybe don't stop the whole Ravage, but we could stop it being a lost condition. And again, with Habsburg, you very often want to get some Blight out there so you can start dealing damage to things and not have to deal with durable. So, you know, Unnerving Paw, for example, this lost condition land over here, I just actually remembered this one thing I want to do here before I forget. Add my dice into my little box there so I don't put towns back in the box. So this is the town pool. So if I, you know, do a ping of damage in there with like whatever, Suffocating Shroud, or maybe, for example, like very often what you'll do is you'll open with the Fog Closes in on the first turn, and then maybe do a ping of damage in here, and then next turn Unnerving Paw to stop it being a lost condition. So maybe you just ping like either a town or a city or something, and then that just brings it below the lost condition. So I think that's probably not an awful kind of way to go about doing that. It's not great, but you know, it's probably not awful. The other thing we can consider here, of course, as well, I haven't mentioned, is Shroud of Silent Mist. We are, of course, playing the Stranded aspect. So again, we'll just remind ourselves very quickly about what that looks like here. Stranded is going to give us, once each fast phase, I get an Isolate, right? So this is where we can kind of use this potentially to stop some amount of gathering happening on this board. So this is obviously a very good effect into Habsburg, which I have talked about before. And the other part of this clearly is that we get to move up to twice. So the whole kind of movement special rule is all gone in the bin, and instead we have sort of a twice during the fast and twice during the slow. We can move our presence as well. So I have some reminder tokens down here to remind me about all of that. But yeah, so Unnerving Paw can stop this being a lost condition, and it, you know, we can maybe use our Stranded Isolate here to, you know, in theory, if we could kill that in the fast, we could isolate this land and then it doesn't gather at all and then it never ravages. So, there is a way to do that because, of course, as we saw, Rising Heat has the gift of Searing Heat that can maybe pay 1 energy to kill this, but paying an energy out of Shroud to ping this for 1 feels bad right now. Like, that feels pretty nasty. So it's an option. I don't love the option though. I would rather be thinking about, can we do anything to kind of kill some explorers on the next turn and then empty the land before it builds type of thing and before it gathers and then isolate sort of thing. But yeah, maybe there's a way to kind of stop a gather right now. We don't really care about the gather in this land because the gather is not putting us into lost condition territory. Maybe if I push in here and I stop this gathering, then maybe it actually stops it being a lost condition, does it? So this would go build a city up to 6. Don't gather, but then next turn I have an adjacent town, so it's still 8. So I'd need to do that, and I'd also need to use one of my effects to like kill an explorer or something. So that's 2 effects to solve that land. So that doesn't make any sense because I can just solve the land with Unnerving Paw. Well, that's actually Unnerving Paw is also two effects. It's 2 actions, but one of the actions starts my fear farm, which is kind of gives me back like not half an action, but a third of an action or something like that. So, it's slightly better in that sense. Whereas the other way around, I'd have to use my action to kill an explorer, and I wouldn't start a fear farm. So I'd be using 2 actions to solve the land, but 1 doesn't start the fear farm, and 1 does. Hopefully, all that made sense there. Is there anything else that I can be considering doing here? Obviously, we'd like to start getting drafting here, and clearly here, when I start to get a better sense of the options available to me, then I'll start to go, okay, well, let's lock in our growths. You've seen me do this a million times before. Let's lock in our growths. Then we can maybe go ahead and gain a power card if that makes sense, and that might give us a bit more information. So clearly here, first turn of the game, it's always where you go. Let's look at the plan. Let's look at the strategy. Let's think about how our first turn looks, and then maybe we draft or not. So, bear with me while all of that comes to fruition. The Sweltering Exhaustion, and so I put some of that stuff to the side with Shroud. The Ravage skip here with Heath it feels a little unnecessary because we have this lockdown with Stone over here. We've got 3 lands out of 6 sorted by Stone, which is typical Stone stuff. We could skip this, but again, that's not a loss condition. So there's no way I want to ever be dedicating my Ravage skip to a Ravage that isn't a loss condition if I can help it. Obviously, I could do things like grow over here, make a Sacred Site here, and then skip this. That is an option, which I might consider, but I'd probably rather use my Sweltering Exhaustion in scenarios where I can't solve it with Mist type of thing. So again, the fog closes in. For each adjacent land with your presence, 1 damage to a different invader. So if I went like G2, got 2 zeros out here, I could get, in theory, this land, I could get like maybe 1, maybe 2. I could have 3 kind of adjacent lands. Ideally, I could also be using the fog closes in here to just solve and explore because, Sands, that's a double explorer in there immediately, which threatens a big problem kind of off the back of that. So again, actually, let me reverse a tiny bit here and let's talk again about the Ravage mats, because there was one sort of main scenario I missed out there. A double explorer right now, if let's say Sands explores, we go explore, of course, because of the France rule. Then on the next turn, we'd go build a town and then convert a town. So now we're up to explorer, town. Then we gather a town, which puts us at 3 towns plus an explorer. That's 7, and then the adjacent land is 9. So went a little bit fast there, but what I've basically said there is the France pattern of 2 explorers leads us to a ravage of 9 if we don't intervene, and that is a loss condition. So a single explorer is not a loss condition because it's 7. Double explorer essentially adds 1 extra town to the situation, which makes it 9. So that makes sense. That maths checks out. So ideally here, we'd rather be getting ahead of those double explorer situations if we at all can. In theory, maybe using kind of stuff like this with Shroud. Of course, we have an innate here with Rising Heat, which does 2 damage to explorers only, and that'd be amazing to get on 9. So that's another one here. If we can look at how can we try to guarantee that. So obviously we won't be playing the exhaustion turn 1, but what about the other 2? If we do this and this, that gives us our innate straight away. What does that look like? Can that do anything for us? Not as such. Now, I have an explorer out there. Why did I put that there? I think I was just simulating the... yeah, because that was where I put my friend 6 explorer. This was just a simulation, wasn't it? I just put 2 explorers on the board, and then I think I converted 1, and then I took 1 away, but I think I just left an explorer behind, didn't I? Because, yeah, that's our opening explorers. Those 2 lands, and that's the France 6 explorer. So there's only be 3 on each board. Yeah, okay. Does Stingy Sandstorm do anything for us on the first turn is the question. We can't really get any of this kind of combo with Heat and Shroud online yet because we don't have much Blight working with it. We don't have much Blight to work with at the moment either, so that's not really going to work as such either. So this kind of opening thing, the Searing Heat, as I said, we can sort of just use to maybe solve one of these explorers. Stone would be the one that has the energy to use it, but again, I don't really want to be dedicating that action to solving an explorer as such. Just wondering whether a G3 gain a power, gain something without fire, that gives me an energy and go top track, and that gives me another energy, and then I could in theory afford this Shroud stuff. See, that was in there, wasn't it? That started there. Confirm that. I'm moving things around here, and I shouldn't be. Where does it start? Highest numbered wetland and highest numbered mountain. Yeah. Okay. Just cheating, moving my stuff without it even being right. So again, there, that gives me a fog closes in, and it gives me a solve in this land with the gift of Searing Heat. I hate it, but it makes me use my isolate well here. And then I use the fog closes in on this land. At that point, it'd be like add a presence to a mountain or a wetland. Probably just go over there so that it gets me closer to that combo thing I talked about earlier. Actually, no, I wouldn't, would I? Because I need to be using my like do it like that or something. And then in the slow, I could like move in there and then just ping like 2 things. And then next turn, yeah, the Unnerving Paul stops the loss condition and sets up the Fear Farm. I hate it though, because it means that I do not get to use the fog closes in on one of those explorers I talked about to solve the exploring problem. Which on this board right now would be either Sands. I couldn't solve that jungle actually. Now that I look at it, the jungle's no good. So actually, there's only one land I can solve that problem with, isn't there? It's only Sands. Any other explorer, I'm not going to be able to get over, and fog closes in. Because even if I push, let's say, over there with that presence, and then I move like one in the fast, yeah, one in the fast, and then maybe I go like, one and then one. Yeah, I'm not getting over there. I'm not getting over there. So actually, I don't think I can have enough movement to get over, and so because I need to have a land as presence in there as well as two adjacent for that to even work. So putting those eggs in that basket actually isn't a good idea here. It looks like, because I'm just gambling on Sands. So yeah, I can't solve the Explorer with that pattern. So I think then the pattern does become what I just said: gain a power, hope it's a fire, and if it is, then I can do this thing with the gift of searing heat and the stinging sandstorm. Don't love the fact that I have to use the stinging sandstorm to just like ping something not very important, but it kind of is what it is. At that point, I could G2, form another sacred side, play the two of these or whatever. So yeah, I think that's a plan. And I think it means then that I will be looking to solve this with Shroud. So I will be G3ing here and looking for a power card. So of course, let's go minor. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then once we see what we have here with Shroud, then we can decide where we go with heat. So here it's going to be sucking news, 0 cost, good elements. Probably snap that off. Absorb corruption, elemental boon, bat scout. So we have some nice options here. Oh, elemental boon is nice. What does that look like from an overlap of elements, however? Not great. Like with stone, obviously, we only really care about giving it earth from an innate perspective, but then when stone finds a major, which it will be looking for, maybe elemental boon can help there. But sucking ooze is just an isolate, and as I said, isolate is just so good against Habsburg. It just does so many nice things. Bat Scout is obviously good elements as well here, but it's just the worst card. Let's have a look here. I think I'll probably take the Sucking Ooze. It obviously only targets two land types here. It lets you isolate sands or wetlands here, so we could use this to kind of start the combo with our other isolate to maybe lock some things down, which I think can work pretty well. We just want 0 cost as well here. These are all the others are 1 cost here. Elemental Boon is a great one. I hate giving it up, but Shroud just has no energy. Shroud just struggles with energy. And yes, Gift of Searing Heat can give energy, but we're already planning to use that to stop some of the stuff happening here. So I think this is one of them where Sucking Ooze just makes more sense. You need the air more than you need the water, but still, I think this is pretty okay. If that happened to be... No. I was about to say, if I go bottom track... sorry, I gain 1 energy from doing that anyway because of the special rule. I was about to say, if I go bottom track, I can play obviously the 2 cards here, and I can hit the left innate as well as obviously the right innate, but then I won't have the energy to kill this and do the trick I was talking about. So that actually just doesn't work. So it's okay. We'll try to get our innate going soon enough, but for now we will go top track here. We'll take the extra energy, pay for the fog closes in, and then use the energy to hit this, which means we'll also isolate this and we'll protect the hand. So there's kind of a number of reasons why that seems to make sense to me here. So I think I'll go ahead and do that. So that's all fine. We have to choose where we're going to put our presence there. It seems to make sense to me to keep our presence around here so that we can kind of do the fog closes in stuff on that land. So I think I mean, do we just do it there? We can't hit a fog closes in for 3, right? Because it's for each adjacent land. So we're only going to be able to hit it for 2. So maybe we kill and ping an explorer and then like, ping a town or something. So max we're going to get is 2 out of that. Moving our presence right now isn't really doing anything for us as such. We can maybe think about moving across that way. Yeah, that's probably not bad, because then if we wanted to, in theory, we could go push you in there, and then that would give us the solve with the fog closes in on that explorer if we thought that we wanted to do that. So I think that's the way I'm going to do that. I'll place that presence in there, and then I'll move that presence once, and that's all the presence movement I'm going to do. So I'm going to move both of them back up there. That's how I'm going to manage this. So they're moving up there. The isolate is going to go into this land. That's my isolate token. We have no innates. We're locked in with Shroud on all of that. Now, next is going to be Rising Heat. And as I say, if I hit that combo of 2 cards right there, that gives me the innate, and I'd really like an innate here. Now I'm just looking. So for example, the innate can solve a jungle explorer. If I hit G2 here, then I can move across the board, and in here I can also solve maybe a Sands explorer. I do think I want to go over into this land because that gets me over to doing the combo that I talked about with Shroud of Silent Mist. So that seems to make sense there as a G3. So I think if I go there, that gives me 2 different jungles. I mean, I'd probably solve that one because we might look to defend or something over here. And then we have jungles and sands closed down. Is there any wetland where that will matter? This is the only one over here. In theory, I can also grow into this land, but that's solved right now. So growing over here doesn't seem to make sense. So we'd kind of miss on wetlands explore if this is the way that it goes down. So we basically have a 2 out of 3 that we hit. Like if we hit the 2 out of 3, this is going to be really good because it just solves the explore and it solves almost everything. In combination with the stranded, we can also potentially solve the kind of, the gather and all that next turn. So all of that seems really good. So it sort of feels like I really want to do this. The call on herders for 8 is also pretty decent because it can solve one of these mountains. Like I can solve this land entirely with that one card, call on herders for 8. And like that might be good. But then I'm just giving up the innate. You know what? Because right now I'm forcing this stinging sandstorm, and that just doesn't do anything. Does it? I'm forcing stinging sandstorm. And like, I just don't see how that does anything to any of these lands. It doesn't do anything into the mountains, and it doesn't really do anything into the explorers either. It feels like a kind of a bad card here. In general, that's like a ping and explorer type of thing to solve a build, but we can't solve builds with this France combo. So this feels like I'm giving this up for a major at some point. I'm not sure I want to dedicate that right now. I do want to play the Gift of Searing Heat because we've kind of made our plan over here, and it does make sense to make the most of our isolate. But the call on herders for 8 just solves this land entirely, which does feel pretty good. Gives up my innate right now, but I have then in theory the two fire air to kind of make that work, like maybe next turn or something. And given that we are no longer doing the innate, I'm in less dire need to form another sacred site. So I wonder, do I take this opportunity to G3? Or do I use G3 for a major power after I use Stinging Sandstorm once? Use the Stinging Sandstorm. I hate throwing away cards without using them is the problem. What can this card actually do for me? Can I do anything with this card right now? If I G2, go top, bottom, play Stinging Sandstorm, gather up to one of your things. So let's say I form a Sacred Side over here. 1 fear and 1 damage. What is that even doing for me? Well, do you know what it does? It actually combos in that land with the Unnerving Paw. It means I don't have to dedicate the Fog Closes in, and I could use the Fog Closes in to solve this build that I talked about if it explores sands. So in the case that it explores sands, I get to combo over here because I can just ping the town or the city and then stop that one building from ravaging. And I think that does put it down below the if I hit the city, I think it stops it being a lost condition. So that hits the kind of the sands high roll. And we do like high rolling. What are we now? We're an hour and 8 minutes in. I'm still in the growth of turn 1. We're nearly getting there, folks. I'm nearly there. I quite like this. And then next turn, I go G3 top up to 4 energy. And I still don't need the Sweltering Exhaustion, so I can look for a major at that point, throw away the Sandstorm, and kind of get things moving that way. I think this is the way. Because I like the call on Herders here. It's a good card into this matchup. It's pretty decent. Like, I don't want to throw that away. And I do want to start looking for majors as early as I can here, as I said before. So I think this is the way. And as I said, I definitely want to come over here and make a Sacred Side in that land. So I think all that's fine. Top, bottom. So generate 1 energy for the Stinging Sandstorm. I will, of course, have to kind of gather out of there and stop that being a Sacred Site and all that kind of stuff for now, which isn't great. But again, I can next turn maybe go G3, put a presence back in there. Like I can kind of get around that a little bit at least. So that's that. So they're playing the 2 of them. Now I do have this innate here, which can solve me, one of those 2. So that gives me the jungle and as well as the sands. So I kind of have 2 of the 3 covered here. Again, wetlands is my kind of bad explore here because there's also a bunch of towns in all of those lands as well. So we're hoping for not wetlands. We're kind of going in a little bit on not wetlands right now. And we've got the jagged shards then that we talked about before. So now we're not kind of solving that anymore. The question is now, do we jagged shards to put some Dahan in there to kind of to sort of do all of that? Maybe not, because now what I have access to is I have access to push those 2 Dahan in there and kill 4 towns, because that's going to go up to 4, isn't it? It's going to go build 2, it's going to 3, then it's going to gather. So yeah, actually that seems like a pretty nice option to just do that. Which means I have to grow in this way. Don't love it, but it's okay. Probably grow into that one, don't they? Because that's our big problem land there. That's going to be a lost condition land if it explores. Kind of. That'll be gone. That'll have towns though, so yeah. That'll be a lost condition land. So if I grow into that land with... Oh yeah, this is where I have to do it in the other order, isn't it? So this is where I have to go this turn. Look for the major power. And then next turn grow with this over into that land. But growing in here with the major power now, it gives me the range 1. That's the point I'm trying to make. Which is probably okay. Getting 2 more towns back in the pool, 2 extra fear, is pretty good. It's decent, like. Okay, I think that's the play. So I think I'm going turn 1 major here. It's unconventional. And I throw away this rubbish that we're not going to use, the Plough's Shatter. So I think that's the plan. And it gives me a little bit more information as well. So let's do it. A bit unconventional, as I say, but this is the way these kind of games end up kind of going a little bit here. So we are going to close out our growth. We're nearly there now from the growth on turn 1 here. We're playing the Jagged Shard, so we're going top track. We're going gaining power, add a presence at range 1, which is going in there, and then we're gaining a major power. Mist of Oblivion. I hate this card so much, so bad. Infestation. That's not awful. I mean, it's a good card, but is it what we need? Not exactly. Inspire the release of stolen lands. A good card. But you kind of really want to be thresholding that. Stubborn Solidity, yeah. So Stubborn Solidity gives us one of the animal for infestation. Infestation's a good card. Is it what we need to remove plastic? No, but sometimes in this kind of matchup, you just need to just not lose the game. Inspire the release. It's like it's not contributing to my element. Like, you just really always want to be hitting your elements with stone. I know it's got tons of earth, but giving up one single point of earth can be the difference between like levels of your innate. You know, the 2 instead of the 4. Like, I just can't really take something here that isn't earth. Not really. Especially not when none of these are windmill slams. If we had a windmill slam card that wasn't earth, you know, like a Vigor the Breaking Dawn or something, it's like fair enough, but none of those are good enough to give up on an earth card. And we're not a billion miles away. Like, one air animal card gives us the infestation threshold, which is a pretty good one. So we'll take that. There's infestation, obviously, into the card can. We are throwing away the rubbish card that I talked about, which is the Plow's Shatter. So that's gone. And then we take the infestation here. So yeah, look, it's a skip. It's a simple skip, which is a lot of the times just what we'll need to just keep ourselves alive. We will have Sacred Size, of course. We're going to be forming. Whoa! I just realized the error of my ways. I just realized the error of my ways. I cannot grow in there. I have to grow in there. Glad I caught that. So, infestation, we talked about it. It's a skip. It goes from our sacred side, and then eventually it starts doing some damage later on in the game. I can't grow in there because I have to be in this land with a sacred site. Now, the question is, could I get away with next turn Flowing and Silent? To gather the presence back in from stone. It's dedicating a lot for the sake of, you know, getting them in there. Like, what I can do here is I can go into this land, you know, and make 3 in there, which is still okay. It's not quite as good as this, but that's still fine. It's not worth having to invest the Flowing and Silent to do that. So I think this is fine. I think this is what I'll do, because I'd rather gather my presence out to solve a Ravage on the following turn using that card. That's kind of a wasteful use of that card. So it's here this turn at range 1. We gained the infestation. We threw the other card away. We now gain 3 energy. 1, 2, 3. We bank it all because of playing a 0 cost card here. So that's all fine. And we play the Jagged Shards. That's all okay. Now, over here, we've done our G2. We placed into there. We played our 2 cards. Fog closes in. We did this. We placed our presence. We've got kind of options with this card. All of this is good. Slow, but good. We have this innate. We don't have any innates over here. We finished the first. It's 1 hour 16, and we finally finished the first growth phase. I did say this wouldn't be a short video, folks. Hopefully you're along for the ride. Let us go ahead and flip an event and not resolve it. It's the hand trade with the invaders. That's okay with me. We'll go ahead and we'll do build. So we do have the... oh no, we never did our fast. I keep bloody doing this. We, of course, talked about what we were doing with that fast. We were paying the 1 energy. We were killing this explorer. And then that obviously, you know, solved that land. So that's fine. We'll build. So down here we build a city, which is a triangle trade. which adds a town. Where is that now again? We remind ourselves one time of what Triangle Trade looks like. Where is it? It's this one. And we go one across. Triangle Trade, level 4. Whenever it builds a coastal city, add one town to the adjacent land with the fewest towns. And oh boy, I almost got wrecked there. My planning was almost terrible, because that almost put that land back in. Oh no, because it's adjacent. It actually wouldn't have been able to do that. So here is the adjacent land with the fewest towns. Clearly here I'm not putting it back into that that mountain there. So I'll put it over in here, which is, you know, a good place to be, generally speaking, because it has a blight, so that's fine. So we'll go there. This doesn't build. Over here, this is going to build a town. Over here, we're going to build, as we said, 2 towns. Here we build a town, and then here that is skipped with our disease. Now, then we go and we have no leveling up here, so that's fine. Now we do the after the build, we're going to gather. So board land order, so we start here and go here, and we will gather. So interesting. So this is what, if I gather out of there and then we explore that land, that will be 3, 4, 5. It won't build. It won't build and it won't convert, but it would gather up to 7. So we'd have to remove the adjacency to stop this being a lost condition. That might be helpful. We don't really want to gather that out of there. Not really. Because if it explores sands, I can just kill that town with this and then kill the 2 explorers with the explorer thing. So that's, I think, fine. This one we can gather out of there, but then that puts us up to a lost condition explore anyway, in a sense. So it's kind of the same. I think that is better. I think I'll gather that out of there. Did I just miscount over here? I think I did. Because I think I was... Yeah, I was just imagining there were 3 invaders in there next year, but of course there's not. This is 3, 5, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. So actually, yeah, stopping that. Yeah, I was right. Stopping that puts it down to 7. So yeah, one single invader stopped with unnerving Paul is enough. That's fine. Okay. So that's okay. What else do we have to do here? So sorry, we did the build here. No, we're doing the gather. We did the gather here. This is no adjacency, so we don't gather. Now we go this board. Here we have to gather, and we'll gather from there. Here we have to gather, and we'll gather from... I think stuff in lands with the hand is probably okay because of the call on herders for aid situation that I have in my hand. So I probably want to keep the stuff in lands with the hand, even though we're not really defensive spirits at all. But stone can go and protect lands without the hand. So building up our lands without the hand is also probably good from a stone perspective. So there's kind of 2 duality of kind of approaches there. Generally speaking, I'd say we probably do want our bigger lands without the hand. So in that case, yeah, because let's say I move that out, and then this explores, it goes explore, then it goes build, which put it up to explore town. That can still then be solved by the call for the herders. Yeah, so this is actually better. So let's go ahead then, and it's either this one or this one. Doesn't matter. No, not as such, I guess. From there. And then on this board, then this land then will gather from, we said we wanted to gather out of there, and then this one goes in there, which removes the adjacency. That's what we talked about before, so that's all beautiful. Now we go ahead and explore, and we don't want wetlands. It is in fact sands, which is a very, very, very nice explore for us right now, given that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 empty sands. Although, of course, with France, we kind of empty sands doesn't really mean anything, but you know, whatever. So we'll go ahead then, and we will go single explorer in here. Oh yeah, sure, I was talking about killing the 2 explorers. There's only going to be 1. But anyway, it's fine. This, then, as we talked about, can be solved by the call on the herders thing. That's that. Over here we go 1 and 2. Over here we go 1 and 2. And then over here we go 1 and 2. And then this one is a single explorer. So in fact, I was tapped here before. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's better to just skip that ravage then after it builds, something like that. So that's all fine. So we did explorers, right? We did 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, and 1. Yeah. Now we have to do France 6. So that's, move that along, and then it's after the normal explore. We add a thing so we can go in here. That's our trick with our Dahan stuff in there. That'll get. Oh, actually, no, it's not a trick with the Dahan stuff. I forgot, because that's going to ravage for unless I make it isolated again. That's going to ravage for 3, isn't it? And we don't love the sound of that. Land without any. What are we isolating next turn is the question then. What do we isolate? Well, so what are we doing now, I guess, is the question. So this fog closes in isn't solving an explore. That's what we said. Yeah, I mean, the way I've done this, I think, was probably wrong, because actually that could have been a land that I could have maybe planned with the gather. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, if I had optimized that, I might have been able to give myself a chance to solve that explore with the fog close in. But it's okay. What are we doing with our isolate next turn? Can we, is there anything, so we have a sucking ooze potentially isolate next turn, which doesn't isolate mountains, so that can't isolate this. Isolating this doesn't kind of stop any of that, so that's kind of, none of that works either. We could sucking ooze this. If we can clear both of these out now, then that can stop that gathering, the sucking ooze, so that could be okay there. We know for sure we're playing the unnerving Paul next turn. So unnerving Paul together with maybe one of the other air cards could give me level 1 of this innate. I'd quite like to get that online. Does that mean we wouldn't be playing Sucking Ooze next turn? Flowing and Silent we don't need to do anything with yet, so I'd rather save it. So next turn might become Unnerving Paul plus Dissolving Vapors, but I can't afford that, so that's no good either. Just wondering, can I put that in there and then dedicate my my isolate to that land? I'm not sure that I can. But otherwise, where am I isolating? Can't be taking shots on isolating. I mean, no isolate works here for kind of, pocketing an inland or anything like that. So I can't pocket lands for exploration purposes, and I'm not going to start guessing on isolation either. Like moving myself into like this land and guessing is just ridiculous. So I'm not doing that either. Yeah, so the flowing and silent forms, I have to actually do that after the ravage. So the stone innate is when it's added to one of your lands. So I can't set it up like in the fast phase or something like that and then move myself out. I actually need to be there. So I do want to use flowing and silent to move myself around with stone, but I can't use it next turn as I have to wait for the ravage to happen first, which isn't great news. See, the Sandstorm kills the town. The innate can kill the explorer. Then we can either sucking use the land or we can use our isolate. So if I place those 2 cards next turn, I don't get the left innate, which is super frustrating. But then maybe I just set myself up for the innate to start getting online the following turn. I think that kind of has to be what I have to do, which means I do get to dedicate my isolate to this if I want it. because I'm not solving that explore, not solving any of these explore. So my other isolate is no real use. This is already solved with the ravage because it's ravaging for 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I don't need to isolate that land. And isolating the land, yeah, because I just want to get out of there, don't I, with my move. So okay, then in that case I do have an isolate available for this land, which is a bit silly, but it kind of is what it is. It just gets an explorer off the board, which is not great, but against France sometimes that kind of just does matter. And it just gets to eat a France 6, which is okay. Don't love it, but look, it is what it is. This one we said we want to get into that land eventually, so maybe setting up some sort of damage situation there is probably fine. And then on the other side of the board here, what do we have going for us? I think we said oh no, yeah, we're not going into that land, are we? The Badlands land, maybe, because I'm about to put a Badlands in there. Something like that. Yeah, I'm not in love with any of that really, but it's okay. All right, there's our France 6 is all kind of set up. These are, as I said, that's more or less my next turn. Now, slows. Fog closes in this land. I can actually ping the 2 towns now because I've got 2 damage with it. And then next turn I can just stop both towns participating in the ravage. And that means they're just more likely to die to an effect later on. The blight will still come in and all that. It just means, like, what I could do now is I could go ping the explorer and the city or something like that. And maybe that's better. Get another explorer off the board, maybe. And it gives me a land to France 6 back into next turn as well. Okay, yeah, let's maybe do that instead then. Okay, so let's kill the explorer and then damage the city. I think so. Okay, explorer's down. City is damaged. That's a fear farm started. Of course, I need to be there at the end of the turn, but that's all okay. Now, Stinging Sandstorm. Target this land so I don't actually have to break my Sacred Side up. Gather up to 1 of your thing, 1 fear and 1 damage. Kill this town. That's another fear. And then innate in there, I get to 2 damage to explorers only, and I get to kill that explorer as well. That's fine. That's fine. Over here, Jagged Shards in there, and then push this Dahan in there. Okay. Also gets to pair up my Dahan a little bit to play around the event, whose name I can never remember. That's it. All done. We finally finished the first turn. We're up and running. Gone over here. I'm not sure what that was for. Oh yeah, that was for France 6. All of that energy is gone. Move those up here. Feeling a little light, that pool of towns, I'm not gonna lie, but it's okay. We're gonna be building a whole bunch of them, unfortunately, next turn as well here. But let's see how all of that looks. Those are gone. That's gone, and then end of turn. Oh yeah, sorry, no, not end of turn. We want to move our presence again here, so we need to keep this presence in here for now. We can range 1 sucking ooze, so we want to kind of move away. Well, we actually have to isolate this as well next turn in the fast, so we'll keep that there. I think I'll move that one over there. Yeah, I mean, we probably want to stay in and around this board, truth be told, because we've got our combo land there. The other combo land is going to set up over here, but we can maybe use some amount of stone or something over on that board. So probably keeping on this side of the board is okay. And we obviously want to keep our presence together. So I think this is pretty fine actually here. Just move once. And then, of course, then at the end of the turn, we do our fear farm, which is just 1 energy here. Or not 1 energy, one fear. in this land. Okay. Done. All done. All done. Let's go back to growth. Let's have a drink of orange. It's an hour for turn one, folks. There's about a half an hour of waffling, about an hour to play turn one, but we kind of have a plan. We've got our head in the game. Now, we said stone, situation, G2, no hassle. We know where we're going. We're going with top track. We're going over there. We have a good idea about what stone's doing on this turn. And that does, of course, trigger a minor card draft as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. We know one of the cards we're playing is definitely Stubborn Solidity. And then we're going to look at Rain of Blood, Savage Maw Beasts, Portents of Disaster, Haunted by Primal Memories. Now, I'm pretty conscious of the fact that Rain of Blood is giving us that threshold for infestation of venomous spiders, and I've got to imagine that's got to be good. Together with the Stubborn Solidity, that's a threshold at venomous spiders, and that could start doing big amounts of damage on this board. I can't turn that down right here. Rain of Blood's also a half decent card as well. I don't love it, but it's good. Haunted by Primal Memories is obviously the only Earth card there, which is a fine card. But you know, let's have a look here. Rain of Blood. We're gonna again have Sacred Sites here, so you know, range one of a Sacred Site, we're surely going to find a place to go ahead and go, yeah, look, bam, in there. It's got 2 buildings, 3 fear. And then, as I say, we combo that with the infestation, and we start going to town and make that a big part of our game plan here. So yeah, all good. Happy enough with that. It doesn't, of course, have an earth element here, but the other card with an earth element is a defend at 3, which isn't going to be it in this particular matchup. So Rain of Blood goes in our hand. Now the question is, what do we pair with the Stubborn Solidity? So we're going to gain 3 plus 3. 1, 2, 3. Going to be 6 energy total that we just gained this turn. We're only going to, as I say, hit the first level of this innate. So that means we can't play Rain of Blood because we have to hit the earth. What does Scarred and Stolly Land do for us here? Like almost nothing really. Like it like kills one of these towns or whatever. It's just so unexciting, isn't it? Just highly unexciting. What if we play Infestation? Because we can't hit this threshold until we get a bit of a reclaim loop going anyway. That's 2 turns from now. What if we do this? Keep 4 in the bank for the 4 that we talked about. Here and here. And then we Infestation. Skip this land. And just stop that Ravage happening. Protect the Dahan. Not hugely important, but stopping a Blight. You know, we're going to take 1 over here. That puts us up to 2 on that board. I don't know. This board is going to be 1, 2, 3. By the way, we're leading with France here. So the actual Habsburg, what's the word I'm looking for here? Escalation isn't going to come up for quite a while yet. That's well into the future. So the number of Blight on the board won't really matter here because it's the supporting adversary. Obviously, the France escalation here will sort of care about combinations of lands with which one has buildings and blight and all the rest of it. So again, we talked about before when playing against France, it's nice to have options where one of your lands can add a building, whereas the other one can add a blight, and kind of, you know, splitting your differences there if at all possible. But yeah, I mean, it's got to be a little tricky to to try to manage that here. There's going to be kind of plastic everywhere by the looks of things here. And we could also use, obviously, infestation to skip a build, which is not completely terrible. Over here, I'm noticing as well, we didn't notice it last time, but that's now solved with stone next turn, assuming I have the energy. In theory, we can stubborn solidity that land on the reclaim if we wanted to next turn. We're already set up range 1 in there, stubborn solidity. So this again, as we said before, is going to become a lost condition land because it's going to ravage for 9 next turn. But stubborn solidity is just a simple solve on that on the reclaim. So I kind of quite like the sound of that, to be honest. So reclaim on that land next turn with stubborn solidity gives us 2 solves here. And then should we be able to flowing and silent into that land, that's a solve in that land as well, isn't it? Which leads me to wonder whether I could hit a G2 again here with rising heat and get myself close enough to this land where Call on Herders for Aid is good. That's range 2. Can I get myself within range 2 of that land? I could get in there, couldn't I? G2, range 3, 1, 2, 3. So that puts me back into that land, which has the blight. My presence will be protected. So then I'd be set up in 1, 2 sacred sites of blighted lands. Now I know stone is already in here, but it means I won't have to invest anything in the future into stone, really. I just use my kind of damage to kind of take care of that land then. And then that would allow me to solve this with Call on Herders for Aid. Because this is going to go build a town, convert, so that's going to be explore town, and then gather up to 4 invaders. But the Call on Herders for Aid can gather 2 Dahan in there and then push all 4 invaders out, probably into this land. So that actually is solving this land next turn. So stone solves this, and this. The question is, can I get to that? Well, yeah, because if I reclaim next turn and play 2 earth cards, one of which being stubborn solidity, the other being jagged shards, that would get me up to 4 energy, and I'd have the left in 8, so I could spend 1 energy on this land and this land. Yeah. So that stone gives me that land solved as well. This is ridiculous. So all I need to do is, stone is just so broken. It's just so insane. You don't even have to do anything and it's just completely broken. So it means then that flowing and silent is next turn. I need to be in that land next turn to gather this, probably sacred side actually, out of there into there. So the flowing and silent is definitely next turn before the ravage happens, which would be great. And we said already that that was kind of our plan, didn't we? We said sort of this turn is probably these 2, and then the following turn is probably the dissolving vapors plus the flowing and silent. The sweltering exhaustion then this turn can do ravage skip directly in there, if I want, which I'd probably do. And then the infestation just gives me a build skip if I want it somewhere. Probably in there. Not gonna lie, it's all kind of good. It's all kinds of good news. I don't have a innate, but it means like, you know, G2 get the 2. I kind of hate all this G2 all in sort of stuff, but like this puts me up to 3 energy, reclaiming next turn to go G1, look for a major kind of thing, throw away the stinging sandstorm, and then that kind of gives me a path. And it gets me a lot of energy early. Yeah, I like this. So that's down in here. This feels all a little bit unorthodox. I'm not going to lie. Going bam G2, bam G2 is definitely not my style. I like drafting, but something feels right here. I don't know. It's just one of them things where things just feel just a little bit right. He says before getting absolutely demolished, but it's good. It's okay. So we're going to go Sanser Mountain, range 3 in here. Bam. 1, 2. They're both range 3 technically, so I could jump anywhere else, but that's where I'm going. So that's all good. That gives me this solved, this solved. Stone solves this and this and this. Where's my other yellow token? Where's all my yellow tokens? Yeah, well, look, I'm going to go Stubborn Solidity, defend for 3 in here. I actually increased my defense by 1 as well, which kind of edge cases me, proves me a tiny bit in there. So that's that, and I can put that over there. And obviously these are protected and all the rest of it. Infestation now. So again, do we infestation somewhere? Yeah, because that stops a city build, a town conversion. What does it do? It says for each thing, invaders skip 1 action in target land. Invaders skip 1 action. Yeah, so invader actions rather than adversary actions. I always have to remind myself of how this works. So yeah, invader actions are explore, build, ravage. And then if we skip the build, then they will not hit the adversary action, which does the conversion. Because that says after they build. Okay, so that seems like a pretty good candidate there to not put an extra city and town on the board. It doesn't solve the land because I still have to do something about it next turn, but it's not awful. Okay, so we'll do that. And then, as I said, I'll have enough energy, so I'll spend the 4 this turn on those 2 lands. Then next turn I reclaim, go top. That's going to give me 4 more energy, and I'm only going to be playing a 1 and a 0, so I'll have 3 spare. And I only need to spend 1 and 2. That costs me just 1 energy each because I have the left innate. So all of that is good. We're happy. It does mean I punt away the Stubborn Solidity, but to be honest with you, Stone just goes into a reclaim loop so early in the bloody game anyway that I'll probably just be reclaiming from then on because it's just dumb. So anyway, with all of that said, that's Stone. We gained our energy, we set ourselves up. I'm resolving powers before I've even finished doing growth here, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm getting excited. I feel it in my bones. I can feel a win in my bones here. Stone is so dumb that it just beats adversaries on its own. You just carry Shroud of Silent Mist. You don't just carry boards, you carry full spirits with this bloody spirit. But anyway, it just feels good. Something feels right here. Feels right. Now, 3 energy, 2 and 1. Now, over here, so Shroud. This is where I need to be decisive and sort of clear about how I go about this. So I can hit a G2 here, gain an energy, and then G2 maybe like, I don't know, bottom top. And then next turn I could G2 again for a top bottom type of thing. And then I unlock the second energy and I don't need to dedicate another card draft at that point. So that's a way to go about this. I would also have the 2 and the 3, which would unlock me if with the water on the following turn, I'd have the second level of this innate, which can be used to solve a France Explorer, which is pretty nice. At that point, in theory, I guess I could unlock that air over there, but that won't give me the second level because it'll be short of moon. So I can't do everything, but that's fine. I do quite like getting that 2 spot unlocked with Shroud. It's just the spirit just performs so much better when you get more presence out there for things like obviously the fog closes in, the left innate. Like it just works better when you've loads of presence out. So this turn, if I G2 those 2, And then next turn, like if I skip on the 2, I can go bottom, but then I won't have enough energy. I could go G3 on the bottom, but it's kind of pointless because I can only play 2 cards. So yeah, I think it's G2 twice now. G2, top bottom, which will give me level 1 of this innate now. That's all it'll give me. Better than nothing, I guess. So that's 0-0. I could throw them like something like this. I'm going to move them anyway, so it's okay. Our isolate comes back, but we're playing that isolate again in there. We know that. I need to do 1 push in here because that's going to isolate that land. And then I want to do 1 push in here because I know I want to be in there next turn anyway. So I think all of that looks fairly good. So that's that done. As I say, I only have that over there, but that's okay. Yeah, pretty solid with all of this. Oh, that's a range 1. Sucking uses range 1, so I don't have to go into that land. But I probably want to because this gives me a decent coverage of the whole board. So yeah, I think I'll do that anyway. Oh no, I want to get out of this land, don't I? So no, put that back there. I want to go Unnerving Paul in this land and then move out. And then in the slow, I have to move back in. So that's the way I need to do this. So that goes back in there. This is going to go. So I've only used 1 of my moves. So I think now it's all sorted here. I do have this left innate here. I didn't put this here for now. So yeah, we're good to go here. We'll go ahead and that's a much quicker growth than last time. We'll go ahead and we'll resolve our pairs, and I've already resolved 1 over here, so that was that one. I'll go Infestation in this land here. I'm just starting to use other colors here now because I've got Stone just has too many bloody actions. It just solves too many lands. That goes in there. Add a beast. Gather up to 1 beast. I can't. For each beast, 1 fear. 2 fear, and then I get to skip 1 action in target land. So I get 2 skips in that land. And I usually like to use these little small boys for reminding me of skips. So they're different dice to my hand. Probably doesn't show up great on the camera, but yeah, it's okay. So it's a different dice to my defense, should I say. So that's fine. Now, that's done. I have my left innate there, and that's the 4 energy. So I'll trigger the left innate. And that'll remind me. So then I've got over here, I've got Sweltering Exhaustion, 1 more fear, skip up to 1 ravage build action. I'll skip a ravage action in this land. Now, over here, Unnerving Paul, 1 more fear, up to 3 damaged invaders don't participate in ravage. You don't participate in ravage. Now, Sucking Ooze, 2 more fear. If invaders are present, that's a lie. Don't take 2 more fear. I forgot how this card works. But it's okay. I'm still going to do it. Isolate this land. Yeah, Sucking Ooze is one of them where you need to like isolate the big land to stop other stuff happening in different lands. So it's unfortunate. So I gave back the 2 fears. So 2 fear if invaders are present, isolate target land. So okay, unfortunate, but it's fine. We still are happy with the isolate here. So all of that is okay. Did we do everything? I think we did. I think we can go ahead and go to our event. Yeah, I hope I gave back that fear right. I think I did. No, not go to the event, move out. I knew there was one more thing I had to do. So get out of there and I'll go into that land. Okay, now I can go to the event. First event of the game that gets resolved. Let's see what it looks like. What is it? Healthy Island, putting down roots. On an inland land on each board, replace and explore with a town. Don't love it. It's kind of not the end of the world, actually, maybe. What else do I have? Invaders do not ravage inlands with those things. Do we have any of those? Unlikely. No. And then each player may push stuff from a land with... Oh. That's really good. I think. Well, I mean, I kind of had the land solved anyway, but it's got to be pretty decent here. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Let's do this one at a time. On an inland land on each board, replace one explorer with a town. So, actually, yeah, no, that's not great because it just puts more towns on the board from a loss condition perspective. So we don't love that. Where is our blight going to be? Our blight's going to be here. So we'll swap that for that. That's an easy one. Over here, I think I just swapped that for that because that just double explores anyway if we hit it. So I think that's probably fine. And it's in the blighted land anyway. And then on the other board, what I can do is I can swap that for that. This is also a land we were thinking about solving with stone. However, I have the bottom thing here, which is drive off the interlopers. Each player may push one explorer town from a land with the hand, and that is not per board, and that is not a different land. So I can use that to solve one of these sands. I don't remember ever resolving this effect. Somehow, this feels strange to me. This feels like a fear card effect. Like I'm searching for the on each board or something like that, but it's just not. It's not coming. Each player may push a thing from a land. I don't ever remember event cards like this kind of solving lands where you get to push stuff out before they build, and that's why I feel like I'm reading it wrong. But I'm not, am I? From a land with the hand. Yeah, it's clear. Okay, so that means I can. So this one we already were solving with the thing. This one we moved all the way over so we could solve it with the call on interloper. So then it just has to be this. So I get to go one in there because this can ravage for infinite. It doesn't matter. And then this, I probably also just push in there. Pretty good. I mean, I am going to gather back in there, so I suppose this does still need a solution next turn, but at least now it probably requires less of stone having to get in there and get stuff done. And now the other thing I can do here is I can do this one more time because it's each player, so there is the option to push one more thing here. I think I'll just clean up that a little bit. Is that true? Pushing this out of here gets one less town on the board, actually. Yeah, that's better. Push you into the Badlands land, I guess. Sure. Pushing it in here doesn't really do anything, does it? Because I'm just going to kill 3 towns anyway, so yeah. I'll push it in there and hope we don't explore jungles. Okay. So that's that, all resolved. Not bad. I dare say, not bad. We don't have any fear cards, so we'll go ahead and go to the Ravage. So over here, 2, 4, 6. Not a loss condition. That's a blight. Over here, this is isolated. Tax, dies. Stop doing that. Okay, now over here, add a blight. Because we have our presence from stone, we're paying the 2, and that's now going to not come from the card because I'm not foolish. It's going to come from the box. And it's not going to cascade or destroy anyone's presence. Yeah, yours or others. I thought I'd misremember that for a second. So yeah, it doesn't destroy anyone's presence and it doesn't cascade. Good news. And it obviously isn't the loss condition because it came from the box. Over here, pay 2 more. Take that from the box as well. Get in there, son. That does not outnumber my presence, so it of course does no bad things either. So 1 and 2, they're solved. No crackbacks, unfortunately, yet, but those will come soon. And then over here, this is skipped. And then this is obviously a blight. The 3 to hand get protected, yeah. And then we attack back and kill 3 towns, which is 3 back in the pool. Not bad. Those to hand can't be changed, moved, or any other such thing. No additional loss conditions because that was ravaging for, yeah, we said 9, right? So, yeah, still no adjacent town. Thank God, I thought maybe I'd made a mess there somewhere, but yeah, there's no adjacent town, so it was 4 plus 1, 9. Okay, and then we were defended for 3, so that ravaged for 6, so all good. No loss conditions happening there, all safe and sound. Now, now we go to build. So, build, no, no, yes, 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 skipped. Now, no cities built there, that's fine. Now we do the conversion, of course, so that gets converted. This gets converted. And that's all the conversion that happens there. This was skipped, so there was no conversion. Now we do the gather. Board land order. Over here, gather. Yeah, I'm still between two minds here as kind of how to approach this, because obviously clearing out lands, which is what you usually want to do against Habsburg, gives you the double explore with France, which just reconverts into a town. So spreading out seems slightly better, which seems counterintuitive. Well, first of all, we're not gathering in there because it's isolated. So that should have been isolated. Actually, yeah, we can, well, I was about to say we can use a purple token, but that'll be fine for now. So that's isolated. So we're not gathering in there anyway. But like, same sort of story here, right? Obviously, I can gather from here, here, or here. I think I gather in there. Mountains are the one terrain I have very good access to with stone, so I don't really want to be kind of trying to solve mountains. I can let mountains be a mess for the most part. It's also the other terrain that's more accessible for stone as well, for rising heat. So I don't want to gather anything out of mountains at any point here, really. So that's fine. So we gathered out of there because that beast can't kill that town anyway. And then, so then that was that board. Now we have this board over here. So first land is this one. We don't want to gather out of blighted lands, but we can't gather out of this land. And all the others around it are blighted. So I'll gather out of there. Yeah. 1. And then here. So this now is not an invader action I can skip. Oh, I've left that up for ages. Sorry. So again, I skipped an invader action, but what I'm about to do here now is an adversary action, which says, where is it? After the normal build step, in each land matching a build card, gather. So you can't stop this with skipping invader action, so I have to gather in there. And as I said, I don't want to gather out of mountains, so I'll gather in there instead. And then finally, this board over here, we gather out of that mess, or sorry, out of that land there. And then this land I will gather from, well, I suppose I have to gather out of there. I don't have a choice. Well, I do, but I'm not gathering out of there because that's the dump land. Okay. So that is all fine. So we've done our builds, we've done our things, and we've done our gathers. Why did I? Oh yeah, I was thinking, did I miscount the number of things here? But no, of course I pushed one of those explorers out of there, so this is less than I thought, which means the column herders for 8 is under slightly less duress. But Sands could still explore here, as could coastal, so that might still be very helpful. Okay, so all that's done. So now we hit the explore. And it is, in fact, the back-to-back sands that I just talked about. So that might be troublesome. Because it's all well and good for stone to get in there and solve it once, but solving it twice starts to become quite difficult. Our isolate here is nice. We do like that. So, okay, anyway, France first. So it's going to be after exploring, we do the thing. So let's start first and go explore. Over here, isolated. This one is not isolated, unfortunately, so we're going to hit that with an explorer. Down here, we're going to hit that with an explorer. Over here, one explorer. Over here, one explorer, and then over here we skip it because that's skipped with the infestation. So that's actually quite nice. We managed to ping off an explorer there. So now we say, after exploring, have a quick look over here. After exploring on each board, pick a land of the shown terrain. If it has buildings, add blight. Otherwise, add a town. So, this is one of them where you don't have to have successfully explored. It just means pick one of the lands of the shown terrain and then do the thing. Okay, so it doesn't matter that I skipped some of these actions or whatever like that. So with that said, I think I don't want to add a blight in here because it's going to kill this presence and it's going to make it hard for stone to actually do what it needs to do in that land next turn. So I do not love the sound of doing that in there. Theoretically, in this land with stone, I can just go place in there, gather in there the sacred site, and then it just solves that land twice because there's a sacred site in there. So, you know, getting a blight in that land is very prohibitive for that play pattern. So I'd rather just get that in there and then just try to do something with that one town. So that's that land. That's that board, should I say. On this board now, I can place a blight in this land because I'm about to empty it. So let's go ahead and place a blight in there. There's also no presence in there, so that's fine. I'm about to pull two things in here and just completely empty that land, so that's okay. And then on this board, then I have a choice. I have two lands and I have to put a blight in one or the other. And I don't really love the idea of killing my sacred side in there. But this is the land where I'm about to stubborn solidity, which takes blight. Which is awful. Next turn, I will only have 4 energy, so or four earth, not 5. So I can't like wipe a land out or whatever with this, which is a pity, but it's okay. Is what it is. This is troublesome. This is not a great explore for us here. The back-to-back has not really done us any favours. Stubborn solidity over here only really just takes 2 towns out, but then it still becomes a big problem on the following turn. I can just tank the blight twice in this land and twice in this land because on my reclaim I can go into mountain or land with your presence. So I'm already in here once. That'll work next turn, and then I can reclaim again and go in here again. So those 2 lands are solved twice, which is pretty decent. If I can empty this somehow fast, I mean, I'm about to reclaim, so I could actually go Gift of Searing Heat. But I won't have the spare energy. Well, in theory, I can actually because I can G3 instead of G2 again. So G3 next turn top will give me 3 energy, 2 of it for this, and then 1 in there, and that is Sacred Site. So that'll kill that. So that solves that actually. So I actually have a solve for that, which is pretty good. And I don't have to do anything else. I can still play these 2 cards. So that's all quite nice. I wonder, can I then get over and somehow, could I Dissolving Vapors in this land? No, because it's going to Ravage. Dissolving Vapors. Where can I Dissolving Vapors? Dissolving Vapors will be excellent in one of these lands, like that land, for example. Dissolving Vapors would be great in there. Can't really make my way over there, can I? Actually, I can. I can go G3 into that land, and then the slow shimmy in there, and then Dissolving Vapors just wipes almost all of it, but there'll be a city built at that point. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. I can't get... I can't get another Dahan in there. The problem is the Dahan are 2 away. I have the right innate, but my Dahan are all 2 away. We could get in there, push 1 there, but then I can't move another one. It's so frustrating. It's a pile of nearly there. But anyway, okay. I can't take the Blight because then the Stubborn Solidity is a Blight Cascade, and then I can't Cascade out that way. I have to Cascade in this way. I just don't love the Blight Cascade idea. Taking Blight in there right now hits that Sacred Site super hard. And then I'm not going to get presence back in there next turn because I have to reclaim. So the Dissolving Vapors would have worked really nicely in there if I had a presence, but I don't. Infestation is a while away yet. I'm not getting to that Infestation for a while. Oh, it's a pile of nearly here. It's such a pile of nearly. Next turn, we gather the Stone Presence in there. This ravages. Yeah, we've... Sandstorm is the one I'm most likely forgetting. Oh, God, this is so hard. Dissolving Vapors. Yeah, Dissolving Vapors has to go on that land next turn, for sure. Sorry, I just banged my mic there. I'm glad I didn't turn it off, but I probably shook everything and I probably made a bit of a bangy poppy sound. Dissolving Vapors has to go in there. Doesn't quite solve the land, but I think I can get it with Stubborn Solidity with only 1 city left, I think. If I take the Blight in there right now, it means next turn the Blight is a Blight Cascade. In theory, I could Cascade into this land. So it's 1 extra Blight. It still doesn't flip the Blight card. Because I could skip that Ravage. Then the following turn, allow the Ravage in. It's going to Ravage for 1 billion at that point, but I maybe just take 1 lost condition Blight at that point, and then now I have this. After growing in there a second time, I now have my Sacred Site in the land with the Blight ready to like Dissolving Vapors again. Something like that on the reclaim. I think that all sounds like it works. So it means now I have to take this Blight Cascade into that land. Let that go for a bit. Skip the Ravage next turn. Well, if I'm skipping the Ravage next turn, I can skip it from here, and then the following turn I grow. Yeah, because then I can't let it Ravage. It will be a Blight Cascade at that point. So yeah, the idea here is that I can't let that Blight Cascade. I can let one Lost Condition Ravage in, and I don't want to have a Blight already in the land. So yeah, I'm taking the extra Blight Cascade over here, but it's not a Lost Condition Cascade. Isn't that correct? Or is it correct? Actually, 3, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no, it is a Lost Condition. God, oh, that one to hand. Oh, that's such a stinker. It is a Lost Condition. Give the Searing Heat on the reclaim could give 2 energy to stone. Is that interesting? That means I reclaim with 4. No, because then I can't play these 2 cards. But what if I didn't need to play Stubborn Solidity? What if I play instead Rain of Blood and Infestation? No, because that doesn't give me... Sorry, so no, Infestation and Jagged Shards. That does give me the 4. Which means this Searing Heat will give me the 2 to solve this and this. And then I can play Infestation and skip this land. I can go add a thing and then I can gather a thing. So I go skip the Ravage and skip the build. Which it will be a problem on the following turn, but it means that now my Stubborn Solidity isn't pressured because the Stubborn Solidity actually isn't solving the land anymore. So yeah, actually that sounds better. So in that case, yeah, taking the Blight here is pretty good. And then maybe I can find a way to loop Infestation and skip it again the following turn, something like that. But anyway, I think we've, after about a half an hour of deliberating on the France escalation, I think. But again, this is what I say. This is what the 6-6 games are like. You have to. If I make a mistake there, it just, you can see how that whole game unravels if I pick the wrong option there. So anyway, so that still says a solve, but a different solve. So that's that. So now we have to do still France 6. So we did we did the explore, we did the escalation, which was here, here, and here. Still haven't flipped the Blight card, which is okay, but that should probably be flipped pretty soon. And then now we do France 6. 1, 2, 3. And then again, this is into lands without. Oh, we were talking about Gift of Searing Heat in there, weren't we? Ah, Jesus. We were talking about Searing Heat into that land to solve this, weren't we? Oh, for God's sake. Oh, Slash and Rain. It sounds very nice. Damn. I forgot about that. Anyway, on this board, that's easy. In there. On this board, I think, again, I'll probably just put that back in there. And then on the other board, there. That's our France 6. So stone is tapped out. Stone is actually just literally done. And we don't, of course, have our what's that thing called? The event. the slave rebellion, not this turn, it's the following turn. It's going to be pretty hard to set up a slave rebellion, I think. Maybe after this builds and gathers, that slave rebellion solves that land. Yeah, so slave rebellion does actually solve in there. Not sure it solves anything else, but anyway, we'll get to that eventually. So call on Herdis for 8. Anyway, we said we know what we're doing with this card. This has got to be in here, this mess. So gather up to 2 to the hand. Yeah, unfortunately, there's still no way for me to push with the ride and 8, so it's fine. So gather 2 to hand in here, and then push for each to hand. Push up to one thing. So we'll just push all of the mess. We'll actually push it back into there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's all going back in there. And because we're not playing against Russia, we don't care about triple stack Explorer lands, which is all very, very nice. So there's no fear off that card. So that's all done. There's no fear of that card giving us any fear. So that's that done. So we're also all tapped out with Rising Heat. So we have a whole pile of nearlies going on here right now, but we're just not quite getting there. We can push up to 1 Dahan. And does that do anything for us? I mean, needless to say, we can, put a Dahan in that land and hope for the best. But Jesus, can't imagine that's a particularly useful thing to happen. And then, next turn, isolated and hope that we get a Dahan defend or something. Like, it's kind of crazy, but, it might be a thing. We've 2 moves right now as well here. So, one of the moves has got to be in there. We have to get back in that land for the Fear Farm. So that's one move. And then the question is, where do we want to push the Dahan? So again, let's try to puzzle this out one more time. So Stone wants to reclaim. Reclaim goes top track up to 4, and then we can play Infestation and Jagged Shards. Big skip in here, a big double skip in here, super helpful double skip. It also stops the city being built from the triangle trade as well, so it's just like all kinds of lovely. Jagged Shards might be able to push, like, if we move this Dahan now, we could maybe go next turn Jagged Shards and push that in there, but Stubborn Solidity is going to be a bit out of reach as a solve in that land, because it's going to gather after the build unless we isolate it, which technically we could. The problem is that line of play involves giving Gift of Searing Heat over to Stone, which I kind of feel like I have to do here, because it solves this land, and that land right now. But it means I have to do something about this land. But I have a draft with Shroud of Silent Mist, which can find me a defend, it can find me a ping of damage, it can find me, if I find one of the support powers that generate energy, that also solves the problem, because I can give myself energy or Stone energy and all that kind of stuff. So there's a whole pile of really nice hits off that gain of power, although I just realised I can't play it because I want to play Dissolving Vapors and Flying in Silent Form Star by. So actually, I don't really have any hits because I've only got 2 card plays. Well, I suppose I don't need the Dissolving Vapors in this land anymore. That was what I was talking about getting over and doing, but now that's not imperative. So what am I doing? Am I pushing it to hand in here and hoping for the best? Isolate the land and hope for the best? Think I do, If I miss, it's a Blight Cascade. But I'm gonna have... I am gonna have a fear card. Just one. But I'll have a fear card plus the event to have a shot at defend 2 for the hand. I think I'll do it. I think I have to do it. So let's do it. So end of turn, push 1 to hand. So I moved 1 presence in there. And then I think I moved my other presence in... Kind of like the idea of that to hand being central for now. So I'll push my other presence in. Where am I pushing that? Sorry, that goes in there. I want to have a presence in there next turn. And in theory, Dissolving Vapors wants to get over and do that over there. So I want to have a move for that in the slow, which is okay. So that was in there. I need to get into this land. 1, 2, 3. I have range of 3 into that land anyway, so that's okay. So I think I push in here with my second push. It's a bit greedy because I want to be in that land next turn. I'm not sure I want to dedicate a move. Well, no, where else am I moving in the fast? I'm not really moving anywhere else in the fast, am I? Not as such. No, it's okay. I will move in there and then push this to hand in there. Okay. And then obviously at the end of the turn then, so that was my second move, and then at the end of the turn I still only have a fear farm of 1 because there's no other damaged invader, so that's 1 more fear. And these 2 are gone. Tricky. Very, 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 very tricky. Having a bit of a tough time pulling this all together, but it's kind of slightly, ever so slightly coming together. Ever so slightly. So, now, question is, we have a plan for 2 of our 3 spirits. Over here, we said we have to go G3 top and give ourselves the 3 energy this turn, which we're okay with. So this is kind of forced. So let's do it. We just need to take anything that doesn't have fire. This is sounding like deja vu. If you remember on my channel before, we've had this situation come up before. So let's go. Fire in the sky. That's about as much fire as you can possibly get. Call it a handways. Okay. We'd like a 0, but at least we have an option here. Thriving Choke, Fungus. And where are all my broken support cards? Call it a handways versus Thriving Choke, Fungus. Yeah, it's Call it a handways. Which we won't be playing this turn, but that's fine. That'll give us an energy. Like, where's my Gift of Nature's connection and all that lovely, lovely business? That's the business we're in here. Call it a handways. You stop. Give me 1 energy plus 2 more. We're going to need it. No, we're not, actually. Now that I say that, I forgot we didn't need the energy this turn. What am I doing here? No, hold on. I forgot I was doing 2 different plans. No, we said we were doing the other plan. But, however, I do need to G3 to get myself across. So, yeah, no, G3 was correct. Sorry, yeah. The question is, though, do I go... No, of course I go top. I have to go top. Okay, no, so that was forced. Fine. I thought for a second I was going to G2, but no. I do want to jump across and Dissolving Vapors in this land because Dissolving Vapors is insane there. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, I was thinking Dissolving Vapors is insane because everything has -1, but of course it does not all have -1. Still, though, Dissolving Vapors is pretty good. What does this give me? This gives me level 1 of this innate and level 2 of this other innate. What can Dissolving Vapors do for me here? Like, this is where I can clear this land, you know what I mean? Put the Dissolving Vapors in there. Technically, I could also clear whatever this mess becomes as well, because this is going to go ravage, kill the two, the Han, then it's going to build 2 towns and then gather a town. So yeah, this is going to have 4 towns in it. So yeah, Dissolving Vapors just clears this land. So Dissolving Vapors is excellent here. Not into this land, into this land. So that's great. Okay. And then Call to the Handways just sits in my hand. We don't care about that. I think I was saying Call of the Handways is excellent here. I was saying the wrong name. If that's what I said, I meant Dissolving Vapors. So Dissolving Vapors in that land is excellent. We don't care about this mess over here necessarily, especially not with Dissolving Vapors. We will have the level 1 of the left innate, because it's an impossible innate to ever hit. And somehow this has 4 levels, which you're just never hitting any of. But that's all fine. Over here, then we can reclaim. And we know what we said we want to do in terms of our plays this turn is going to be this one and this one. I do think we said, as we said before, we start looking for majors here. The Stinging Sandstorm, as we talked about before, is rather garbage. And then this will give us the level 1 of this innate at least. So let's go ahead then and look for a major pair. And see if we find anything interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a half decent one with the infestation here, so let's see if we can get a little bit more damage output here with this one. This is going to be Storm Swath, and that is looking like a reasonable threshold, although actually I don't have a water, but okay. Walls of Rock and Thorn, not exciting. Bargain of Coursing Paths is exciting, and Unearth the Beast is pretty exciting. Got to imagine Bargains of Coursing Paths here is the Stone Nuts. I can't hit the threshold, unfortunately, but it's still the nuts. It's just such a good card. Next turn I can just grow into a land with 2 Dahan, and then I just make 2 of my lands never matter in this game again, because we've got our kind of setup with our Shroud combo. We deal damage to everything in the land type stuff, so we just make 2 portals and just constantly portal into like a land like this, and then just like Dissolving Vapors them away. So Bargain has got to be insane here. Such a good card. I'd love to hit the threshold, and we're not a million miles away from it, but we are missing that water. Gift of Nature's Connection, guys. I would have loved to have hit it with here. If I had hit Nature's Connection over here, we would have been home and hosed. Kind of. There's no way for us to kind of draft next turn to find it either, because we can't hit the third air. Air is nowhere on our tracks, which is unfortunate, and we can't get the 3 plays next turn using this either. So there's no way to even draft our way into that threshold. But it's okay. It's not the end of the world. I still think we have to take it here. We throw away the Stinging Sandstorm, which is better for innates, yes, but whatever. It's just a way worse card, I believe. Like the call on the herders for aid here can also be used with the bargain, to kind of push stuff through the portals and all that kind of thing. So it's just probably just a better card. The Sandstorm, as I say, is just kind of whatever. We'll throw that away. We'll take the Bargain of Coursing Paths. I mean, yeah, like Unearth a Beast of Wrathful Stone. Realistically, is that doing anything for us? No. And then the Storm Swath, as I say, is decent. In both Origin land and Target land, 1 damage to each invader. So it's basically a land wipe. There could be some combos with my presence in 2 different lands close to each other. If in theory I had like this land plus another land beside it, and then I could do like 1 damage to each invader, I could wipe 2 lands, but I don't have the threshold for this. And to do that, well, actually, no, I don't need the threshold for that, do I? But I need to have a sacred site in both lands. So it would require me dedicating a sacred site straight in there next turn type of thing. And that just doesn't sound as broken to me as Bargain of Coursing Paths just pouring stuff into the dump lands, which just sounds way better. Bargain is just a broken card. And then, of course, because I have Call on Herder's Aid, I can like use the call to push some to hand into some other lands and then set up 2 more portals, reclaim the Bargain, and then play it one more time. And then I just have 4 portals on this board, which is just going to be so strong. And I kind of give up on a lot of the rest of my game with Rising Heat, but because I'm going top track, I can still kind of reclaim loop maybe and like go G2 next turn up to 4 energy type of thing, and just kind of go about doing it that way. Like I think that's exactly what I'll be doing: G2 up to 4 energy next turn, and then just kind of bargain my way to the end of the game. So yeah, all good. We have a plan. That's gone. This card is insane. Bargain every time I play it. The card is insane. It's so strong. So that's that. We took our 4 energy, which is going to be 2, and then 2 in the pool. And then we'll just never go past 2 card plays again, which is, okay. And we don't mind all of that. So we knew what we were doing over here. We took the 1 extra energy because Call to the Highways didn't have fire. That puts 1 in the pool. That goes there. We know what we're hitting from a threshold perspective. We're hitting that first innate perspective over here as well. That's okay. And then over here, then with stone, we know what we're doing. We're reclaiming. We're placing from the top track. Yeah. 4 energy. Reclaim those cards, and then we play Infestation and Jagged Shards. And unfortunately, next turn, we're still not going to be able to get up to... we're not going to be able to get up to the energy required for thresholding Infestation because we're going to be 1 short, unless an event this turn stops us from having to pay for this protect effect, which it could. Which would be quite nice. So anyway, what we're doing right now is we're going gain 2 earth. That's fine, plus the 2 here, so that'll give us 4. We'll have 4 here, and we'll have the first level over here. What we can do is we can add to a mountain or land with your presence. We aren't in here yet, but we're going to gather that sacred site with Flying and Silent. That's okay. We can add into... So we're going to want to protect this land this turn and next turn. So we know we're going to want to grow in there next turn anyway. So it's probably not terrible to grow in there now and then give myself options for how I use that G1 next turn. Seems reasonable. Yeah, otherwise we're just like randomly growing into like a land like this or whatever. And it's like, we can probably do better than guessing right now. So... the only thing is then if this doesn't ravage this turn, it's like that placement was wasteful because I'm not going to need the second presence in there. So if it somehow gets skipped or something, but it's okay. So all of that should be fine. So yeah, pay for obviously 4 up here. Range 2 from a sacred, so it's going to skip that land as we know. That's all going to be good. So yeah, we are of course a little bit all in over here, very much so, because that's in a land with the presence of heat. 1 ping of damage from a Dahan will kill that, which is good. We do want to isolate that land, of course, because we also want to give a defend of 1 as an option. So we have to get in there and isolate the land. So we want to place a presence at range 3. We know we want to dissolving vapors in this land. No, in this land. After it ravages. If it doesn't ravage, then where are we dissolving vapors? Maybe in, no, not in there, because that doesn't kill those invaders. At that point, we probably do want to just dissolving vapors in that land to get some towns back, type of thing. So maybe just going in there with a G3. Again, I'm not super keen on just randomly jumping across the board. So having said that, a dissolving vapors in that land, if this doesn't ravage, let's say for argument's sake, this just gets solved with a defend of something, I don't know, and I don't have to blight that land. Dissolving vapors in that land, killing 2 explorers might be the difference between lost condition and not. 2, 4, 6, 8. Gather. Up to 10. Defend. 2, 4, 6. Gather up to 8. Adjacent up to 10. So I'd need to dedicate and isolate to get it back down below. Not in love with it. Not hugely in love with it. I don't know. Sort of feels like being over there might be helpful. It's only dedicating 1 presence across the board, so I can maybe throw that one away if I don't need it. It's okay. All right, I'm going to do that. We've done all this. We've made all of our plays. We looked at all of our nates. We know basically what we're doing. So let's start resolving our powers. So add a beast and gather a beast. 1 and 1. Gathering that is huge. That's 2 fear. We'll give us our first fear card. And skip 2 actions in there. Okay. Activate this, so now that's going to be 2 energy. Give the 2 energy with Gift of Searing Heat. 1 and 2. 1 fear. Skip 1 ravage in here. You skip a ravage in there. That's gone from before. It's fine. Now 2 fear if invaders are present. It stops stuff being destroyed, but it's fine because we're gathering the stone stuff in here, which also stops the stuff being destroyed, so that's okay. I can gather the sacred site with stone's permission. You, of course, have my permission. That's slow, that's slow, that's slow, that's slow. All the rest of it slow. Oh no, I need to pick let them break themselves against the stone. So first time we're looking at that in this game, we'll quickly bring it up here. Right, an 8 of stone. I've got the first level. After invaders deal 1 or more damage to target land, you get to deal 2 damage back. So where am I going to do that is the question. If I, in this land, have an effect that pushes that explorer out, the right innate solves this land, so that I don't have to dedicate anything to it next turn. So that would be pretty nice. So I've got to imagine that let them break themselves against stone in there is the 1. Over here, it's not really making any difference, right? It's just randomly killing a town. But in here, I can kill a town and maybe solve the build type of thing. Now, it's going to gather back in anyway, so it's not really that effective. In actual fact, we already said, weren't we, that dissolving vapors in there was the... Am I doing this again? I am doing this again. I talked about dissolving vapors in that land, wiping the land. Why do I keep doing this? That's not true. Those things don't have -1, -1. It's like you turn off durable and all of a sudden they go to 1 health. I keep saying that. It's just not correct. Yeah, so dissolving vapors doesn't solve that land at all. But the Ritonade could do some work. And then an isolate in there would be great, but we need to dedicate our isolate in here because that's way more important to try to protect. So, with all of this said, we gather the stone presence in. We're targeting that land with the right innate. So that's stone done. Now, over here, I didn't use my moves and my my isolate. So isolate's not going in there. The isolate's going in there. The moves are what? I wanted to get myself back in that land I talked about. Did I? Yeah, I have to, because I have to isolate at range 0. So that's that. So one movement is there. And then the other movement, I think it doesn't really matter. Now I think it's okay. Well, maybe I want to push myself into a land where I could solve with the France thing. So I can solve the France Explore here with my right innate. Anywhere else? Over here. Yeah, I could just actually move in there. So that gives me 2 options to solve. In theory, I could get over here and solve this as well. So yeah, in, isolate, and then move there. That at least gives me 2 lands without having to do anything in the slow. As in move in the slow. So I think all that's good. I like that, I think. This land can be solved by heat from there. So yeah, it sort of works. So all of that done, let's go ahead and flip an event card. What do we know? What time is it now? Just after midnight. We'll play for a little bit longer. We're running nearly 3 hours here, folks, but it's all good. What do we got here? Resourceful populace. Yeah, we're very much still tier level 1 at this point. I'm about to get wrecked, I think, by this. Yeah, it's such a pity. I'm about to get wrecked. The Dahan thing is only applying to one of my spirits. Super frustrating. Anyway, resourceful populace. For the rest of this turn, after an action destroys one of. Oh, no, I hate this one. For the rest of this turn, after an action destroys one or more buildings, add a town to an adjacent land. You just hate to see it. Okay. So I need to remind myself of this. How am I going to remind myself of this? I'll put a reminder. I'll put a town on here. And then maybe I'll put a town on here as well, so I remember. Oh, I didn't get a hand defend. Sure I didn't. No. No. Okay. Okay. On each board, add a disease to the inland land with the most buildings. Inland land with the most buildings on this board. Put it there in case that matters for a defend. On this board then, inland land with the most buildings, I only have one choice, that's 4. And then on this board, it's 1, 2, 1, 2. So I'll put that in the land, which I don't want building, obviously. And then each spirit with at least 3 Dahan among all its lands gains an energy and may reclaim 1 card. And unfortunately, Stone has 2, but not 3. So frustrating. So close. And then Heat only has 1. But we have 3. we have 5 actually from Shroud. So Shroud gets an energy which it loves to get, and then it can reclaim 1 card which it doesn't really care about. Actually, it might. That might delay the reclaim by 1. Take the fog closes in. Maybe. Might be a thing. Okay. Yeah, now we're going to the event, and good God, do I need this to solve this? Like, really, quite badly want that to happen here. Resourceful populace is gone. Let's go and hit the event. And we'd love to. We'd love a hand defend. And a hand defend. Not matching a ravage card is not it. That just isn't it. It's not it. Add a strife to it in a land not matching a ravage card. So yes, I can combo this next turn with no, actually I can't, because the ravage card is also matching my build card, so I can't solve sands with these. I was about to say I can combo this with what do you call it? The Slave Rebellion next turn. But what I can do is, because I can make use of some tricks with what can I do here? Jesus. Stop that build. This is tricky. I was about to say I can do tricks like put that in there, right? And then that gets pulled in here, and then I don't have to dedicate a thing to that next turn, but actually it's practically free to just Slave Rebellion in that next turn anyway, so I don't even have to do that here. But it's like, where else do I do it? You know what I mean? I'm about to lose these 2 to hand, which is awful news. And then my Dahan are just unpaired all over the board. So that's good. And I'm about to lose my Sacred Side here, which is also good. It's good news, actually. Good news. I do think here it'll be... So this won't build, and then it's going to gather after the build. So next turn I'm going to want to Slave Rebellion that, and then the town that gets gathered in also wants to be Slave Rebellion. So that will kind of help here. So I want to do that one there, and then I can gather that in there. So that's an easy one, and then I can like push Dahan into that land using like my Lost in the Swirling Haze or something. So there's a kind of a bit of a combo I can set up with that one. So that one's pretty good and pretty easy. After that, it gets way trickier. Town or a city in a land not matching a Ravage card. It's like, you know, town or city not matching a Ravage card. It's like, okay, fine, you know, I can go here and here, and then those 2 lands become not lost conditions at some point. And I guess it's fine. It's unexciting though, and there's no combos to be had with Slave Rebellion there, but Slave Rebellion combos aren't really on at the moment anyway. Like Slave Rebellion in their next turn. Actually, that is a combo, sorry, because I said Stubborn Solidity in there. If I strife the town that gets pulled in, then it'll be 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But then Slave Rebellion can put one in there, which drops that back down to 8, and then the actual defend from Stubborn Solidity stops that. So I don't have to skip that next turn with Infestation, which I also, by the way, can't afford. I talked a bit earlier on being able to afford this next turn. I can't, because I also need the energy for the other stuff. So yeah, this is actually important. So I will go on that one there, because that's going to gather into there. And then this one we don't care about, because that we're just going to skip with the left and 8. And then this one we put over in there, and it's probably it's 50-50 really on those two lands. Again, is there any other combos I can do with Slave Rebellion? Not as such. And this can potentially give us a solve later. So, okay, sure. Don't love it, but it's okay. Right, resolved. The game was feeling a little bit in our hands. Not so sure anymore, but we'll keep going and we'll see. If this got defended here, I would have felt a lot more comfortable about where this game was going, but now less convinced. We're now about to place Blight Cascade. We don't actually flip the Blight card, do we? Because both of these get pulled from the box, so we're not flipping yet, but we're on the cusp. Okay. What am I doing here? I'm going Ravage. Okay, so over here, it's Blight Cascade. It's not a lost condition. It's only ravaging for 2. That goes there. This dies. This presence gets destroyed. And then the other Blight goes Cascade into there. That Dahan is dead. Now, over here, we pay 1. We pull it from the box. Unfortunately, we lose 2 more to hand here. I really hate this, especially with the Slave Rebellion stuff. But it is what it is. The stuff all gets prevented. How's Flying Silent? When thing would be destroyed, well, it wouldn't be destroyed because it's getting prevented by Bestow the Bedrock. So the special rule, Flowing in Silent thing doesn't happen because the stone special rule prevents this from being either from being destroyed, so it's fine. 2 to hand get destroyed, that's for sure. And then we paid 1, we took it from the box. Now we trigger the right and 8, which is after invaders deal 1 or more damage, 2 damage. And now we're going to kill this town to stop building double town. Which is 1 more fear. That puts that back in the pool, but now we trigger this stupid this thing, which puts a how did that word? Add a town to an adjacent land. Isolate would have stopped this, would have been quite nice, but anyway, it's fine. Into an adjacent land, right? Yeah, that's fine. We'll just put it in the mess. And then we unfortunately will still have a build with that single laddie there, but that's okay. And then, so that's that one. Now over here, that's nothing. Over here, we're paying 1 more to take it from the box, which is, of course, no lost condition. That goes there. No presence destruction. All sound, all good. Over here, that's skipped. And no damage because, of course, it's we didn't hit the threshold. And then over here, we skipped as well. So all of that is fine. Now, let's go ahead and do the build then. So build over here, build is skipped. Over here, we build a town, and we're starting to run pretty close here with our town loss condition. So I'm not in love with any of this, but we'll see. We'll have to go in there and dissolving vapors that mess, I think. So that's that. What else do we have? So we went skip, build, no, build. Jesus. It's going to have to be another dissolving vapors combo land. And then over here, we're now skipping the second action, which is the build. So we don't convert. We have to actually convert one of them as well. Jesus Christ above. And then what else? Yeah, so that's gone. We're running really close now on towns. We'll get 5 back from here though. And then over here we skip this build as well, which is quite nice because that would have built another 3 towns with the conversion. So that's all good. Now we do the gather. We didn't have any city builds on the coast or anything there. That's all fine. And we did our conversions. So now we gather. So board land order here. We said we want to gather you. Next, we need to gather here. Out of here, I think. What else? That's that board. Now it's this board over here. So here we gather first, and we said we set that up. So we're going to gather in there. That was the first land, and then this land gathers from here. Now, finally here we gather. Oh yeah, that was going to be slave rebellion anyway, so that was fine. And then this one we gather out of here. So that's all good and fine. I wouldn't call it good, and I wouldn't really call it fine either. I'll be completely honest. None of this is good or fine, but we're somehow still in the game, kind of, slightly. I'm not sure what I want this to be. I genuinely have no clue what I want this to be, but I'm pretty certain I don't want it to be coasts. I think I might be okay with wetlands, even though it's going to place loads of explorers. Jungles might be survivable. I think I maybe want it to be mountains slightly-ish. I think if it's coast, we're in pretty decent trouble. But anyway, we'll see. We did the after build. All that's done. So now we go wetlands. Wetlands is the least scary in terms of ravaging, but it is placing 1 million explorers, which means 1 million towns. But anyway, wetlands. So first we do, no, after exploring. So we start with the what do you call it? I'm going to place one of these over here just so I don't forget. We'll start with this. So we go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. And yeah, the escalation is going to be awful here as well. 1, 2, and then 1, 2. That's just nasty stuff. Nasty altogether. So that's just the Explorer. Now we have to escalate, and then we're going to have to do the France 6 as well. Good Lord. So if I escalate 3 towns to avoid flipping the card, it only leaves me 2, 4, 6 towns left in the pool. I can take back 2, 3, 4, 5 of them here, but actually I only get back 4 of them because it's going to push another town. So I get 4 back. That will give me 2, 4, 6, 2, 6 here, but it will give me 10. Both of those are kind of forgotten about here. I need to see what's under here. It's another stage 2 card, isn't it? Yeah. So I know I still have to do France 6. I still have to do the escalation. I just wanted to get a view for that. So it's actually another stage 2, and then it's the adversary card, which is going to place 1 million towns, and then it's another stage 2. God, this is rough. I really could have done without this event adding 2 more towns to the board here. We don't love that. I have to get that protected with 2 to hand here. So unfortunately, I can't dedicate this right innate to solving one of these either. I have to get those to hand in there. I have a ping from Suffocating Shroud, but killing a town right now won't actually do anything. I really don't want to flip that Blight card, because that could start getting, things could start getting really rough really quickly. Like next turn, do I have the blight? Do I have the ravage under control? I have this one under control. I most certainly don't have that one under control. I was going to take a lost condition blight on that one, but I at least get one event that's not blighted. Is that worth it? Because right now I can take a blight in that land. I don't really love the idea of doing that though, because then it just stopped like that. Right now, this land is solved. I can just take a single blight. I don't have to do anything with it. It's not going to convert. It's not going to build a town. It's just ignorable. But if I put a blight in it, it's not ignorable anymore. So I don't want to put a blight in that land. So I'm going to take the escalation on all of these boards. I hate it, but I kind of have to. Push up to 1 explorer, push up to 2 explorer / Dahan. Yeah, so I need to use that right innate to get them in there. So that doesn't unfortunately do anything from a explorer perspective. I just kind of waste it slightly, but whatever. Yeah, I can't even combo with the jagged shards. I was supposed to say jagged shards can push 2, but it can only push 1. There's only 1 there, so I need to get another one in here, but I can't do that either. So jagged shards is strictly just going to be pushing some to ham. What does that do? Practically nothing. Well, not absolutely nothing. I could combo the Badlands with the Suffocating Shroud left in 8. Which is pretty terrible. But it means I could do something like Badlands in there and then Suffocating Shroud in there and ping the 2 of them. Kind of like Suffocating Shroud to be setting up another Fear land now, but I'm not sure I can get away with that. This is god awful. How on earth am I doing this? What can I possibly do here? I have the innate here to deal 2 damage to explorers, so that can solve that, which is quite nice. And actually at that point, that land is empty, so it won't even gather. So that land is entirely solved by that innate, which is pretty good. It's one somewhat solid thing. I have the bargain of coursing paths, so actually giving myself a position with the jagged shards for this is probably far more important. So I do want to be considering what that looks like. Now, what and how I do that, I'm not sure. But like pushing these 2 to hand in there and then making this the coursing paths land means that when I build, after pieces are added or moved, I'd go build, which would build 2 towns and just push them out immediately. So yeah, actually that's way better. So jagged shards, but the problem is jagged shards wants to take those to hand out of there, and I was stubborn soliditying my way to victory in that land. Oh, damn. Damn. We actually don't have very many lands with 2 to hand in them here. It's quite challenging to actually set up the portals here. Losing these was a travesty. All the Dahan Ways is quite nice next turn, but it's slow, so it doesn't actually solve the thing. This is super, super hard. This is so difficult. I have no idea. So I can't, this is solved, so I can't add the town in that land because the thing, the innate solves that. So I think that's forced. I have to put that in there. That's forced. Now, after that, I have the right innate, which I feel has to go in there because that I can't be taking Blight Cascades like that in there. Can I? Unfortunately, my left innate can't get in and ping in that now because there's only one presence in there as well. So next turn, I'm going to go G2 and I'm going to go presence in there and presence in there to give myself, back my sacred side in here and then allow that to be one ravage and then still be a sacred side. So that's kind of how I'm doing both of those things, but I've no way to ping this fast. Stubborn solidity. What I'm somewhat considering here is if right now I push Lost in the Swirling Haze one in there and one in there, and then I stubborn solidity in that land, defend one, together with an isolate, means that I can jagged shards these out of here into there. That's kind of where I'm getting. What I'm getting at. That was in there. It's all kinds of awful though. But it really feels like I kind of have to get this set up. Oh yeah, no, sorry, sure, my stubborn solidity is going in that land, isn't it? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Slave Rebellion reduces it down to 8. And then in theory, I could ping a single explorer in there right now, which reduces it to 7. And then I don't need stubborn solidity in that land. Oh, but I want to protect the hand, don't I? Yeah. Yeah. I have to protect those to hand. So then the question, I guess, becomes, do I just reclaim an unnerving Paul this land to defend it instead? Which the answer might be yes. Because with the isolate, I'd only need to defend for like 1 or something. Yeah, unnerving Paul actually helps me there, doesn't it? Yeah. God, I hate all of this. All of it is terrible. I can actually just also sucking ooze on the reclaim in theory as well here. So yeah, I've got a few different ways to do it. I hate reclaiming when I have these 2 cards in my hand, but it gives me options. Okay. So anyway, I'm still miles away here. I'm still deciding what I want to do here. So the other thing I said was then that puts that there. If I don't take the blight, so that's forced as well. And then on the other board, then I've no way of getting a hand in there to make a portal in that land. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. I don't know. Something like this. That's just building a trillion towns next turn. Like an actual trillion. How on earth do I not lose this game next turn? I also have the escalation coming behind as well. Have I moved a presence yet in the slow here? I don't think I have. I don't think it matters, but I don't think I have. Actually, it may well matter because I want to move in there to kill these towns. So that's one move. And then the other one, I think I had already set myself up in there. I think I talked about that in the slow, in the fight, yeah, because I went in there and then I went in there. So yeah, that's the only move. So I've only moved once back now. I think I just forgot to slide the token. I've got to stubborn solidity that land next turn. That has to happen. So I'm not dedicating anything to removing anything in there. So then just the question becomes, how do I use my effects to the best? Like 1 damage here at range 0 can go ping that, and it stops a build, which is probably about as good as I can get here. It stops an extra town next turn. I'm not getting much better than that, I don't think. And if I kill a town right now, it's just going to replace a town. So like even that is just not really helpful. So I think that has to be that. So that's dead with this left in 8. It's nothing towards a fear farm, but I can't be fear farming right now. That's not in my vocabulary at the moment. It's such a pity that there's just not one more Dahan getting moved around the place there, but it's unfortunately the situation. So I will go right in 8, push up to 2 Dahan / Explorer. So I'm going to push 1 in there and 1 in there. And then my second move pushes in there. It's funny, I had this land actually isolated this turn, so technically I didn't need to do the gather. I've just remembered that now, but I actually think I want to do the gather. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure whether I do or not, but I kind of think I do, because next turn I can maybe place an extra Dahan in that land and it gets me an extra kill. So I think I probably do want to do that gather. Oh yeah, sorry, because 1 Dahan will kill both of them in the Ravage. No, I definitely want to do that gather because I forgot they'll have -1. Okay, so that's that. Now, so that's done. My 2 moves are done. Now I'm going to Dissolving Vapors. 1 fear, 1 damage to each invader, 1 damage to each Dahan. So in this land, I'm now going to kill all of these invaders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns, because they obviously all have -1 health. So I'll kill the Explorer as well. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more fear. And then I'm going to have to, because of the trigger, oh yeah, I had one on there, which is quite nice. So they all go back in the pool. So I had one more town that I was thinking about, and now this goes into, how's the wording again? Add 1 town to an adjacent land. Yeah, so just put it in this mess over here. So that's fine. And now I have what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. And then now finally add a Badlands in here at range 1, and then push up to 2 Dahan. There you go. There you go. And then obviously range 1 in here, 2 damage to Explorers only. They're both dead. Yeah. Done. All done. Feel terrible about the whole thing. None of this is making me feel good. But, you know. What can you do? End of turn, I get 1 more fear as well, which gives me a fear card because I have a single fear farm still going here. So that gives me 1 fear, and I've got a fear card lined up for next turn. Unfortunately, like I said, I do believe I'm forced to reclaim here to give myself the defend in there. I mean, I guess I could also just try to get lucky. Because again, I'm pretty much on the back foot here, so I might just need to get lucky here, but we'll see. So our Isolate comes back. All of that's back. We've got 2 in the pool. This is gone. Those are gone. Now, that's gone. Action dice is over there. have a little look here. I'm not going to play out this turn, but I'll just have a little look. We know the slave rebellion is coming. The slave rebellion solves this land, so we don't have to care about that land. We know the stubborn solidity solves this land, and we technically don't have to reclaim to get it into our hand. We might still want it, though. We can't infestation this turn. So reclaiming is really only giving us 2 earth, which I'm not in love with. Like I could try to draft a minor power to defend this land or something. We know anyway that of course we're paying. Well, actually, yeah. See, we can't hit the 4 unless we do the reclaim. Reclaim is just so dumb on this spirit. It just kind of forces you to do it. It's just so stupid. But, you know, we have this and we have this already locked down. It's just whether we pay 2 each or 1 each. We have stubborn solidity at range 1 already, and it's in our hand, so that's kind of okay either way. Over here, we sort of know what we're doing. We kind of already talked about this, so this is going to be, again, a G2 to kind of reinstate our sacred site stuff. Oh no. It's range 0. I've just remembered. Oh, it's range 0. It's just so bad. Just remember that this is range 0. And that's a problem. Because I don't have a land with 2 Dahan in it. This is only 1. So on the previous turn, did I have to push the 2 in here? Ugh. No fast way of moving or creating Dahan here, do I? I have very few drafts to find it. I guess I can flowing in silent forms to move my presence with heat. Which could give me that. What I'm thinking right here, right now is how many towns do I have in the pool? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. How many am I building? None. 1, 2. None. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 4 here. Only 1 here. Right? No, sorry, 2. 2 here, 4 here. 1, 2, 3 more here. And then 2 here. So 3 plus 2 plus 3 plus 2 is 5 plus 4 is 9, and then 2 more here is 11. That clears all of my towns. And that's before I have to do an escalation, which can add 3 more. So I empty my town pool and then I've got an escalation. But if I reclaim and go top track, then I can get up to the 5 here. And if I get to the 5, I can wipe a bunch of stuff out of this land, especially if I grow in there right now with this and make a sacred site in there. If I grow in there and make a sacred site, I just clear that whole land and it solves a huge amount of my problem. Doesn't it? I just get back like all of those towns. Yeah. Let's clear the entire land. Half the damage the invaders did, but like half the damage is the damage back to kill them all. So that's really good. Now I can do that in probably 2 different ways. Either I can grow into the lands, or I can flowing in silent forms. but I have to get into a land with 2 to hand. This is the other thing. I'm just wondering on the previous turn, do I need to get that in there? Well, no, I don't, right? Because now I can just grow 1 in here, and then the other one I can just grow into a land with 2 to hand, can't I? Yeah, that's better. And then sure, this one will take a damage, and then I won't have my sacred site in there anymore, but I can come back and deal with that problem later on. So I think all of that is fine, but then I do want the flowing and silent to gather them 2 in there and make this our white land, which sounds mighty fine. So I think all that's good. So this is going to be forced. I'm going to go here. It's going to be top track up to 4 energy. No point in going for plays now. We don't have cards and we don't have energy because we're going to be playing bargain. So we're just going to want to play bargain twice here. So that's going to be top. That's going to give us 4 energy. I'm not going to play out this, as I say. I'm just having a little look here, and then I'm going to close it out and come back to it the next day. So 1, 2, 3, 4 on the top track. I'm going to play those 2 cards. I'll sit that energy there for now. Over here with stone, then we said we want to hit that that 5 earth there, which we can if we go G1. So that should be all fine. We're going to go on the top track, which is going to give us a draft, and we have, we've got 3 earth cards which we'll be able to afford. Actually, now that I say it, we don't, but hopefully with a minor power we can find one. All we need is a 1 cost. Technically, we do have a 1, a 2, and a 0, but that's only going to leave us with 1 energy, and I want to be left with more than 1 energy here. So I want to hit an earth card here with this draft. So let's go ahead and try minor power. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, gift of power. We nailed it. Guardian serpents. Probably not that important. Gnawing root biters. We actually hit a whole bunch of stuff here. Gnawing root biters also gives us another option for the infestation, but no, because Rain of Blood is better. Enticing Splendor doesn't give us so gift of power is going to be the nuts here. We'll take that. So Splendor, Gnawing root biters, serpents, no. Gift of power, yes. It also gives us the plant for later on, just in case we need it. So let's have a little look. Gift of power, one of the best minor powers in the whole deck, most certainly. Gain a minor power card, and that goes to any player, which I'll probably pass over to Shroud, but we'll see. Might even give it to Rising Heat, actually. We'll see. But anyway, gift of power is the 1, so that's in there. That's going to go somewhere on the board, and then I am going to be playing a 0, a 1, and a 0. So we're all kosher on all of that. That lets me bank some energy as well for the infestation play next turn when I reclaim and all of that kind of good stuff. Yeah, because we have to play stubborn here, so that's okay. So we'll gain our 4. 2, and of course I'm gaining a minor power because I've just done uncovered the thing that lets me play 1, and it also gives me an additional card play. So that's 4 from there. Won't pay for anything just now. I'll just kind of set those all out there, but that's pretty good. That gives us some nice options there. And then finally on the other side of the board then, oh, do you know what? In actual fact, now that I say it, Guardian Serpents gives me a defend for this land, which means I don't have to reclaim. Oh no, I do, because I need Flowing and Silent, right? Yeah, I kind of need Flowing and Silent. Yeah, I need Flowing and Silent, don't I? So, well, I can grow in here and here, but then yeah, I'm not in a land with 2 to hand, so that doesn't work. So I need Flowing and Silent to get me in this land. Flowing and Silent is a kill. It's worth like 4 towns in the pool or something. I mean, let's do the maths, right? 2 damage, and then half the damage the invaders did to the land. So right now these are dealing 2, 4, 6, and 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, plus 2 adjacent is 19 damage. So half of that round down is 9, plus 2 more is 11. So I can deal 11 damage into this land. 11 damage can kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns plus an explorer. So Flowing and Silent is worth 3 towns, which actually isn't that many. Now that I say it. I might not need Flowing and Silent here, because I would love to not have to reclaim with Shroud. I'd love to hit that G2 there. Fog closes in and Call of the Hand Ways would look mighty fine right now. I'd get to hit the second innate again. I'd get to hit the first innate again, but then on my reclaim next turn, I'd have that extra air and we'd be absolutely set up. Be able to G2 down to 3 plays, all that kind of stuff. That would look really nice. So if I give myself Guardian Serpents instead of Gifted Power, that gives me a Defender 4 in that land, and it means I don't have to dedicate my my Isolate to it either, although I'm not sure what the hell I'll be dedicating my Isolate to, but you know. Yeah, and then I can save my Flowing and Silent for a bigger combo turn in the future, where I get like all the stuff that gets moved into the portals now just all goes into one big dump land, and then I make a combo with the Flowing and Silent maybe on another turn. So I think this all works. So I think I take the Guardian Serpents instead. By far a worse card than the Gift of Power here. I like the Gift of Power and I like that it's cheaper, but Guardian Serpents gives me a solve, and it means I get to scale a bit better. So I'll take that. That's going to give me. I'll have a Sacred Site in that land over there, so that gives me a Defend 4. It's also not irrelevant that I get an extra beast, because an extra beast right now is potentially relevant for the infestation. But we're getting our combo online here. The combo is talked about at the start of the game. It's starting to come online. Big part of that is bargain, of course, in parts, of course, but that's quite okay. I will actually just lay out my my energy here, so that'll be 1, 2, 3. I'll get to bank 3 of it, so that's all fine. And then now on this side of the board, now I get to hit a G2, which I can go top, bottom. I think that will be nice because I get the other air and I get to unlock the innate, which might get me a ping of fear. So all them are gone. This will be G2, which gets me another 2 energy. And now I get a Fog Closes in and a left innate, which could set me up with a triple Fear Farm, which is the extra energy and all that kind of nice stuff as well there. But we can decide all of that on another day. I'm not picking up on any of that right now. That's left innate by 1, right innate by 2. We do get a Move of Presence in there as well, so I get to kind of think about that. Let's put a little reminder on that one. And then these over here. Then I think we know that's going to be in here, and I'm back on the play to put it back over in there, which I think is good. So I've got my 3 double stacks. So yeah, all looking pretty nice here. No, I lied. I don't get to thing. I have to use one of my my presence placements. Sorry, one goes in there, and then the other one is going to go into any of the lands with well, this one or this one. This one probably. No, because that's about to take a blight, so definitely not that one. It's going to go in this land here, and that will create a portal in that land, which is going to be all kinds of good, nice things. So that's it. I'm going to close it off here. What will it be? 3 hours 40. Long old session, but it's going okay. It's coming together. I have a plan. The plan is clear. I also get to pick off a couple of towns from the Stubborn Solidity in this land. I also get to pick off maybe 2 over there as well. So we get to have quite a few towns back in the pool before we make a mess. But, we only unfortunately get one wetland with a portal. The others we're all going to have to deal with after, and that's going to be a whole other problem next term. But that's for another day. God knows, I'm looking at the wrong screen again. God knows what day that's going to be for me. It could be a few days from now. It's probably next week at some stage. But hope you enjoyed this. 3 hours 40 in. There's probably about another 4 hours left in the video if I know my future self. But yeah, like I said, hope you enjoyed. Thanks for sticking around. I'll see you back for session 2. Cheers. Well, folks, welcome back to the second session of this game. Pleasure to have you back. Hope you're doing well. For me, it's one day later. I did manage to get to the table the following day after starting yesterday. So now we're Sunday, 3rd of August, and it's actually not a terrible time of the evening. It is 23 minutes past 8 in the evening, which is not too bad at all, given that we probably have quite a few hours left in this game yet. I'm just going to basically more or less jump right into it here. I've got myself a little can of orange again after enjoying that one last night. So that's kind of on the menu for tonight. But other than that, there's a couple of things that I need to go through here before we sort of continue on. I know last time I was kind of preparing growths and things like that before I closed out yesterday. But I noticed a couple of things. And we're going to kind of try to go through them sort of step by step here. So first of all, I've got 3 explorers out here because I forgot France 6 yesterday. So you can see here the explorer is still, I put it on that card because I was thinking, and you'll remember I was tanking for ages about how to France 6 and then or how to France escalation, and then I forgot the France 6. So I can remove this. And I need to go ahead now and France 6. Now, obviously, I have a little bit of additional information based on my draft over here, but thankfully, it's sort of more or less forced where I had to go with France 6 here, so there's not really any decisions to be made. At the time of this the France 6 triggering, this land also had an explorer, so that's been wiped out since. But I couldn't put that in there. And this land here had 2 explorers in at the time. So on this board there was actually only 1 available land, so I was forced. I had to go in that land over there. And it's the same thing on this board B over here. There was only 1 land I was able to go into, which happens to be that land up in there. Now, on this board over here, I have 3 options, 1, 2, 3 empty lands. And, I would say here very, very obviously putting that in that land with the Dahan to maybe take advantage of 1 point of damage per Dahan later in the future seems a pretty obvious choice as opposed to the other 2 empty lands. So they're both possible options for my upcoming stage 2. The coastal land clearly hits twice, potentially on coastal or jungles. On this one, it's like kind of, really 50-50 type of thing. So that's kind of all of that. So that was the France 6 thing taken care of first. Now, second thing is I took a long time yesterday to think about this play with the moving the 2 Dahan across, and I was thinking, will I put 1 in here, or will I push 2 in here, or will I push 1 over here and kind of pair them up for the jagged shards and all that kind of stuff. I failed to appreciate one very important fact here, and as it happens, thankfully, I took the correct play based on this. Now, what's the fact that I was failing to appreciate here? It's that the slave rebellion is going to do wonders for me this turn with only 1 Dahan in there. Now, I think I may have said yesterday something along the lines of, I need 2 Dahan in the land for the slave rebellion. And I may have been confusing my sort of rulings or terminology when I was saying it. I was kind of in the mindset yesterday that if I don't put 2 Dahan in there, I can't get the strife. Now, that's clearly absolutely incorrect here. So let's go ahead and just take the Slave Rebellion. We know it's on top of the deck, so I'm just going to actually place it in here for us to look and see what I mean. Stages 1 and 2, which this will be, of course, is going to say add a strife to a town on each board. And then obviously after finishing the event, put it back in type of thing. And then it's going to say invaders with strife take 1 damage per Dahan present. You actually, you do add 1 Dahan per building this destroys. So over here, this turn, as we talked about, I'm going to be putting my presence back in there with heat, meaning that those towns are going to get -1. And they're only going to have 1 health. So actually having a single Dahan in here is enough to kill those towns, and it will kill both. So this turn, when I do the Slave Rebellion, I'm going to place the strife on this other town, which is already in here. So one of them has one of them doesn't. Place a strife to the one that doesn't, and then both of those towns will each take a point of damage. That's how this works. If you've never seen it before with Slave Rebellion, you get to basically deal damage to all of the towns that have strife in there, and they'll both die because they both only have 1 health, and that's going to create 2 additional to hand. So I didn't need 2 to hand in this land. 1 is more than enough. So the play worked out nice and cleanly from the previous turn. So that's pretty good. One other thing, however, is over on this side of the board. I did talk about this land being solved with the Slave Rebellion on the town. That's still true now because we don't have an adjacent town to this land, so the single explorer will only ravage for 1, but I could get screwed. You know, there could be an event that puts a town near this land or something else, but I'm not going to do anything about that. I'll just assume that it's going to ravage for 1. I won't be looking to additionally solve it. But anyway, so that's that one. Now, with that said, when I come back to my draft on this turn, on the previous playthrough at the end of the previous session, I had taken the Guardian Serpents because I was talking about needing to defend this land over here. That is no longer true. So I will no longer be taking Guardian Serpents, and I'll certainly put the 1 cost to the side here, and I do have some decent 0 costing cards available to me now. So I'm going to be changing my choice. When I left... Excuse me, I was still in the growth. We'll get rid of this for now. I was still in the growth, so I'm still in that phase, right? I still hadn't finished my growth. So that's kind of all of that. So now I need to decide among these 3 cards which ones I take. Now it's unlikely to be Enticing Splendor because, as I said before, I need to hit an Earth here. But I have 2 pretty decent choices. Gift of Power, by far the stronger card. Gnawing Root Biters, I generally find to be, you probably know Gift of Power. I think I put it up yesterday. But Gnawing Root Biters is push up to 2 towns. For cost of 0 at range 1, and it gives me the Earth as well. So generally, I find a pretty bad card, but it is good into Habsburg, and in this particular spot it could be great to include that in a reclaim loop. So I have 2 different options there, and I'm going to come back to which one of them I choose, because there is an additional thing I wanted to talk about from yesterday, which I did not fully appreciate. That Explorer should be in there. That I didn't fully appreciate during the session yesterday, and that I really want to hammer home right now, is how close I am to losing this game. I talked obviously about the fact that I've got a pretty minimal set of towns in the pool, and I'm going to be building a bunch of towns this turn, but I sort of didn't fail to really appreciate the fact that, and I did actually say this yesterday, but I didn't appreciate how important it is that the Habsburg Reminder card is coming after this coming Explorer. And if you remember, the Habsburg Reminder card is going to add 3 towns to each of these boards. So that's adding 9 more towns onto this board, which is hugely problematic. So I need to now go back and do the maths on this and realize how many towns can I wipe out before essentially the build and the Explore this turn. And can I get enough towns back in the pool to be able to survive this? And there's a strong chance that the answer is actually no. I could be in big trouble here, and of which case I may need to rethink some of what I'm doing here. But let's go ahead and do this. Now, I didn't get a chance today. I wanted to try to get a chance today to do this math in the background, but I didn't. So I'm having to do this in real time. So let's go ahead and have a look at what this actually looks like. So just towards the end of the last video, I figured out that for the right innate of stone, I'd be able to do, again, it's 2 damage plus half the damage the invaders did. So it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 towns. That is 16. Plus 1 from the Explorer is 17, plus 2 from an adjacent town is 19. So it attacks for 19. Half of that damage rounded down is 9. And then obviously I get plus 2 damage as well with the first level of the innate. So I can do 11 damage back. We figured that out the last time. And 11 damage is, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns. So that's 5 towns back in the boot. I'm going to do a little running total of this here so I can remember what I'm doing. So on that land, assuming I don't do the trick with the Rising Heat, remember I said I could maybe get Rising Heat's presence, Sacred Side in there, and then I could kill a few more towns. Assuming I don't do that, this would be 5 towns gone. Now, next thing to appreciate here about Slave Rebellion. Slave Rebellion over in this land does some nice things for us too. We talked about this before. So this land takes the Slave Rebellion over here, and that now puts us at 2 towns in the land with strife. And when we have that, we can, when the Slave Rebellion goes off, those 2 towns will immediately die, which will generate 2 more Dahan. So that land will actually go up to 4 Dahan, which will, of course, wipe everything else out in the land. Now, everything else is going to be 2 towns and 2 explorers, but it'll be enough to kill all of that, which is quite nice. So that will basically put another further 4 towns, assuming we don't get screwed by an event, that'll be 4 more towns back in the pool. So it goes from 5 up to 9. So that's our running total so far. We're going to get this one over here as well, from the Slave Rebellion. So that puts us up to 10. And then over here we get none. And over here we get 2 more from the Slave Rebellion as well on this side. So that's 10 up to 12. And then over here we get none as well, because that's going to ravage and just blight. So basically, nothing else we're doing here is going to do anything in the fast for us. So that will give us 12 towns back in the pool. Now what we have here is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. So that's 11 plus the 12 is 23 towns. So that's the first count that we need to care about here. Wait a second now. Sorry, that's probably a horrible spike in the audio there. I do have a what do you call that? It's a while since I played around with my audio settings, so I forget the terminology here. There's something that a limiter or something like that. I think that you put it at the top. Stop that hopefully spiking too hard. It does appear, after all my many months of many problems, it does appear as though I got the audio sorted in the end, which I was quite happy about. So, what was I saying? 23 towns. Okay, so now let's think about what we need from the build, plus the reminder card, plus an escalation. I'll do the escalation last, because the other 2 are fixed. So, the Bargain of Coursing Paths is going to let us move some stuff this turn. As I said, I want to make a portal in here, but it's not actually going to change the count for the build. So I'm still going to be building and doing all that kind of stuff. So I can still calculate that sort of without the bargain, let's say. So I'll go ahead and count. Over here, we said this was generating no towns. I know we did this count yesterday, but I forget. This was generating 2. I'm going to use the other counter over here. 2 because it's going to make 2 towns and no conversion. Over here, we're going to make 2 towns and then we're going to convert 2 more. So that's 4. So 2 goes up to 6. This is none. This is going to be, it's inland, so it's 2 towns and then converts 1 more. That's 3 more. So from 6 up to 9. And then down in this land, it's going to be 1 town plus a conversion, which is 2 more towns. That's up to 11. There were no triangle trades involved in any of that, so that won't place any additional towns. So far we have 11 off the build. We have 9 more, as we said, off the Habsburg reminder card, so that puts us to 20. And that means we're now 20 versus 23. That leaves us 3 towns in the pool. And assuming I mean, if it's coastal, there's no escalation. If it's either mountains or jungles, I mean, the split here is if it's jungles on this board, I have to take a town. If it's mountains, I have a choice. On this board, again, there's like, it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to break it down right now because I have 3 in the pool. So at the very worst case, I could take the 3 towns as the 3 escalations, and that will put me down to 0. Now, of course, at this point, I haven't thought about getting edge case screwed, and I can very easily get edge case screwed to a loss there. You know, you're not always going to be able to take blight, and in this case I'd love to not, but if it comes down to it and I get edge cased, I might have to. So I'm not going to waste time going through now. So for example, over here, mountains, I'd have to take a town. Jungles, I'd have a choice. Over on this board, I'd have a choice on jungles, but I'd have to take a blight on mountains. So some of these give me choices and some of them don't. But long story short, to say here is, based on everything I'm looking at, assuming I don't get screwed by an edge case, I have enough towns to survive, which is good news. What else does that mean? It means, and obviously in the slow, I will then be going ahead and actually dealing some more damage and doing some other things, which hopefully should get me a couple more towns at least back in the pool, for next turn. So it's not great, but it's okay. Now, so that's all of that count done. What does it mean? Well, it means I don't have to reclaim the Flowing and Silent Forms, which is the card that I was thinking I might have to push that back in there and get 3 additional towns in the pool. For now, I can probably get away with not doing that, which is pretty good. So what I talked about before, which is this G2, take the double zero and all the rest of it, still works. And then next turn I can reclaim and kind of get the dissolving vapors going in, try to wipe a big land. So that's kind of part of this. I think we're good. I think we're fine. Now, second part of this then is we're going back and we're talking about the Gift of Power versus the Gnawing Root Biters. So given what we know, with the context of all that sort of stuff involved here, we have actually 2 very strong options. This is a really hard choice because Gnawing Root Biters is going to do a huge amount for me to be able to start conglomerating those towns into the dump lands and really taking advantage of the dissolving vapors. Like by the time the dissolving vapors goes off, Root Biters may have gotten me 4 additional towns into my dump land. 4 towns back in the pool, 4 additional, fear, all that kind of stuff. So that's actually pretty strong. But Gift of Power is excellent. So this is by no means an easy choice. What can Gift of Power do for us? Well, I talked on the previous session about how I might give Gift of Power over the Shroud of Silent Mist. In truth, that's probably not really true. They have already 6 cards in their pool. They'll reclaim and draw up to and gain a card up to 7. So it's unlikely to give it to them. Rising Heat, in fact, if I gave them a Gift of Power this turn, they'd get to go. They place this, then they're going to reclaim. But if they get a Gift of Power in their hand, they could reclaim with 5 cards, and they could look for a major on the reclaim and dump the kind of crap card with Gift of Power is one option. Or maybe if I took a good card, I can maybe dump one of the others and I can kind of set up some thresholds with the other cards. So there's options for what I could do given that. And then maybe if I have enough energy, I could go like G2 sort of bottom up to 3 card plays and try to threshold the major that I found. So I think that gives me a little bit more flexibility with Rising Heat and how their game is kind of coming together. So that's pretty good. Because like what I have right now is I've got a sort of almost a 2 card cycle with the 2 things here. Now I might switch them up, but the 4 cards for this are pretty good. They're all sort of contributing towards my game here, and I want to play probably all 4 of them again at least once each. So it's going to be a little bit more tricky for me to fit a major into my sort of kit here, and that gives me a way to do that, which I like. I don't really need to draft a card on stone here, minor power. It's not really necessary. If I'm going to draft again with stone, it's just going to be a major. So it's whether or not the Gnawing Root Biters gives me more of an advantage in the game than that Gift of Power over to Rising Heat. And it's really close. Really close. So Gnawing Root Biters. Well, let's talk about the wetlands here. So Colin heard us for aid. So actually, let's talk about something else first. Let's talk about the bargains. The bargains this term we talked about before was going to be, I'm growing twice here. I'm actually going to go ahead and grow right now so that we can see where this is all happening. Growing once in there. And then the other one I had a choice. It was going to be either in here for a portal or in here for a portal. And I think in here for a portal is better. First, I don't lose presence. Second, what I can do here is when I strife this and create another Dahan, I can fire that Dahan across the board and look to pair up one of my other Dahan to create another portal, which is really strong. So yes, I want to go jump in here and this to be my other my other portal land. So my portals this turn are going to end up being this land and this land. So if this is a portal, what happens? We go build 2 towns. Immediately, those 2 towns get shifted off into a dump land, which will probably still be, no, it won't be this one. It'll be this one or this one. And then I will level up these 2 explorers. They get converted into towns. And then I do a gather. So the 2 towns that are there will not get portaled away because they just get replaced. They don't get, it's not considered like an add or a move. It's just a replacement. So they have to stay there. But when I do the gather, it will get portaled away. So I'll be left with 2 towns and an explorer in the land, which means the call on the herder's aid looks pretty great to be able to gather a hand from somewhere and then push those out. I could gather 2 to hand into the land, push all of the explorers away, and then I could also take those 2 to hand and portal them to another part of the island as well. So all of that seems pretty good. So that kind of solves that land. All that to say, we don't need gnawing root biters in that land. This land is not going to have a town to gather, which is pretty good. I want to be careful about putting something into my dump land there when I say that, because it could gather out of there. So I want to make sure I don't gather into that. So that land is already solved, which is pretty good. This land over here is going to go 2 towns and then it's going to gather a town. So this is a mess. Pushing out 2 towns then. So that's going to go 2 more towns and then it's going to gather 1. So it'll be 4 towns and 1 explorer. And that ravages for 11. If I push 2 towns out, it goes down to 7. So that actually stops a loss condition in that land, which is pretty great. The other one over here I can reach, and then this one I can't. So in there, pushing 2 towns would leave a single explorer behind, which, unless it gets isolated, I wouldn't be able to... well, actually, when I reclaim, I will potentially have access to Sucking Ooze in there. So that could isolate that. So that's also a pretty decent shout for gnawing root biters as well. There's 2 different options here. What I could do over in this land is I could regain my flowing silent forums and gather the sacred site from stone into that land, and then I have the stone innate to protect that land, and then use the root biters plus the isolate in that land over there. And then I only have 1 lost condition land to worry about, which is that one, which I could skip potentially with the sweltering exhaustion. So all of that seems pretty good. So with that said, gnawing root biters looks decent on this board. I find it hard to believe that I can get away from gnawing root biters here. Gift of Power is amazing, but root biters is just really good. Yeah. It also gives me the animal element, which might matter later for a cycle of infestation of venomous spiders. If I want root biters instead of stubborn solidity or something like that, if I find another way to kind of make the infestation reclaim loop, or not reclaim, threshold work, that gives me a slightly better out to that. So I've very rarely in my life ever passed Gift of Power for gnawing root biters, but I do believe in this spot it makes sense. So yeah, this turn I was gaining 4. I put 1 back in my pool, and then I'm only playing the one cost card here. So that's all fine. After that, then the rest of my plays, I believe, are more or less the same. So we did this. Over here, then we went G2, and we were going to just play some presence at range 0. So the fog closes in is the one we care about here. Where are we going to fog closes in? Can we get a bunch of towns back in a pool at some point here? Is that a possibility? Like, where am I dump landing? Said I don't want to dump land in here because then it'll just gather into there. So the dump land, like for example, when these two build, if I dump land in there, then I do the gather, I'll gather one out of there. So I can't do that. So that can't be the dump land, but this one can. So I think this becomes the dump land, the next dump land. I know these will both be gone, but we can just start now thinking about portaling everything over to here, which could be pretty good. So let's go ahead then and go 0, 0. And then we can move our kind of presence away, and then we'd have a bunch of adjacent lands with our presence here, and we could kill like maybe 4 towns or something with the fog closes in. I think that's probably pretty decent. We'll go 0, 0 in there. Our actual isolate itself then this turn is what? What did we want to isolate? So this is going to be strifed, and none of that's going to ravage, so we don't care about any of that. We'd quite like to strife this, or to isolate this, just so in case a town pops up somewhere, we don't blight Cascade. That seems reasonable. We don't need to, isolate this because we already have it covered. There's nothing else here really that kind of matters from an isolation perspective. Is there anywhere where we can stop a gather? I mean, technically I could have moved in there and isolated that to stop that gathering out of there. That could also be a thing. This land is going to be 1 + 1 is 2. It's going to gather a town as 4, and then adjacent town is 6. So that's not a lost condition, so we don't have to care about that either. This 2, 4, 6, 7. So it's a lost condition even without the gather. Build alone is a lost condition there, so that doesn't matter for an isolate either. I don't think any of them really matter all that much. Might just isolate this land, because that's a double whammy. As I said, it hits jungles and coastal. So yeah, I think I'll just isolate that. So that's one of my pushes. I might isolate. And then do I need another push here? I mean, as I say, I kind of want to surround this land, so I'll just push that there, I think. That all seems fine. Okay, so that's my 2 pushes. Done my Shroud. Done my Isolate. We need to place a presence with Stone. Now, thinking about this a little bit. This land already has 2 blight in it. So this isn't really a great candidate for Stone's defensive thing. I have this one where I've already got 1 presence in, so that gives me an option to kind of, if mountains or coastal comes, I can protect that from a lost condition as well. So we're in pretty good shape over there. But again, I don't have to commit to that land right now necessarily. But if I don't, where else am I going? I'm just probably going and picking another random mountain. And like if I pick, for example, there, and then I explore mountain this turn, or coastal, next turn I get to go place 1 on a reclaim or any of my options. Then it builds. Then the following turn I get to place 1 over here, and then it ravages. So I actually get to get both of these lands up to 2 each. So that's really good because they've only got 1 blight in each. So I actually get to protect both of these lands. So I can do this. Jump over here. And it's better to do this now in case I need to gain a power card and I won't be able to jump over here with a range 1. So I think that looks pretty good. This is also a good candidate for infestation of venomous spiders at some point. I am aware of that, but it just makes more sense for me to be jumping into mountains with this G1 right now. And as I said, mountains and coastal are available here, so this kind of covers my bases quite a bit. So that's good. So we've done everything, I believe. We gained all our energy here. We gained it all over here. We gained it all over here. We did not do the move of presence. We have one more move of presence that we forgot about here. Where might I do that? I guess if I move that in there, that makes me one more likely to get into there, which gives me 5 in that land. So that could be an option. I think that's probably okay. So I'll move that over there with my move of presence. Now, the other thing then is I have 1 or 2 fast power. So I've got stubborn solidity in here. Defend 1 per the hand. Defend 2. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So obviously I've got this 5 here and I've got this 4 here. So the energy cost is going to be 1 to protect my lands this turn, which is going to be this one and this one. Then I have the right innate, which is obviously going in this land right here. We remember that when we ravage. And then we've got bargain of coursing path. So now we're going to go take a different color, and I'm going to create a portal in this land and a portal in this land. I do have a reminder card for this, of course. Here it is. So now I will take one of my presents here, cover that, because that's not going to give me 4 anymore next turn. And then I'm going to have to sacrifice one of my presents on my board, which would be this one. So this is 1 now, and -1 energy per turn. So that's that. And as I said, unfortunately, I couldn't threshold that, but that's okay. So instead of 4, it'll be 3 basically next turn. So again, that's going to start hurting me, but I'm okay for now because I've got some energy in the pool. So that's all good. And this is a portal, and this is a portal. So all nice news over there. Over here, everything is slow. So that is all kosher as well. So we're pretty good. Let's go ahead and see what the event has in store for us. Oh, look, it's Slave Rebellion. Which will, of course, be replaced by something else now in a moment when we do this. But let's go ahead and resolve this one. So we have 3 strife. 1, 2, 3. And as we said, we have a plan for all of these. So 1 is going to go in there. 1 is going to go on this town over here. 1, and then 1 goes on one of these towns over here. And I'm very often guilty of not planning around Slave Rebellion because I'm not really thinking about it. But in this game, I dare say I got a bit of planning going, which looks like it'll work out reasonably well. It's got an almost freshly squeezed orange juice type vibe to that orange lemonade there. Oh, and San Pellegrino was the name I couldn't remember in the session yesterday. I saw it in the shops today and I remembered. So yeah, it's San Pellegrino sort of rip off, but as I said, better than San Pellegrino. So anyway, there's our 3 slave rebellions. Now we do the bottom portion is invaders with strife take 1 damage per the hand present, and then we generate the hand. So one thing, by the way, that I did check here as well with the ruling of the portal here, when I place the strife onto this invader in here, the strife has to be attached to an invader. So it's not like place the strife and the strife gets fired off in the portal. So that kind of doesn't have to happen. So all of that's fine. So that all works. So now we will destroy this. That's 1 dead. That's a fear. We'll destroy both of these. 2 dead, 2 fear. And then over here, we will destroy both of these. They don't have reduced health. That's 2 more fear, but there's 2 to hand in that land. So that's 5 towns killed with that slave rebellion, which is great. this strifed city over here. We talked about on the previous turn. We couldn't really set up a combo with that, but if that happened to be in a land with 3 Dahan there, it would also die because it's invaders with thing, not just towns. But anyway, that's fine. Now we're going to generate some Dahan. I'm going to generate a whole bunch of them. 5 more Dahan onto the board, which is nice. Get some setup for our reclaim onto our bargain, our second bargain. So over here we are generating 1 and 2. No choice, they just go straight in that land. Over here we're generating 1 and 2. And then over here we're generating 1, and we get to fire that away somewhere onto the board. And I dare say that's probably the choice. Yeah, because if we set up a portal there next turn, we might be able to do the portal before that builds if it's mountains explore. I think that might work okay. We already have a plan for that land, so that's fine for now. Okay. And technically we could do it with this land as well, but this is probably a land we just need to be taking care of with, I don't even know, like the skip or something like that. So yeah. So that's the bargain. Sorry, that's the Dahan insurrection done. So that's all done. We did all of our thing. We're going to put that obviously back in the deck, but before that, we're going to flip another event. It's Numinous Crisis. 1, 2, 3, and then the Slave Rebellion goes under here. Now, Numinous Crisis. I've only got one blight left on this card. I hate when I hit this and there's no big payoff. So I have 2 choices. First is I can remove blight per player from the blight card until it flips, and gain 3 energy per blight removed and divide it among all spirits. So I basically gain 1 energy each here, which is stinky. Otherwise, each spirit either pays 3 energy, forgets 3 power or 2 power cards, or returns a thing to their tracks. None of which is even remotely acceptable. And then you add blight per spirit to the blight card. It's just not acceptable. That blight card is flipping this turn anyway because of this. So it's not really making any difference. It's just going to give us 1 energy each. It's 1 less blight to work with in my game, of course, but 1 less blight to work with is significantly, by a million miles, less impactful than that mess of a second option. Like, none of those things are even slightly palatable here. So no, I won't be doing any of the other mess. I will be removing the blight per player from the blight card. The other thing that happens here is 1 fear per board with disease, and then I'm going to deal damage to Dahan with disease, of which there are none, so that's good. And then I have 1 Invader's Ravage if the land has Dahan defend 2, which I don't think makes much of a difference right now. Probably doesn't. I think that's no issue. So let's flip the blight card. Remove 1 per player from the blight card. Remove 1. That goes back in the box. The blight card flips, and it is Slow Dissolution of Will. So let's have a look at that one first. I am going to give 1 energy to each player. Oh, this is this one. Interesting. And by interesting, I mean damn. I don't like losing presence, especially with heat here in this particular spot. But okay, so we get 1 each. 1, 1, and 1. And then this is going to be 3 blight per player, which is not a huge amount. And it's going to be immediately each spirit chooses either Badlands, Beasts, or Wilds. And then each invader phase, each spirit replaces 1 of their presence with the chosen token. So it's starting next turn. So I think for sure here, Shroud is going to be picking Wilds, because they can move around really mobile and just put Wilds into lands that are empty, which is super cool. So that's definitely what we'll be selecting with Shroud. The other two I'm a bit less sure about. Do we need Badlands on this board? I mean, probably not. Beasts are kind of cool because of infestation, but otherwise we don't really have any beast combos. Stone losing presence here is awful. We've already talked about the importance of what's potentially coming down the line here, so we don't want to lose any presence with stone at all. Tough one. We don't have much little bits and pieces of damage, really. We've got like 1 damage to every invader, the combo with heat and shroud. If you lose the heat sacred side, it's not like an extra single point of damage with shroud makes all that much difference. So I'm not sure that Badlands is the one here, really. And I don't think Wilds is the best of the 3 tokens, but I don't think Wilds on either of these 2 other spirits is that relevant. Because like my lands right now with stone, and in almost all cases my lands with stone are just going to be massively built up lands, so putting a Wilds in them makes no difference. Putting a beast in them might make a difference with our infestation, so that can certainly potentially be a thing. That's probably just better than Badlands, because an infestation can be an additional trigger, which is an additional 4 damage, so it's worth 4 as opposed to 1. An additional kind of skip with the infestation, so it's probably just better. We already have this one sorted from a kind of a double trigger perspective over here. This is hard. So okay, we'll put this slow dissolution of will back over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's not that much blight, as I said, and we can't put blight back on that card, so this is all we have to work with. 4, 6, 8, 9. So we know for sure we want 1 Wilds. We'll just put them over here to remind us. Actually, no, sorry, over here. Wilds, Beast for, I think, stone, and then Rising Heat. If it gives up, so Rising Heat is going to basically go Blight, and that's going to die. And then it's going to have to give up on one of its Dumblands, I think. We're just going to have to basically make a single Dumbland now that we've got the kind of bargains combo stuff going online. We'll have to just keep going all in on 1 Dumbland as opposed to 2. So we can just, like, I don't know, make this a portal because it's got 2 things in there, and then we never have to worry about it, and then we can just sack both presences, but then it doesn't matter what the hell we put in there. The tokens aren't going to make a difference. So that's not going to make sense as a portal. This is already looking like a dumb plan, which is why I'm sort of reluctant to say we're just throwing that away. Just kind of have a feeling that we want Badlands. I don't know why. I just have a feeling that Rising Heat wants Badlands. Call me old-fashioned. Go on. Do it. Call me old-fashioned. Okay. Right. We're back. Numinous Crisis. We did all that. Now, 1 fear per board with disease is currently 2 boards, 1 and 2. 2 fear. We're not quite hitting a fear card yet. And then on each board, 2 damage to Dahan in lands with disease, which is not currently relevant. So that's all fine. And then we have when Invaders Ravage, if the land has thing, defend, which won't matter unless I can push stuff with the fear card. So let's see. Fear card, we've got 1. Terror level 1. This is only our 2nd fear card of the game. So despite feeling like I'm in an okay spot, I've only resolved 1 fear card, so we need to get a move on. Restlessness. Each player pushes up to 1 thing from a land not matching a build card. Okay. From a land not matching a build card. So that's fine. So that'll be able to get us a kill or 2 here. So a land not matching a build card. Actually, this can do even a little better. Where are my portals? My portals are here and here. When Invaders Ravage, if the land has the hand, defend 2. So actually, I was about to say we can push into that land, but we can't, because if we put a town in that land, it'll ravage for 4 because we've got adjacent lands. We never isolated that land, so we can't put anything in there. But we can put something in here because this doesn't have an adjacent town. So we can put this in here, it'll ravage for 3, and then it'll die in the ravage. So one of our pushes is going to want to put a town back in that land. And then the other pushes can just put stuff in the dump land. In fact, actually pushing stuff into this land here just automatically deals extra damage, which kills more towns. So that's pretty good as well. So we can... It's a pity. Well, we can stop this ravaging and getting an additional blight on the board, which will save us in energy. So we can push all 3 of those things. And push all 3 of them into this portal, which pings them into this land, which seems reasonable. And then I don't have to spend that 1 energy, and that might matter. It also means there's 1 less blight in the land, which sets that up for already solved later on with stone, as opposed to have to putting another presence back in there. So I think that's a pretty fine approach. The other thing we can do, of course, is we can push those 3 towns out of that land, and then that only ravages for 4, which stops it being a loss condition, but that's less relevant here, I would say. This just kills more towns. You know, it just... Like, if I could stop that blighting, of course I would, but I can't. So yeah, I'm going to just push the 3 of these out. This is already safe. This is already going to blight. Well, so actually, hang on a second. So this is what? Defend for 2. It's ravaging for 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's only going to defend for 2 more, so it's defended for 4. So actually, I can stop that blight cascading. Now that's way better, isn't it? If I just push the stuff out of that land, that's just significantly better. Yeah. So it's defended for what? 4 right now. So I can leave behind a town and an explorer, which would mean it would ravage for 5. Okay. So I want to push an explorer and a town out of here so that this doesn't blight. This saves me 2 blight. This is much better. Push the 2 of them out of there and just push them straight into that land. 1 and 2. That now ravages for 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's already defended for 2, plus 2 more from the event. That's now a safe ravage. No blight cascade. Happy days. That's good news. Over here, we're still protecting this from stone, so that's good news. And then at this point, can I stop this being our lost condition? If I push that out of there, it'll be 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Unfortunately, not. Nothing else particularly interesting that it looks like I can do here. So I guess I just pick up a town kill. Leave that as a kind of a dump land for now. Push this into here because we know mountains is one of the available terrains for us. So we push that in there, and then that goes in there because it's a portal. And then now that'll get us a couple of extra town kills when that ravages. So, okay, not too bad. And not matching a bill card. All right, yeah, that was good. Portals showing why they're great, of course. They will continue to show that for the rest of the game, I have no doubt. So let us go ahead and ravage. Ravage in sands. No. Over here, pay 1. Take the blight from the box. Doesn't outnumber Stone's presence. We're happy days. Safe. Over here, that's a blight and that's a lost condition. And it's a lost presence. So now our lost condition, let's get our little box. To track our lost conditions, we're now at 1. Not be read on the thing. I think it can, but I'll maybe use the bigger dice just in case. Lost condition is currently 1. Down here, 1 dies. No adjacent town. Over here, as we said, 2, 3, 4, 5. Defender for 4. Both die. Generate a fear. Town back in there. No cheeky towns hiding over there. And then finally, this mess over here. We will be paying 1. Take this from the box. Doesn't outnumber our presence, so we're fine. And then this is going to do the right innate. So we can put this back. And then right innate is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 towns attacking. Plus 2 explorers is 10 towns is 20. Plus 2 explorers is 22. Plus an adjacent town. It attacks for 24. And half of that is going to be 12. And then plus 2 is going to be 14. It's going to deal 14 damage back in that land, which is 7 towns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And don't you just love to see 7 towns go back in that pool? 7. And that's going to be 4 plus a further 3 fear. There we go. On our way to our next fear card. We've got bloody 3 more of them here to even get to tier level 2. So we're obviously slow on the fear here, but we can hopefully get the train rolling a little bit. And we do have a lot of towns going back in there, which is quite nice. So that was 7 instead of 5. So things got a little bit better for us there in terms of our maths as well. So we have quite a nice buffer now, which is good. So we can get rid of that. Those the hand can't be changed, of course, but that's okay. The other rule, by the way, I checked earlier on was that land in there with stubborn solidity. You can add towns. So stubborn solidity says the hand in target land cannot be changed, but you can add to the land and you can move them into the land as well. It's only the ones that are already there can't be kind of removed or any of that kind of stuff. So all that's fine. So that is our ravage done in all of those lands. Then we will build. So over here, no. Over here, 2 towns. Over here, no. Over here, 2 towns, which are going to get pushed. And then we're going to upgrade these 2 into this. I said before that was going to go to 3 invaders, but obviously it's not. It's going to go to 4, but it's fine. 4 is the right number for the call on the herders anyway. So these towns now get pushed, and the question is, where do they get pushed to? Well, we said before, didn't we, that it wants to go to this dump land over here. We're just going to start lumping them in over there. That's 2. And then now we can build over here. 2 more. And then convert this. It's getting scarily low, but we're okay. And then finally here, and then convert this. And there were no city builds there, so there were no triangle trades. And then we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 left in the pool. So 9 plus 4 more. Must mean I miscalculated my thing along the way there. I thought I would have had 9 plus 5 more there, but anyway, it's okay. Oh, I know why. Because I pushed 1 from here into here. So one of the towns I pushed from that land into this land was going to die anyway. So that actually did not generate me an extra town kill. So that's why my maths was wrong there. So that's all fine. So next up then we do the gather. So that's the build. We did all our conversions. Now we have to, of course, this didn't build, so it doesn't convert. Now we do the gather. So board land order A over here, we'll gather out of here because we don't want to gather out of our dump land. Over here we gather, and we will gather again out of here because mountains is one of our problem terrains. Then we gather, where do we gather? We go, sorry, this board now over here, we gather out of that land because that's also one of our problem terrains. And then this land can gather out of one of that problem terrains, which is a jungle. So that's fine. And then finally this board, this one can't gather at all. And then this one can gather from much of a muchness really. I suppose here I'll leave this one be a bit more problematic, and then I'll gather out of this one. So then that goes in there, and then it gets pushed via the beauty of portals over to there. Now, that is all of that. We've done the after build. Now we're going to go ahead and do the explore. It is jungles, which is nice that we explored over here. So that worked quite well. We are going to have to remember to do our France 6. Let's go ahead and take 3 explorers first of all and put them here. And then we will, so first we do, after exploring is the escalation, so we'll explore first. 1, 2. No pockets here, pal. 1 only here. 2 in this horrible jungle here. Don't love to see that. None here because it's isolated. 2 in here because it has a source. And then 2 more in here. So that's a lot of explorers. A lot of danger. Similar pattern here from before where we're not going to have to convert that explorer or build one because we have a disease, which is okay, but not great. So now, after exploring, let's have a look and see what we're going to be doing here. We need to choose our approach. So this board, we don't have a choice. Pick a terrain, and I think we'll just pick that one. Now that if I put that there, that means that's going to be 2 towns building into that land. Does that matter? If I put it in there, it's going to be triangle trade, and then it's going to make another town. So this is kind of in a pretty good spot. I don't love putting something into that land. That land we can kind of just keep safe with an isolation. So I sort of just don't want to put it in there. So I'll put it up here for now. I just noticed. No, I didn't notice anything, sorry. So that's fine. So that's here. Now on this board, I can choose to take a blight in this land, which I don't really want to because I can probably let that go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with an adjacent town. So that can be let go without a loss condition. So I probably have to put it in there and then really focus on that land. Maybe with infestation. And then on the other board, I don't have a choice. I can make this a portal. So if I put that town in there, it builds 2 towns which get shuttled away. as opposed to building 2 towns in here which won't get shuttled away. So surely it's better to be able to shuttle my towns to where I want them to be. So putting that town up there makes sense. And this still leaves me with 3, 6, 9, 10 towns in the pool, of which I am now about to place 9 of. 1 total town left in the pool after that. Not in love with it, I'm not going to lie. I definitely will not lie to you folks. I'm not in love with any of that. And I have absolutely no idea how I'm supposed to generate all the towns that I need to generate to not lose in the next build. Like right now, I'm going to push these towns away, which can push them over here. We said before this can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 adjacent lands. So that can deal 5 damage in there and that can kill 5 towns. That only puts us back up to 6. As of right now, if I do nothing else, I am going to be building next turn 2 plus 1 is 3. So right now we're going up to 6 in the pool with just the fog closes in. So that's 6. Over here it's going to be 3. Over here it's none. Over here it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 more. So 3 up to 8. This is going to be 1, 2, 3 more, which is 8 up to 11. And this is going to be 2, 3, 4 more. So 15 towns is what I'm building next turn. And that is not including the it's not including any escalation. How on earth am I supposed to handle that? I got very little even coming in terms of defensive actions here. As in defending a ravage in wetlands next turn. I'm going to push all of that out, so that's not getting defended. I have the fog closes in this land, which can push 2 to hand in there, which can help me defend this and pick off 1 town. So it's like instead of 6, I'm going up to like 7 or whatever, but I'm way off. I also have this left in 8 here, and that can put me up to 8. So on board right now, I can get basically 8 towns back in the pool. I also have this right in 8 here, which can push 2 explorers. So I can go move in here in the slow and push 2 of those explorers out, which saves 2 towns. That pushes this back down to 13. And then my Call of the Dahan Ways can replace a town with a Dahan, which puts me up to 9. So I'm at 13-9. I've still got a deficit here of 4 towns. I guess what I need to be able to do here is do a big let them break themselves against the stone to get a bunch of them back. That's got to be, I think, the play. Somehow in this land, but I can't get to that land. Yeah, plus infestation, like, you know, in that land there obviously does some pretty decent work as well. So you know, that's okay. So I probably won't die to the towns, but like it's not looking rosy either. Okay. So anyway, I've done all the things. We're not placing the blights. We've done all that. So we've done the escalation. We've done the explore. We now have to, after explore, move all of this along. And then we, of course, have to do the France 6 and then this mess. So France 6 first, we'll go 1 in there. That's that board. This board over here. Don't want to go one in here because that'll create a thing. I can go one into the portal, which gets to push this. And I suppose I'll push this into the mess. Yeah. And then the final board over there doesn't have a portal, unfortunately. It actually only has one choice, which is in there. Okay, so that's round 6. Now we've got the reminder card. So let's again remind ourselves of the horrible situation here. So when it's revealed on each board, add a city to a coastal land without a city, which will most definitely be here. On this board, I can put in the portal, which lets me put it anywhere at all, which will just be over into the mess. And on this board, it's an ad. Such a pity. I have to put it in here. God damn it. So disappointing. I'm sure lots of people saw that one coming when I was making plans with my isolate, but I unfortunately did not. So there we go. That's okay. Now we have to do the horrible town thing, which is going to be 9 towns. 3, 6, 9. 3 inland lands with the fewest blight, which is this mess, the portal, which pushes this over to here, and the fewest blight is actually forced, which is that land. Now on this board, inland lands with the fewest blight, that's 1, that's another, and after that it's a choice. The land with the bunch of beasts, and then this board, fewest blight, 1, 2, 3 is forced. In some ways, it's nice when it just forces your hand and you don't have to think about it. Anyway, that's that gone. Good riddance. We do finally reach the slow phase with 1 single solitary town in the pool. I'm going to have a little break for just a moment here. I need to go and take care of business. Too many liquids, too many drinks. I'll be back momentarily. Well, we're back. Some interesting things happening here for sure. First of all, let's get rid of that. Now, I definitely have some things going on, and I'm pretty happy I have the gnawing root biters here as an option, let me tell you, as it's definitely going to help set some things up. So I believe a gnawing root biters in here, range 1, get the 2 of those towns in there. This is going to be my land next turn for Stone to kind of go nuts with protecting and also right-inating to get some towns back in the pool. So I'm going to want to go ahead and push those towns in there. Similarly, with call on the herders for aid, I'm going to want to go ahead and target this land, gather up to 2 Dahan, which gathers out of here. And the way this works, I did check this earlier, is because Bargains of Coursing Path is a triggered action, the wording is after pieces. It uses the keyword after, which makes it a triggered action. Triggered actions in this game happen after the resolution of whatever you were in the middle of doing. So essentially here with the call on the herders for aid, I'm going to gather the 2 Dahan in, and then I continue with the rest of this card, which says for each Dahan present, push the stuff. So I'm gathering the 2 Dahan in, then I'm going to push all of this stuff here, which is going to this doesn't get to push. I was thinking I get to portal those away, but I don't, which is unfortunate. Ah, it's annoying, but it is what it is. I was thinking I get to put them in there. That would have been way better. I have to do this anyway, so push all of those in here, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bit of a dumb plan there, and we can always look to maybe do something with that later on. I know it's, this is the one with my presence with rising heat, but right now there's only so much I can do, so I think I'll just do that for now. So that's that. Now I do this, and then I get to throw these wherever I want to set up a portal right now on the reclaim. I have Dahan in there, so I can make that a portal land. That sounds tragic. I could just make this a portal land and then make these the things I forget. I kind of talked about doing this before, didn't I? Where I delete these to the to the blight card, and then I just end up putting Badlands in a land that I never use. But it's like whatever, I have to do that at range 0, the bargain, and I'm not going to have a way to get my presence back into one of them lands. So what I was thinking was I'd like to set up a portal somewhere here. I was thinking about this land as one of them. So it's either going to be this land or that land. Right now, I'm going to do the fog closes in this land and remove some of those. Remove some of those. Oh, I'm going to push the hand out of that land, haven't I? I am. I'm actually about to push at least 2 the hand out of there, so that will mean that can't be a portal. So if I want that to be a portal next turn, I'm going to actually have to push one of them in there. Oh no, they have to both go on the same land, don't they? Yeah. Can't portal stuff away to different lands, so that has to all go in there. Not ideal, but it is what it is. Okay. It's silly in truth, but anyway. Fine. That was what we did, the call on the herders for aid situation there, so that at least cleared that. Such a pity. I was really thinking that this was going to be a bigger land to ravage with the with those towns and stuff. Ouch. So it's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 14, 15, 16, 17. Half of that is 8 plus 2, 10 damage. I get to kill 5 of the towns. Okay, well, anyway, it is what it is. Next, I have 2 moves with Shroud. One of them is going to be at range 1 into here. Call it the hand ways, and I have the threshold, the moon threshold. You may replace a town with the Dahan. Replace that town with the Dahan. So as of right now, our pool is 2, and we're going to have to recalculate this anyway. Next thing I was thinking was I can do jagged shards into this land to make a Badlands and push to the hand, which doesn't matter. And then I have my 2 movements. One is in there, and the other is in there. No, not doing that other movement yet. I did one of my movements. Now I do lost, no, not lost in the swirling haze. The fog closes in this land, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, I don't get to get my my extra presence in here, so it's only going to be 4, which is going to kill these 4 towns. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 fear. And then I have to push 2 Dahan. Push them in there. That's that resolved. Now I have one more movement, which is going to be in here. My second movement. Now I write an 8, push up to 1 Dahan, push 1 Dahan in there, and then push up to 2 Explorers / Dahan, but push these Explorers into this mess. Okay. That's the right innate resolved. And then I have the left innate here, which gets the ping for 1 damage, which pings in here for these 2 Explorers. Our isolate comes back. All of our abilities are resolved. Left innate is done. Where the last final thing will be when time passes, which we'll do in a moment. Gone. That energy is gone. Now, we're still only 1. Yeah, we're still only 1 here, which is a real pity. We didn't get to set up any fear farm stuff, but it's important to keep things at bay here so I don't lose to that town count. Now, so speaking of town count, let's have a look here at the situation. So right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the pool. And as of right now, I'm going to be building none. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Let's put 3 more up to 8. 1 up to 9. And then 1, 2 to 11. If I do the stubborn solidity in this land, that gives me 1 more back, which will go to 7. This we said we would get to do, 10 damage, which kills 5 more, so 7 up to 12. Really, really, really puts us on the edge. Massively so. I think we can probably infestation of venomous spiders in this land. Skip the build and then kill those towns, and that solves like 5 towns for us or something like that. So that would be really helpful. I think that can be a thing. We would like the infestation up there, but that'll only get us back 1 town. So I don't love the sound of that. But anyway, that is all well and good. So we're 12 versus 11 there. Now, so we have to reclaim with rising heat. That's one thing for sure. We reclaim. We'll gain 3 now plus 1. We'll take a 3 here and then 1 more up at the top. And then, as we said, we'd like, I think, to make a portal up here if we can. And just try to get more and more stuff into a dump land for the dissolving vapors. It sort of feels like the plan. The question is, where does our dump land go now? Because this is now going to be a portal. I guess we're back down to dump landing in here, aren't we? I suppose we are. Okay. Give the searing heat. Do we need a screw? Oh yeah, we said ravage skip in that land, didn't we? With the with this spirit. Didn't we say that? Yeah. Yeah, stop that loss condition seems pretty good. So what do we gain? Do we gain a major or a minor? I think the call on herders for 8 is finally past its sell by date. This turn is going to be 4 on that. Bargain will put me down to 2 energy next turn, but then I can G3 and look for something, another major if I need one. So I have basically 2 shots at a major here. I think I do go major power. Give me a little bit more juice. Let's look for a major. We might find the stones that we can play right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Major power time. What have we got? We've got Utter Accursed Dread and Bone. That's not it. Savage Transformation certainly isn't it. Rumbling Earthquakes could be decent. Tickets erupt with every touch of breeze. Probably not it. Rumbling Earthquakes. What are you doing for me, Meow Trout? Unfortunately, I cannot hit the threshold. Not this turn. Okay, well, we're reclaiming also with Shroud, so that'll help as well. Let's go and take a look at our miners in case we get a support miner. 1, 2, 3, 4. That could help. Support miner might give us a better view. Pull Beneath the Hungry Earth. Sky Stretches. That was an interesting one that I had in my mind. Call to Bloodshed and Sap the Strength. So Sky Stretches is a no-brainer here. Works very well with Rumbling Earthquake, obviously. Gotta be. Sky Stretches, right? Has to be. Sky Stretches with Rumbling Earthquake is a way to get some work done here. 6 damage to things and then 6 damage among adjacent lands to buildings only. What can that do for me here? Where do I have 2 lands that are close together? Oh, it's for coasts only. Here and here. What does that do? 6 damage in there is like pretty decent. And then followed by 6 damage in there, which just kills 3 towns. But like it gets 6 towns back in the pool right away. A pile of fear. It's pretty good. Play Rumbling and Bargain. Means I don't play my skip this turn. Interesting. Like I'm almost certain. Like obviously Sap is good over here as well, so I have to consider. Do I need that defend? Probably not, but it's worth considering. What am I doing with Stone is the question. I think Stone wants to go reclaim again, but this time I think I might have to go bottom to get that Earth because I was thinking about playing Infestation. Stubborn Solidity and Rain of Blood to get the threshold on Infestation. Can that be good? Well, I guess I don't need the threshold. If I'm going to target this land, threshold will allow me to just wipe out some explorers. That's all, though. There's no other beasts for me to gather because I haven't done that trick yet. So the reason I said about going bottom track is that gives me the fifth earth. But this doesn't solve this land. It'll still ravage next turn. So the infestation, it only gets rid of some of the stuff. Maybe stops it being a loss condition. But like the important part here is it stops it building, which stops the town problem. So I don't necessarily have to hit the threshold on that yet. And I could instead just get my gnawing root biters back online and go top track. Get my 6 energy. Spend 5 on that. Gets me one step closer to the extra carbon extra. So I think I do need to do this. So that's that. That's 6 energy. 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll be going into one of these 2 lands. So those lands are guaranteed now because it's either coastal or mountain. So both of those lands are definitely going to hit. So that's going to be that. The stubborn solidity is on this land. We know that. The infestation has to go in here. We know that. So now our 11 is nowhere near 11. It's 0 here. It's 0 here. We'd like to isolate here, but I don't think we'll have that luxury. We're going to do 1, 2, 3 over here. 1 over here up to 4. And then up here it's 2 more up to 6. So we're building up to 6 towns on this board this turn. And then 2, 4, 6 there. We said we can gain 5 of them back. That puts us to 11. And then this one is 12, right? So that's the 12. So it's 12 versus 6. And that puts us in a pretty strong spot that way. I'm just wondering whether I keep my fast rumbling earthquakes till next turn. What I'm thinking here is with the bargain, the call, and the rumbling next turn, that's a threshold on the rumbling, which is an extra 6 damage, which if I manage to get an additional presence in that land could like wipe loads of stuff out. That whole corner there could wipe like just a million towns. Kind of the idea I'm getting at. It would mean throwing the gift of searing heat away on this draft to sweltering exhaustion. I hate the sound of that. Over here it's 4 plus 1, 3 in the bank. 3 in the bank is going to cover a single ravage, stave 2, and I'll get 6 more next turn. So we're pretty okay with stone. I think we don't really need energy with stone. Over here we're pretty fine as well. We're about to gain 2 plus the 1 off the sky stretches, which is likely the card we're taking. So that puts us in a pretty good spot as well. So we kind of have energy there. So actually, yeah, the searing heat isn't quite as necessary as I thought. So maybe I can just throw away the searing heat, take the rumbling, and then play the 3 of those cards next turn for 8 energy. I'd only be spending 2 this turn. And then I'd get next turn 3 more. So let's have a look at this. Throw away the searing heat. That's the idea. Throw away these, because it's almost certainly rumbling earthquakes I'm taking. So that's the idea. This is this turn. That cost me 2. I bank 4, 5, 6. Next turn, I G2 from bottom, and I get 3 more energy, which gives me 6 plus 3 is 9. 6 plus 2 plus 1 is 9. And then I do have the earthquakes, rumbling earthquakes, what do you call it? Threshold, fast with the sky stretches to shore. And hopefully I can set some stuff up with the portals or whatever this turn. Not exactly sure what that looks like, but we could hopefully sort something out there. This feels okay, I think. But the problem is it doesn't solve this turn, and it does solve that. This is 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's ravaging for 9 this turn. I can just sucking use the land and stop it being a loss condition, which would only really get ravaged for 2, 4, 6, 7. Which is probably okay. 1 blight. This gets skipped. Remember, rumbling earthquakes. Stick it in the card cam here. Rumbling earthquakes is it ignores health bonuses. Power ignores health bonuses, so we don't have to care about durability with this card. So that's quite nice for kind of wiping out whole big sections of the island here. It feels like that's a good way to win this game, especially in line with some bargains here. Then it obviously means my bargains goes down to here. So then when I reclaim, I'm only getting 3 energy, and at that point it'd be like sweltering exhaustion plus call on the herders or whatever like that. But you know, it's okay. I think it's worth it to maybe set up a little bit more of the earthquakes plus pushing some stuff with the call on the herders. Like I think that can work. So okay, so that's the plan. We're underplaying this turn so that we can get those 2 off and play the 2 of them next turn. So that's in our hand. The sweltering exhaustion is the play this turn to just keep the loss condition stuff at bay a little bit longer. We can, of course, in this game. Let's go and remind ourselves. Probably should have done this at the very start here, but the again the track how many blight come off the blight card, and we've done 1 so far. If that number ever exceeds players, the invaders win. So we can have 3 total loss condition. It's the 4th that kills us. Yeah. And the reason that mattered last time is when you put Sweden into the mix, they add 2 blight each time, which means that you can have 1 single loss condition to 2, but then the second loss condition puts you to 4, which loses you the game immediately. So that is kind of all of that. Over here, Sky Stretches is the take. That's fine. Those are gone. Sky Stretches is in the hand. That gets me 1 energy because it doesn't contain a fire. Those 2 are off the top track, and I have a move of presence here at some point. So Sky Stretches will be next turn. Sucking Ooze, I think we said, will probably be this turn. 2 card plays. We'd like another air card, so Call of the Hanways won't be one of them. It's a kind of bad card anyway. So the question is, do we Dissolving Vapors this turn, and then next turn we go these 3 cards by G2 to bottom. No, sorry, not those 3. It'll be Sky Stretches plus 2 of the others. Like this, maybe. Oh no, didn't we say we need flow? Yeah, we need flowing this turn. So probably can't fit in the Dissolving Vapors. We try squeeze that in next turn for the big Vapors turn, the combo turn, which we kind of don't have set up this turn anyway. So next turn will be like 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. We'd have 2 moon, 4 air. We'd have too much air, but we'd have a 3 and a 4 over here, so we'd kind of hit the second level there. But anyway, that's okay for now. So that's kind of our next turn locked in, which is a whole bunch of energy, so we're good on that front. And then these are this is this turn. You know what? It might have actually been correct to draft a major there with Shroud. Now that I look at it, obviously I've locked in my choice and all of that. But now that I look at how much energy I have, major was probably correct there. But anyway, it's okay. Sucking Ooze isn't big impact, but it is a stopping a loss condition here, which I think is pretty decent. And then, as we say, we need the Flowing and Silent to gather this the presence into there with Earth. So those two things are needed. So that's costing 0. And we're just not going to get a major draft here with Shroud, because next turn we're going to go G2 bottom to get up to 3 plays. So it's just a little bit unfortunate that we can't, fit a major draft in here, but it's okay. So Stone wants to place a presence in here, first of all. Land with your presence there, and then next turn it'll be in there. So that's fine. We took the energy, we paid for our stuff. All of that is super sound. We took our energy over here, but that's for next turn, obviously. So this is what we're doing this turn. We're getting ahead of ourselves, of course, there. So that's all okay. And that needs to still go there. Now, the other thing is then on this side, so Shroud has 2 card plays. It can move a single presence, and then obviously you can move 2 more and do an isolate. So what did we say we wanted to do? We said we wanted to isolate this so that this doesn't gather. We said we wanted to isolate that with Sucking Ooze. So that's kind of like solving that in a sense. Do we need to move presence anywhere? So we obviously don't want presence in there, so that's all fine. But we could do it moving our presence out of here, probably. So what do we have in terms of innate? We've only got left innate by 1 and then right innate by 2. Move you into there, I think. That's one of my presence moves. And then after that, I'm not sure that it matters. I don't think so. No, I think the rest is fine. Okay. All good. So let's start resolving our. Let's remove this. Okay. Let's start resolving fast powers. Add a beast in here and gather a beast, which I can't do. For each beast, 1 fear. And then Invader skip 1 action. So we've only got 1 action skip in there. Stubborn Solidity. Defend 1 per the hand in this land. That defends that for 2. The hand can't be changed. Then we have our left and right innate here. Right innate is going to target this land. So no, I can't do that yet. Sorry. So Flowing and Silent is going to gather the Sacred Site with the express approval of Stone. So that gathers that in. That's going to give us 2 fear, because invaders are present, and then gather in the Stone stuff. Now Stone is going to target that land with the right innate. Next up, 1 fear. Range 2 from a Sacred Site in there. It's 1 more fear. It's going to give us the fear card. Skip up to 1 Ravage action. That's that. And then Sucking Ooze in here. 2 more fear. If invaders are present, isolate target land. So that's that. And then I think we're pretty good. No fast. We obviously with this. And then all the rest of these over here are slow. That's there. Okay, we did our 2 moves or whatever. We did our moves, so let's just move them up there. They're fine. We did our isolate, which is what this land over here, so that's okay. So yeah, we're somewhat okay. I would say we're not terrible. Now we need to go ahead and we need to go and do this blighted card effect. Oh yeah, there's a question. Where in the hell were we putting that? That was a reason to think about moving our presence. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I do want to. I do care about that. So I can move this presence. I can isolate there and then move away. I can either move in there and put a wilds in that land, or I can move in there and wilds that land. So this land is either going to be mountains or it's going to be coastal. The 2 actual coastal mountains are already covered by stone, so I don't care about getting a wilds into those lands. I'd rather get over here and put a wilds into one of these lands. And I think it probably wants to be this one because this is like, the whole blight and weaker invaders and all the rest of it here. That's basically the dump land in the future, most likely. So I'll do it in this land instead. So that's going to move me across with one of my moves, and then I'm going to sacrifice this. It just says destroy, doesn't it? Replaces. Yeah, it goes to the destroyed presence. Yeah. So it basically counts as destroyed. So that's going to put a wilds. 1. Then I am going to lose one of my presents with stone, which actually ends up being this. I think. Yeah. And that becomes a beast. And then we lose 1 with our boy Heat. As we said, that's going to become a dump land, so don't really care for that one. So we'll lose 1 of them in there and make that a Badlands. Not a dump land, sorry. It's going to become a bargain portal next turn. So that's that. Okay, now we go to the blight card, or not the blight card, the bloody event card. Hardworking settlers. No. Hate this one. This one's awful. Awful. On each board, push up to 2 Dahan, add a town to a land without towns, and then immediately ravage in the land with the most invaders that matches a ravage card. You're kidding me. I just threw away my presents in here with stone and it would have covered this, no problem. But now that I threw away my present, it doesn't cover it. Good God almighty. And then this, because I only skip 1 ravage, will do the double ravage thing. This would have been so nice because I would have gotten the trigger twice. I think. If I had had the 2 presents in there with stone, but now it's just going to end up wiping our presents out and stuff, which is all kinds of nasty. But instead I can skip ravages, which I actually don't even want to do. The bottom part here, I don't even want to do this. Obviously removing a stage 2 is a disaster because I've only got one of them left. But I also don't want to skip a ravage because on this board I've got nothing ravaging, and then on this board I'm actually trying to kill off the towns here. If I don't ravage, I won't get the kill over here. I have what, 2 fear cards, so it would be immediately ravage here. It would do the trick that I talked about before. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 14, 15, 16, 17. Half of that is 8. So yeah, the maths was right. So it's going to basically deal 10 damage with the right and 8. So I'd place a blight and I'd wipe out 5 towns. And then you'd still have 2 towns and an explorer left to ravage the second ravage, which will blight Cascade. Unless I hit a fear card to help me, of course. Although this turn, beasts also count as badlands, so technically I get 1 additional damage off the off this because there's a beast in there, which is kind of funny. How the hell did I get a beast in there? No idea. I put that there last turn or something. I don't know what I did with that. That's the starting beast, isn't it? Yeah. It's 1 extra damage, so it kills the explorer, and then it leaves 2 towns behind, which is more likely to be solved by a fear card, but not that more likely. It might be worth the risk, though. I will take a loss condition blight over here, and I'll put myself up to 2, but I still have 1 more in the bank. I really do not want to go to a stage 3 card right now. I really feel like I need the pause of that. The other thing I can do here is obviously I can get 2 to hand out of there. Up to 2, sorry, 1 to hand in there. 3, 4, 5, which gets me a city kill, which would be pretty good. I need to keep 2 in there to make it a portal, but it would get me a city kill, which would be 2 extra fear. What else? Push up to 2 to hand. Where else would that matter? I could just protect this to hand. It's not going to really make any difference. But then the thing is, I have to add a town to a land without towns. Which would go in here. And I could push in there, which gets me 1 more town kill, I believe. So that kind of cancels the town getting added to this board. So basically, I was only building 6 towns. I already have 6. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this. I hate it. And it's going to cost me a Blight Cascade. It's going to definitely cost me a Lost Condition Ravage. It may cost me a Blight Cascade over here. but it still gives me a little bit more room to breathe without hitting the stage 3 card right now, which I just really feel like I can't afford to hit. I have at least turned the Hausberg livestock thing off, but yeah, I just don't think I can afford to take the bottom thing here. Hate every bit of this. Every time this card, every time it wrecks me. It's the one of the worst ones in the deck for sure. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Top part, push up to 2 to hand. Push 1 in there. Actually, 1 second, because over here with portals, I can potentially use that to get the hand over onto this side of the board as well. So I may want to just do push, no, you in there, and then I can push some stuff into that land, which I think works well. Yeah, on that board, that the hand's dying anyway, so no big deal. Okay, so push 1 in there. That's that. And those the hand obviously can't be changed or anything like that, which is good. Okay, now add a town to a land without a town. Add it in here. Push that over there. It's such a pity both of these portals are on the same board. It's frustrating, but anyway, it is what it is. Now, this board, push up to 2 to Han, looks like from here into this portal, and then those get fired over to that land, I think. Could be wrong, but seems okay. And then I have to add a town to a land without a town on that board. Which as of this moment can probably just go in there safely enough. So if it hits there, that's a bigger problem from the thing. So yeah, I can just make a bit of a big land because I know I'm protecting that with stone anyway. So I think that goes there. Then I have this board, which I already pushed the Dahan on. I didn't push the hand on this board, did I? No, not yet. So let's push the hand on this board. 1 in here, and then this gets fired off over to, I think, this land. Okay. So we did the push the hand on this board. We did the add town. We did the push the hand on this board onto the other board, and we added the town in here. And then this board we pushed 1 to hand, and then we didn't add the town yet. The town gets added to a land without towns, which for the same reason as before can go in there. In there. Okay, and then immediately ravage in the land with the most invaders that matches a ravage card. Awful. So this board doesn't match. This board skips. This board ravages in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 towns this time. So that's 16, 17, 18, 19 with the adjacency. Half of 19 is going to be 9. Oh, this happens before the Badlands thing at the bottom, which is kind of annoying. But anyway, so that's 9 plus 2 more. It's going to be 11. So it's going to place a blight. We're going to pay the 1 from stone. Yeah, it's an extra. Oh, hang on, why is this happening? because it's only half. So this is actually going to put an extra invader in this land. So I think I made a mistake on the on pushing this in with the portal. I think that was a stupid decision because this is only going to be, so yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 6, 8. That's 16, 17, 18, 19. Half of 19 is 9 plus the 2. Yeah, it's 11. So it's just still killing the same amount of things. However, it says on each board, destroy a damaged invader in a land with the Dahan. So here I could ping off a town and kill one, which is kind of cool. But still, putting that in there was wrong. Here's what I do. When I did this, I could push it anywhere on the island with the portal. So the portal's just going to push that in there. So then we're going to go back and do this 2, 4, 6, 7, which was the 14, 15, 16, 17. So now it's 8 damage. Plus the 2 is 10. 10 damage will now kill 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 8 of it. That's 1 more damage. It's 9 of it. And then 10 of it is this. Okay? So that's our 10 damage. I didn't get the Badlands damage because it hasn't reached the bottom of the card yet, but that's okay. These 4 towns will die. And I'm about to get a lifetime achievement here. I've never once triggered the bottom of this card, and I'm about to do it this turn. So that's 4 dead towns. 1, 2, 3, 4. A dead explorer and a wounded town. Okay, that was that board, and now this board over here. As we said, it skipped. So that's the 3. That's all of the top of the card done. Now, this turn, beasts also count as Badlands, and then on each board, destroy a damaged invader in a land with a beast, which I get to destroy that and generate a fear. As I say, I've never done that before, so that is pretty cool. It doesn't count on the other boards because I've no damage invaders in any of that. Oh, it's such a pity that I couldn't do it in here. Technically, I can destroy that city, but I don't want to because this is my danger land that I'm trying to solve. But yeah, it's a pity that happened to be on the same board there. It would have been nice if they split. I could have triggered it twice in one turn. But anyway, that is all of that good news. This turn, beasts also count as Badlands. I'm not sure of any damage. Maybe I do. Beast counting as Badlands can sit out here for now. As a reminder, down here. Sure. Something like this. Okay, now we have 2 fear cards, both of which are still at stage 1, which is going to be pretty challenging for that to be impactful, but we'll have a look and see. First, each player chooses a different coastal land with Dahan in each 1 damage per Dahan. It's not particularly, oh it is actually, that's lovely. Chooses a different coastal land with Dahan in each. First of all, kill you. That's 2 fear. We're happy about that. You're dead. In here, we just deal 3 damage, which is yeah, we can't kill, unfortunately, the town. So this right now will kill the 2 explorers, and the town will take 1 damage. But we're still ravaging for 4 here because we have an adjacent town. If we can get rid of that town, that doesn't blight anymore, which could be quite nice. So that's that. And then over here we just ping that for 1 because there's nothing better we can do. 1 damage per the hand, yeah. Pity we didn't have the gather first. If we had the gather first, it would have solved this land. It would have been great. Actually, it wouldn't have quite solved it. Wouldn't have quite solved it. But anyway, it's okay. But we still haven't solved this mess in here, which we're now unlikely to solve with this one single card. But that's okay. Let's have a look. Defend 1 in all lands. And that does solve this coast. Because now it's going to defend for 3 and it ravages for 4. So that stops a blight. Which is pretty nice. Does not solve this mess in here though. But anyway, what can we do about that? We're taking some blight this turn, folks. We are taking some blight this turn, but I bought myself one more stage 2 card, which I hope can make the difference. It shall remain to be seen. Okay. Done. Let's go. Ravage over here, as we say. Ravaging for 2 plus 2 is 4. Defender for 3. Fight back. Kill. So this has 3 damage on it already. Deal 3 damage to this and 3 damage to this. It's just enough to kill them both. Thank God. Town goes there. City goes by. That goes over there. And then we generate 3 fear. And that means with our fast rumbling next turn, we should hopefully have enough to get both of them leveled up to stage 2, which would be quite nice. So that's all good. Next, Ravage over here, Blight Cascade. It's only ravaging for, well, it's 2, 4, 6, minus 1 is 5. Unfortunately, our stone presence is now going to be outnumbered, so that will not, I will not be able to, well, actually, can I pay this to get it to come from the box is the question. 7. Did I forget to take this from the box? I think I might have. Because where did my other blight go? Why do I only have 2, 4, 6, 7 here? Should have been 9. Did I take any blight last turn? Ugh, I don't know why I'm missing some blight there. I need to check this because I think at the very minimum, I think I forgot to take this from the blight card. But I feel like I might have forgotten to take something else from the blight card as well. I'm not sure. Let me pause the video. Well, I am glad I checked. I'm just looking at my screen here and I look very bright. I'm not sure what my brightness settings are all about today. This should be the same normal setup. Sometimes it kind of dims in the background and all the rest of it. But anyway, I'm glad I checked because I had indeed made a mistake. So you can see I've put myself back up to 8 blight on this card. So there was one gone, which was over in that land there. So that one that gave us the lost condition last time out, that took 1 off. So it was 9, went down to 8 because of that one. But then I had put it to 7 here. So I'd forgotten I even paid the 1 with stone and then just took it off the card anyway. So that was a mistake. So 1's gone back on there. That one came out of the box. We were in the middle of ravaging here, of course. I've only gone and he's only gone and gotten himself a can of orange, another can of orange, and I had a few cheeky crisps as well in between. So I looked after myself a tiny bit there during that little brief hiatus. I go in with the can of orange. Nearly 11 o'clock now. I was planning on finishing up at midnight today. I dare say I will not get this game finished in 1 hour. I'd be lucky if I get the turn finished in an hour. This one is a real thinker. That went down wrong there. Jesus. Oh, do you know the way when sometimes you swallow a drink and it feels like you swallowed a brick? The muscle or something does some sort of contraction. And it feels like you swallowed something massive. That's what I did there. Oh, excuse me. Some air and stuff like that. I dare say I should probably just cut that out and start again, but I'm not going to do that because you know by now, if you've been on this channel before, I do not cut nonsense out. So, where was I? Where in God's name was I? I was here. I was Blight Cascading, which we weren't in love with, but it is what it is. Blight Cascade over to there. That's fine. Safe, safe. Over here now we have another Blight in there, which is not a lost condition Ravage. It's going to kill that hand, and then we also have a Blight, and that is a lost condition in there, and that leaves us with only 4 Blight left on the card. So, as you can probably tell, that goes up to 2. I have just invested an outrageous amount into hardworking settlers. The top portion. That goddamn card. I have just invested an outrageous amount into that. I took, like, how many Blight did I take for that? I took 1, 2, it was 3 Blight for that, including a lost condition. I cost myself 3 extra towns on the board. Like, I cost myself so much to do that, to buy myself 1 more stage 2 card. I feel like a lot, if not most, players would probably have taken the second option there. And that's not to say that I'm right by taking the top option, because I'm really unsure whether I took the correct option there. But I feel like most players would be so risk averse that they would not take the top option there. Like, I'm talking about the vast majority, and like a lot of the kind of high end players, you know, that talk on the Discord and stuff like that, they talk about like being really Blight averse. They hate taking Blight, all that kind of stuff. So I feel like even a lot of the high end players wouldn't want to take that option there. But I feel like the extra actions I'm going to save by only having a stage 2 card hit right now will matter more. Like, I know that I'm definitely hitting this land and I'm definitely hitting this land, so I've set my game up according to those lands. If I skip that stage 2 card and I go to a stage 3 card that misses on mountains, it throws my whole plan off really badly. It cost me loads of tempo, all these other kind of things. And as I said, all the extra actions would undo, I believe, those Blight anyway. This gives me a more of a chance to set myself up with the rumbling play and all that kind of stuff. Again, like I said, I don't know whether this is correct or not, but we shall see. So that's all of that. That's the ravaging done. Finally. Now we build. No. No. Yes. Yes. And then convert. Skip. Skip. That's a pity that wasn't doing the damage this turn, because it also would have been a Badlands. Okay. Now. God, that leaves us 4 towns in the pool, which is dire. But we continue. We didn't build any coastal cities there, so there's no triangle trade. One second. Ugh. What was in this land? Was it 3 explorers? I think I just forgot to take one of those explorers away. Yeah, because there was no town in there. No. It was 3 explorers. I just forgot to take the town away. Is that true? That has to be true. Let me see over here. Yeah. Okay. It was indeed 3 explorers. So 3 explorers meant build a town and then convert 2. I just forgot to get rid of one of the explorers. Okay. And now we do the gather. Yeah. Okay. Now, over here, gather. Unfortunately, we do have a single town to gather. It's a pity. We nearly didn't, because it can't gather from there. So we do gather that one town. Over here, we're isolated. Over here, we can't gather because this is the adjacent land. Then we, in here, have to gather as well, and we'll gather out of the potential risk land, which is the mountain. Yeah, I think that's correct. It's not great, but I think it's correct, because it does mean an extra explorer goes in there, but then we don't do the 2 town build, so I think it's more or less a wash. And then over, well, actually, it was this board first, but I don't think that's going to matter. So this land here can take a town out of which land? So what did we say? We said the rumbling earthquakes. Where's the? This has to be the corner for rumbling earthquakes, doesn't it? It just has to. So we could do 6 damage to target land, and then 12 damage among adjacent lands. If I have a presence in there, that means 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe I can gnawing root by. There's 2 more in there. That's 6 damage in there. Will kill 6 towns plus these 3, and then 3 more in another land as well. So it's like 12 towns or whatever back in the pool. We definitely don't gather out of this land or this land. So that means I have to gather out of this land. Okay. Which is fine because we know it's hitting that land anyway. So that's okay. And then we get to do that before this ravages next turn, which is quite nice as well. So this is going to be obviously the priority target land, adjacent land, should I say, which is all good. Okay. Then we have what do we have? We have this land up here, which has to gather from there. And unfortunately, we didn't get to make that. The kind of consequence of doing it this way is this does not become a portal, and that is a problem next turn. So we, of course, have an issue with that particular land up in that corner. Not ideal, but unfortunately, it's one of them things. Can't do everything here. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure exactly how we go about that, solving that problem up there in the corner, but we'll see. So that's all our gathers, right? Yeah, I do believe our gathers were done. Yeah, no triangle trades. So we checked all of our buildings. So I can keep having to remind myself in these bloody games. Okay, and then the damage from the hardworking settlers I don't think is coming up, because we've no more damage. All of this is gone. This is gone. I paid 1 this turn. I only paid 1, didn't I, for that land? Yeah, that was the only land that was ravaging that I was paying for. So yeah, it was only 1. Okay. And then finally, we explore. And it is the coastal lands after all. So we don't have to place any towns from the escalation, which is, I don't know. I have no idea whether that's good or not at this point in the game. We'll put our 3 explorers on here so we don't forget. And then we'll explore. As we said, we have this solved already. This will go 2. Unfortunately, this will also go 1 in there. Now over here it'll be 1. That gets removed. So that was a nice place to put our thing. So that did pay off. And then this one, it goes in there, which gets pushed away. And it'll get pushed away into this nuke land. As we said, this is going to be our new nuke land. Next turn, we're going to go back in there with one. I suppose we'll go back in there with another. No, we probably won't. At that point, we'll probably go somewhere else to maybe make a portal elsewhere. Which might be interesting. Or maybe just somewhere where we can place a Badlands. But anyway, that's fine. I think this does still stay our portal anyway. Our nuke land, should I say, even though this is really the nuke land. We probably end up trying to gather that in there later with flowing and silent. That's probably what we end up doing. But that's okay. So yeah, we'll keep adding to... no, sorry, where was it? Yeah, we'll add it into there. Because that's already a mess. That was off the portal. Skipped, placed one, portaled in there. Over here, one. Yeah. So the only two was here. Oh no, actually this was two, wasn't it? Because it doesn't have a thing, so we'll just get two of them pushed over there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, was that better than mountains? No, unlikely. Because that was a horrible land. Weren't in love with that one either there. And then this was the nuke land. So yeah, I don't know. I can't really tell, but we did cause slightly more problems with these lands, which I don't love. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is now a lost condition land, whereas it wasn't before that explore. Anyway, coastal lands now. Sorry, not coastal lands. The explore the just checking to make sure I hadn't France 6 to remove an explorer anywhere because I'm not allowed. Of course, the forgotten France 6 part rule. I now have France 6 somewhere on this board into a land containing no explorers. So on here, of course, we'll just do it in here and then push into here as well. So that's fine. On this board over here, we have no candidate. And then on this board, we have two candidates, and thankfully, one of them is not, or sorry, thankfully, there's a non-jungle option. We can go in there. So that's all good. Done our France 6. We've reached another slow phase. Slow phase for slow old goose, but that's okay. I do that a lot, don't I? Convincing myself that it's okay to play this slowly. But again, if you're here listening to me and watching this, you're probably fine with it. And why, I have no idea, but it's just one of them things, isn't it? Now, we have 9 root biters. We actually are technically able to G2 next turn up into this land to stop that loss condition, and we would quite like to stop that loss condition this turn. Or, I mean, any of these other loss condition lands. We have a bunch of them. As obviously these lands aren't ravaging until next turn. I mean, we've got such a problem here. This is just a disaster. Awful. I've got to imagine gnawing root biders pushing 2 of them out of there into that land is just a no-brainer. So that gives me the 6 in there that I talked about before. So it almost has to be correct because it reduces the problem in this land and it sort of optimizes the damage in there for next turn. That's just got to be true. Has to be. I've got to imagine that up here I'm letting this go. And hoping for a fear card to solve the problem. I'll have 2 fear cards. And damage per Dahan kind of does it because it kills the town. Defend per Dahan does it. And then any sort of move stuff out kind of things does it as well. If I isolate the land as well, then that also increases the things that work too. Now, what else do I have going on here? I'll have 2 moves and I'll have push 2 explorers. Where does pushing 2 explorers matter? Well, it matters over here, but I can't get there. It matters here quite a bit, but that's not my priority necessarily right now. My priority is the ravaging jungles because I've only 4 blight left. I have a ping of damage somewhere. Yeah, I just can't get to this land or this land, so those lands are gone to me. A ping of damage in here actually solves that land next turn without having to worry about it. Although having said that, if I kill all of those towns and these towns and those 3 towns, this is not adjacent to a town anymore. So that won't be a loss condition. Can I kill all them with the rumbling earthquakes? So it's 6 in here, that kills them, 6 more in here, and then 6 in here will be 1, 2. Yeah, and then I have 2 spare damage, which I can either put in there, I can maybe put in here to kill that city, which isn't maybe terrible. But yeah, the point being 6, and then 4 each on them. Sorry, 4 total on them would mean I'd kill all of those towns, and this won't be adjacent to a town. So I don't have to dedicate a ping of damage to that right now, which is quite nice. And it does mean, oh yeah, no, actually, yeah, this land is protected by stone, so I don't need to do anything with that land. Suppose then this is just a very logical solve. Pushing 1 explorer out of here doesn't make a difference, nor does pushing the explorer out of there. This is a problem land for sure. So we've got 3 big, giant, horrible problem lands right now. All 3 are loss conditions. What on earth am I doing? Bargains doesn't do anything. Got sky stretches, and I've got unnerving pall. What can unnerving pall do? Unnerving pall, like I can ping a single thing and stop it from participating in ravage, and then I'd have 2, 4, 6, 7, and then I could isolate the land, so that could stop that being a lost condition ravage. And I have to transfer in unnerving pall for one of the others, which I kind of hate, but it at least stops a lost condition. Problem is, it's still ravaging and blighting, which is all kinds of bad. Can't get down here to isolate this. So challenging. Just I don't really have drafts here, is the thing. So I kind of have to make what I have written in front of me work. Technically, I can have a draft on the side of stone if I wanted to. I could, in theory, go place a presence at range 1 in here, which solves this land, give up on the infestation for 1 turn, place from the top track, and then I'd have 4 card plays. So I wouldn't have this damage dealer in here. I also wouldn't have even the hold the island fast. But I can have a shot at a major with 8 energy. I feel so risky though. God, I suppose I can G3 and look for a major on the side of Shroud instead of going G2 bottom, and I just accept 2 more card plays this turn and see if I can do better than Dissolving Vapors and the fog closes in. Look for a big major. Also sounds kind of rubbish, but maybe. This is so difficult. I can maybe allow 1 lost condition in here. I obviously can't allow 2 because I lose the game, but I can maybe allow 1. The other thing is if I go for the G3 over here and look for a major, a fast major, if I jump into that land, I can then range 1 in here and isolate this land, which is something, because it stops the loss condition. It still takes a blight. And as of right now, we're taking probably guaranteed blight there. We're hoping for the best to not blight in there. And then we're seeing what we can do with stone in here. Jesus. Jesus. Absolutely hating every second of this. I think I kind of have to look for an out with stone. I think I sort of have to do the look for a major play, go into that land, protect that land from the lost condition, look for a major. Because at the very minimum, it solves one land. Whereas if I do the reclaim stuff with infestation, I can only solve maximum one land. I'd be like solving the same land basically, albeit leveling up to the threshold. But the threshold isn't really doing anything for me right now. Whereas if I do the major play, I have a shot of solving two lands. Could solve that, and then maybe I find a fast card to Indomitable Claim or whatever the hell to potentially solve one of the other lands. It could be quite nice. So I sort of feel locked into. I'm priced into doing that. I think with stone. Um, and then I can do that first and see what I hit, and then that can dictate what I do on the side of Shroud. So that's a kind of a plan. The question is, again, what do I do from my innate and pushing stuff over here? I hate dedicating the right innate to a tempo play here, but I just don't really see better. Doing the pinging play up here requires the unnerving Paul stuff, and I might have to give up on that unnerving Paul stuff anyway. This is 2 towns protected for next turn, but again, I'm going to have 1,000,000 towns back in the pool, haven't I? Roughly 1,000,000. And I'm not building that many. I'm building like, a handful here, 3 here, 2, 2, 1 because of triangles, right? Now that'll be empty, as will, no, not that. So it'll be like 3, 2, 2, that's 7. Over here, we're hoping that's empty because it got defended and blocked. 2 more is 9. 2 more is 11. But I'm like wiping out, as I said, like almost 10 from there alone. Well, that's probably really it. So it'll be close, actually. It'll be close. At least doing this up here gives me the out of unnerving Paul, which I don't mind having. So it'll be basically ping the town, which gets me 1 extra fear. You know what, I can kill a city actually here with a single point of damage, which just gets me 2 fear. But this is actually a Badlands this turn. Yeah, I don't really want to kill that. I'm milking it for fear right now, which is fine. So yeah, this can ping this. Then I can do the Lost in the Swirling Haze, which can push a Dahan and then 2 Explore. So I can push this out of here. And then now, actually no, I don't need to Lost in the Swirling Haze in that land, do I? Because already if I stop this, it's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. I still have to isolate the land. So that's enough. Now I can do the Lost in the Swirling Haze in here. So I'll do one of my movements, which pushes you out of there in there. Then I do push 1 Dahan in here, and then 2 Explorers in here. That's Lost in the Swirling Haze done. And then the left innate I already did as well. I have a single other move action here, if I want one. Not sure that I see a place where I need one right now. I'm going to want to get over, I think, near here to deal with that with dissolving vapors in the near future. Yeah. Oh, God almighty. This is this is this is something. This is really something. Yeah, I don't think I'm moving right now as of right now. I think I'm okay. Yeah, right. Everything done. Yeah, eventually. Jesus. Brain is starting to give up here, folks. What do we all do? Another half an hour and then we'll come back fresher the next time. This has been a brain burner. To be honest with you, I thought this was going better than it was. I thought, yeah, we're going pretty well here at one point, but no, it's not. It's not going well. It hasn't ever really been. In hindsight, looking back at how in control I was at different points, I wasn't ever as in control as I thought I was. And the main reason is the Habsburg reminder card. Adding the 9 towns to the board and putting me on the back foot with the towns cost me in different ways. Because it meant I didn't have the space to maybe dedicate to certain things. I had to focus on getting towns back on the card. Which I will also say probably wasn't as impactful as I'm maybe letting on here. I didn't have that much variability in how I could go about doing this, but still, it still had some amount of an impact. Okay, we're all done. And then at the end of the turn, I had 1 and 2, so 2 fear. No other damage invaders on the board, so that's a deuce. That goes back. All of this goes back, and then we have to now go ahead and take our turn. Now, as I say, I feel priced into this. Range 1 into that land to solve that land. I just feel priced into it. I'd love to get into this land, but I can't. Because that's obviously the coast, and that would be better to be in. But, just look, it is what it is. I need to hit here. Gotta hit a nice, big, fat, wonderful, juicy steak, a tomahawk steak. You know, one of them, the big one with the bone, and it's just a big, juicy steak. That's what I'm looking for right now. Come on now, this can be the difference. This can be the winning or the losing of this game. I hate dissolve the bonds of kinship. I hate this card. Accelerated rot. We're hitting stinkers here. We were looking for the money shot and we've hit stinkers so far. Come on now. Strangling Firevine. That's probably 3 of the worst cards in the whole deck as far as I'm concerned. This one has got to matter. I'm going to put it straight into the card cam because it's going to have to be the one I take. Yes! It's Exaltation of the Incandescent Sky, folks. Get in there. Get right in there. You did it, you little Subutio. That's the one. That is the one. Right. That now also gives me an option to go. I'll probably want to go top track to gain a minor here. Yeah, I didn't already place a presence here. Sure, I didn't. No. We've had how many turns? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 6th turn. Yeah, we've had five events. Yeah. So yeah, this will be off the top. This will give me access to a minor now, unless I feel I need the earth here, but I don't think that I do. So yeah, we're throwing away the shite. Excuse the language here, folks, and we'll take the game-winning card. Now, unfortunately, we don't really have a setup here for this to truly win us the game, but that's okay. It's still a game-winning card. So Exaltation would be the one. We'll have to obviously forget a card for this one as well. We won't be able to play Scarred and Stony Land with this turn, and I doubt we'll be playing that again for the rest of the game, given that it costs roughly $1 million. So the Scarred and Stony Land will go, which means I'll have 3 card plays available, plus the extra one from Exaltation. And I'll have basically ooh. Here's the thing. I need to hit a 0 cost Earth card off this, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to pay to take the blight from the box in this land. And that's the whole point. Because right now I don't have another Earth element. So actually I think I'm forced to go bottom, haven't I, to give myself the Earth element and the one energy, because this guarantees it, right? One Earth here, one Earth here. Oh no, because it cost me 2 instead of 1. Oh no. I'm in trouble here. Well now. I mean, obviously exaltation does other things, so that can potentially solve my problems in other ways, but I'm gonna have to think about this, because this causes all kinds of issues here. Even if I tried to hire all a 0 cost Earth here, that doesn't change anything. So over here we kind of were forced, weren't we? We said our hand was kind of locked. That is giving us access to what? Unfortunately, we're one short of this. We have the 2nd level, but not the 3rd level, which is a bit of a pity. We can give ourselves an extra card play with the exaltation over onto to Shroud, which is huge news. That can do all sorts of things, and we can do like dissolving vapors plus the fog closes in, both fast, all that kind of stuff. So likely exaltation goes to Shroud. They also have movement of their presence to give them nice things around the board. Is it possible any rumbling earthquakes with this land involved? As in solve those 2 problems with earthquakes? Can that be a thing? Doubt it. Like dissolving vapors fast in that land. If I could get my presence in there with the with stone, it's just so juicy. It's so juicy. Or not stone, with rising heat, but yeah, I don't think that's the way. So if I do the G2 play that I talked about, sky stretches, fog closing, dissolving vapors, I also get an extra card play, which can be the unnerving pall. I'd go G2 bottom. Unfortunately, I'll be one short of leveling this up. Whatever. Not the end of the world. I can afford all of that, obviously. 1 plus 1 is 2, plus 2 is 4, plus 1 is 5. So yeah, I mean, you know, we've plenty of energy for that, so that's okay. And what that could do, what could that do? So we get to unnerving Paul to stop the loss condition. What else can we do here? Fortunately, we've got a bunch of explorers down here with the rumbling earthquakes play that I talked about, which is unfortunate. We can have a fast Badlands if that matters. Um, oh my goodness me. Technically, I could give exaltation to rising heat, which could give them call on the herders for aid. Which, if I gather 2 to hand in there, I can push out all of that. So that solves that entirely, and don't take a blight up there. That gives me my rumbling earthquakes, my call on herders, and then I could sky stretches to give me the innate as well. So I could get all of that fast. The innate is 2 damage to explorers only, and then just 2 damage full stop. Which could, oh no, we're already solving that round with the rumbling, aren't we? Yeah. 2 damage to explorers and 2 damage full stop in there is good with the jagged shards. Only 1 explorer would remain. We might be able to find a way to get rid of that explorer. So that could solve that. Because exaltation is giving me both of those fast. The innate down here gives me 2 damage to explorers only, and then with the Badlands, 3 damage to the city, which kills the city, leaves a single explorer behind. In theory, if we could isolate that land, well, I don't think we're going to get over there, but if we could, That could stop the whole thing. What else? What else? Unfortunately, no blight in here means I can't really do stuff with damage with the exaltation. It still feels like rumbling earthquakes over here is important. It's clearing so much of that town, so much fear. It just feels important. And then at that point, none of my stuff with Shroud is fast, but I'd set myself up for some stuff in the slow. But at this point now, we've got solves entirely. I still have to Unnerving Pollen there, but it solves this entirely. Pushes that mess probably just into that mess. This, I still just pray to the gods. This is solved because it has no adjacent towns. And then this is our only mess, which I don't have a solve for. But I have damage from exaltation, which could clear all of the explorers. Kind of that's it though. Unfortunately, that's kind of it. So I dare say all of this over here doesn't matter that much, and I can give myself a draft with Shroud to try help here. I don't need all of these card plays. The exaltation is going to Rising Heat to give them, because the call on the herd matters and the innate matters. So what I'm looking for here is a way for Shroud of Silent Mist to give out 2 energy to Stone. That's what I'm looking for. So that Stone can go bottom track, take the Earth with the Earth, bank 1, and then give them 2 more so that they can pay for this to not be a lost condition. And then none of my lands lost condition. You know, something like that works. There are 3 miners in the deck that can do it, and I don't think I've gone through any of them yet. No. So there are 3 miners in the deck that can do it. In the major deck, there's Power Storm. Is there anything else? Don't think so. Obviously, the major deck contains more cards that do stuff. The point here is that I am then going G3, which goes Moon, and then I've only got 2 card plays as opposed to these 4. So now I'm back to basically Unnerving Pollen, Sky Stretches. But at that point, I don't need Unnerving Pollen up here because I'll be pushing most of that out, and I'll only be left with like a single Explorer. And then yeah, I can just I can isolate that. So I don't need the Unnerving Pollen. All I need is the Sky Stretches. And then I can have a shot at either a major or a minor. And at this point, if I'm paying 1 for the Sky Stretches and gaining 2 more off the top track, surely a major is the play, because I can Sky Stretch as my own major as opposed to one of these, and that could matter. So it has to be a major power. If I hit Power Storm, it's probably pretty good. Power Stone gives me like 2 of these, and then it also gives me, no, it's probably only 1, gives me a repeat of 1 of these, and it gives 3 energy to Stone. So Power Stone would be the nuts. Obviously all the usual suspects here would be great together with Sky Stretch. So it's got to be that. So we're looking for a major power. We've got a lot of this on lockdown already. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sky Stretches is definitely being one of the cards that we play. So now this is where we need a repeat of the Exaltation pull here. Something really spicy and beautiful. Let's have a look. We'll do the little rub the fingers again here. Here we go. Jungle Hungers. That might do something. That might be good. Okay. Sleep and Never Waken. It's a skip, and skips are good, so that's got to be also under consideration. Unleash a Turn to the Self-Sown Essence is one of my favourite cards in this whole game, but it's probably not for right now. I'm not thresholding that, so that's probably not it. And Sweep into the Sea. Some options. Not thresholding Sweep, so that's unlikely to be it either. But don't think it's Unleash a Turn or Sweep into the Sea. Now, the other 2 cards here are pretty good. Let's have a look why. Unleash and Sweep are gone. They're not options. First of all, Sleep and Never Waken. We know this card. I think I've had it on the channel before. We'll have a little look. Range 2 from a Sands, and I can just get myself into a Sands here fairly reliably. Skip stuff. It's got decent elements for me, and then you can, remove a couple of Explorers or whatever. No hassle. It basically just skips one of these 2 lands right now. Decent. What we said was, if we don't have to take the slow to fast ourselves here, we can go in there with Stone, range 1, the Jagged Shards in here, and then kind of solve this land with the other stuff. So that's pretty good, and then we just skip this. No hassle, no harm done. All the rest of that stuff gets solved by basically everything else. So I think all that's decent. Now, I almost had that thresholded, but anyway, that's okay. Now, that's that. The other option is the Jungle Hungers, which does a similar thing into that land. I'd be able to jump myself across into one of these lands and then just, push 1 into the land or whatever, but it now wipes the land instead. Kills all those Explorers, kills 3 towns, which removes the adjacency from here. But now I can't innate into this land, so that land doesn't get solved anymore. Because I have to take the slow to fast for myself. And I'm not in love with that. So I like the idea of this card very much here. And using this with Exaltation, it's just got to be super strong. This is now a solve for this dump land. I just go in here, and then this turn, bam. Next turn, reclaim it, bam again, or I don't know, something like that. So it's pretty good. That's got to be better than a single skip here, surely. I've got big dump lands to be destroyed. Actually, might be able to play Sleep and Never Waken. And solve something without playing Sky Stretches this turn. If I play Sleep and Never Waken, so yeah, just put the Jungle Hungers to the side for now. I still might want to take that card, but if I play Sleep and Never Waken and I play Unnerving Paul, I hit that threshold. Now, can I make my way into this land and a Sands this turn? So I'm not currently in a Sands. So I'd need to go range one, move one movement. I have 3 movements, right? So one of them in there, grow into this land and move one of them in here. And then, actually, I think move that into there. Or no, in there. I'm already in there, sorry. Yeah, because I'm thinking the threshold and sleep and never waken is really good here. So yeah, I would probably move into there as well. And then I get to go exaltation, kill the city for 3. Sleep and never waken does remove 6 from your lands, which can remove 3 from here, 1 from here, 1 from here, and 1 from here, which is just amazing. And it skips this land. So now this is empty, this is skipped. This only has a town left behind, which we're trying to hit with the hand damage, defend the usual lot. All of that's gone because of the call on the herders. So this is fast, this is fast. The innate isn't fast, but we don't need it fast anymore. This is also empty. So the only single one invader ravaging is that. And I can isolate the land to make that only ravaging for 2. So even a defender 2 solves it. And all of that sounds amazing. I don't get to clean stuff with the jungle hungers, but it still sounds pretty good to me. And in actual fact, Unnerving Paul gives me a defend because I want to play Unnerving Paul with the Sleep and Never Waken. So that actually solves that land as well because I've got 1 presence in it. Defend it 2. So I actually solve everything. Yes, I can be edge cased up here, but other than that, all of the lands are solved and empty. It's got to be it. Got there eventually. It's the Jungle Hunger's gone. It's the Sleep and Never Waken over here. We have to throw a card away, of course, for that. Call it the hand ways. Never knew you. That's that. So that's 2 2 presents, or 2, what do you call it, only. 2 card plays only here, but now I can go next turn, like, I don't know. Not sure what I can do next turn, but anyway, all of that looks kind of nice. We've got to move a presence, we've got to place a presence. So first of all, our place of presence goes over, as I say, into that land. Wetland at range 3. One of my move a presence puts myself in there. That's good. Another one of my move a presence moves that in there. And then another one of my move a presence moves that in there. That's my 3 moves. Done. Now, we took this. We don't now need this earth anymore because we're not using the Holy Island fast with the Bulwark of Will. So we are going to go top track and we are going to take a card draft here. So this is obviously going to be much nicer as well, given that we don't have to dedicate to that. So that's all good news as well. So we'll take the 6. Goes there with the exaltation. With the 1, we bank 1 more, which we can use on this miner if we find something interesting. So let's go ahead. And of course, the miner is from the thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do we find? Swarming wasps. Hazard spread. We like the sound of hazard spread. Nature's resilience isn't bad as well. And right of the land's rejection. So we didn't find anything that can go towards thresholding the exaltation, unfortunately. We're gonna be we're short some moon and things like, or some sun, should I say, but that's fine. Hazard spread has got to be pretty good here. It's a 0 cost, and it does also go towards thresholding the card, but it also has an earth and stuff like that. So we'll take the hazard spread. Nature's resilience isn't needed right now. It could be good next turn, but again, we're trying to bank energy here so that we can play exaltation again as soon as we can. So hazard spread seems to me to be the obvious choice. And then next turn on reclaim, we can go up to 7 and play exaltation again, which is great. So that's fine. And hazard spread has got to be better than swarming wasp, doesn't it? I mean, is it? Everywhere where hazard spread could matter is like, yeah, no, it's good. Hazard spread is the better one. Okay. So that gets played now because I've got 4 card plays. 7 on bank 1. All nice. What else do we have? Yeah, maybe we can get ourselves an extra Badlands with that, actually, which could be pretty good. Okay. Now, that's that. Over here, we'll finish resolving our growth here. We said it was G2. It was bottom. We were going 1 in here. And we were going, where was the other one going? We can go anywhere for a portal here in theory. Well, any sands or mountains for a portal, should I say, which is like basically there. We can reform a sacred site in there, but we're going to have to get rid of one of these anyway. That land would be mostly clear. Oh no, I've just realized the error of my ways. I'm giving exaltation out to rising heat, not shroud of silent mist. Devo. Absolutely Devo. Right. I'll just swap out the sky stretches here. It leaves a few little problems around my board in theory, but it still does something. And I'll sky stretches the innate over here to kind of solve this land. So with all of that, now I, kind of in theory change where I'm going to be placing my presence. This will give me what? This will give me second level of this. And only the first level over here, but that's fine. And I'm just thinking for, each of your adjacent things. So that'll give me the kind of where I want to be around a particular land. So I want to be around some kind of land around about the coast, I would imagine. So here, this is going to be what? This is going to be just skipped, which means I am going to be able to gather in here. Unfortunately, unless I isolate it, which I would like to do. Yeah, I'd like to isolate that if I can. Pushing my presence in here could, in theory, prevent an event hurting me there. Sometimes it'll be like plus damage, but then also maybe defend for your what do you call it, your presence or something like that. So in theory, I think having my presence on those other lands is probably a good idea anyway. So I think that's not too bad. With all of that said. So, okay, I think we more or less have the same kind of plan here. It's a little bit different, but it's more or less the same. So, okay, we still have to decide where we were putting our presence then, this second present. So again, the portals want to be, so a portal here solves this. Although admittedly, actually, this can't gather. This is nowhere to gather from. So I don't need a portal there, but then on the following turn, if it explores, it'd be a problem for the ravage in the coast. So it kind of just locks that land up, which is probably pretty nice. Where else? What other targets do we have here for a portal? 1, 2, 3, 4 targets for a portal. I can move to the hand with jagged shards, so I could make another portal somewhere else as well. For example, a portal in here might be quite nice. It's going to go build a town and then gather a town. Both of those get thrown away. That could be pretty nice, I would imagine. Yeah, I think portal here and portal in here sound like they make sense to me. I think so. So let's do that. Which means, oh no, yeah. So I can put my presence in there, and then I can gather the Dahan in there. Yeah. Okay. And then I probably just throw that presence away or something. So that's fine. Okay. So that was the presence. That's the second presence placement there. Over here with stone, I now don't have to get my my, what do you call it, down into that land. My badlands down into that land, because I can badlands in there with hazard spread instead. Oh, I wanted 2 badlands in there actually. Which means that jagged shards won't do the trick. If I make this a portal, then when I gather 2 Dahan into this to clear this land, I can push them from a portal from there. Oh no, sure, I'm thinking I need the portal first before doing the other portal, so that doesn't make any sense. Holy moly. Damage wise here with this, I'm going to be killing that with the rumbling earthquake, so I probably just want to kill them 2 with the exaltation, and then I'll have no gather, no build, so that'll solve that land entirely, more or less, which would be pretty nice, unless it hits on this, but you know, whatever. Maybe I don't bother with trying to make this a portal then. Maybe I just make that a... So I suppose if I go in there, then I can go in there again next turn, because this in theory is empty. Yeah, I think so. I also have exaltation in one of them lands too, which can be pretty helpful too. I could clear out the explorer in there next turn as well, so I can go. Oh, because I'm not going to have the energy for this and the other thing. So yeah, I won't be able to exaltation next turn. I'll have to venomous spiders. But anyway, okay, all of that is fine. I think I go in here. I think it's a problem land. I think I have to go in there. And then it means portal wise, it will be portal in here. So now I'm not going in there anymore. It'll be portal in there and portal in here, I guess. I think so. Yeah, place that in there. So then my damage with my exaltation can wipe a bunch of stuff there. Okay, right. Finally got there, I think. I think. we'll play out some fast pairs here, and then we'll just flip over the event, and I'll leave it at that and go to bed. I've still got a bunch of orange here. Let me fix it. Okay, we have finally grown. We went in there with stone. We have finally grown. We went in there with stone. Okay, that's gone. Now, isolate. Where did we say we wanted to isolate again? I think we said it was in that land there, right? So that I didn't gather. And it stops that exploring as well. So that stops that being a problem next turn, which is pretty good news. Oh, hang on a bloody second. I needed the jagged shards. Badlands in here, didn't I? Oh no, I don't. I can jagged shards in here to push these 2 to hand wherever I want them, and then also throw the badlands over to here. So I can actually do that. So I can get 2 badlands in this land, which is where I want to be. And then it gets these 2 to hand wherever I want. So I can actually make a portal wherever I want still. So I have to pick one at range 0. So this does end up becoming a portal. But that's okay. But yeah, we do probably want to push these to hand somewhere. Make another portal somewhere. Maybe I push them in there to give myself a little bit of protection from that ravage. That's probably not bad. Okay, let us go to it. Now, exaltation, first of all. Myself and another spirit, which is going to be Rising Heat. We both play a power card by playing its cost, and neither of us have power cards, unfortunately spare. We can make 2 of our powers fast this turn, and we can do 3 damage in our lands. So 3 damage in our land over here will be 1, 2, 3. Got 1 damage on it. We can, what else can we do? Oh yeah, actually, you know what? I think I'd changed my mind on where I want to put the portal, but that's okay. I'll show you that in a second. Next thing then is 3 damage for Rising Heat. So that's going to do 3 damage in here. This has 1 less health. So that's going to be 2. Plus 1. Plus another 1 from the Badlands. So 4 damage total, which kills the 2 of these. And then that's going to make that city die. Now, what else? Rain of Blood anywhere. Fast. Gives me 3 fear. In there, it'll be fine. Now, Jagged Shards. Push from the earth into this land. Place of Badlands, which is going to end up getting moved over here. And then push up to 2 to hand. And these to hand, I think I'm going to push them in there. Yeah, Rumbling Earthquakes doesn't deal any damage to the hand. So I'll push them in there. Now, Hazard Spread. Range 2 from a Sacred Site. Put another Badlands in here. Okay, that's all of you done, Stone. Technically, I do have the first level of that in 8. But, yeah, don't think it's going to matter. So that's that. Now, he already did some damage. Next thing, Bargain of Coursing Paths. I'm going to make this a portal. And I'm going to make this a portal. I think that was what I wanted to do. Yeah. Okay, now, obviously that requires another one of my presents here. That's going to put that down to 3. And then I will yeah, that's that. Next thing now is Colin the Herders for 8, range 2 to this land. Gather up to 2 to hand in here. For each to hand present, so this is the same portal thing. Oh no, that's not a portal. Yeah, sorry. So for each to hand present, push 1, 2, 3, 4. Push all of these away. One of these towns has 1 damage on it. That's getting pushed in there, and it's going to immediately die because it's got -1 health and it stops being durable. So that immediately dies. That goes over here, and then the other 3 towns all go in here. 1, 2, 3. That pushed 4 things. Sorry, when I pushed them, they pushed into the portal, which ends up going over into that land. That's why I made this a portal. Now this only has 3 to hand in here, so that's not ideal, but again, there's only so much I can do here. My isolate that I talked about was not used yet. I'm going to isolate this land over here. I have Sleep and Never Waken. Range 2 from a Sands. Skip all invaders. Skip all actions in target land this turn, so that's all actions. And then I get 1 fear per 2 explorers. This removes. Remove up to 2 explorers, so I'll remove them 2, and that gives me 1 single fear. Sky Stretches to Rising Heat, which gives them the innate fast because they already have the Rumbling Earthquakes fast. So now the innate fast down here, range 1 into here, 2 damage to explorers only. That'll be 2 damage to explorers. I'll use 1 of my Badlands damage to kill that, and then I get 2 damage, which will kill the city because it's also going to use my other Badlands. So that is going to kill those, all of those invaders, which gets me 2 more fear from killing this city. Oh, this is where we said we wanted to isolate this land. Oh yeah, actually isolating this land doesn't matter because it's not adjacent to towns anymore, so we don't need to isolate that land. So we will isolate this land. Now, that's that resolved. Now the final thing to resolve here is Rumbling Earthquakes. Range 1, target this land. Let's go ahead and read the card one more time while we look to resolve it. Ignore health bonuses, not that there are many down in that corner of the island. 3 fear, first of all. That's going to be 1 plus 2 more. And that will put us into, finally, terror level 2. 6 damage to buildings only. So in here, 6 damage to those. I'll just put them over here for now. That's 3 things dead. And then 6 damage among adjacent lands to buildings only. And then if I have the 4 thing, which I do, it'll be 6 more damage among adjacent lands only as well. So that's 12 adjacent damage I can now give out. Let's put this back here. I never paid for my, I never gained my energy and paid for my stuff this turn, but I had talked about the previous turn. So this turn that was still here. I gained 3. That went down. So that was going to be the 3 plus the 3 and then the 2 and the 1. So that was how all of that shook out. Now, 12 damage in adjacent lands. That's 2. In here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 towns. So we can kill. We have 12 total damage. Oh no, well, we have to kill these first. So that's going to be 2 there, 4 more here. That's 6. And then we can give out 6 more into here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pretty good. It does beg the question then that did I want to bother throwing those 3 other... Oh yeah, they all had to go on the same land. Yeah, that's fine. So they'll all go over there. That's okay. So yeah, 12 damage was, as I say, 2. The 2 in here, which is 2, 4, 6, and then 6 more towns. So this is all the fear that I get for this. Will it give me 1 more fear card? So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 fear, which is conveniently a fear card plus 1 more. There we go. All of you towns, get back in the pool there. Get back in there. The city goes over there. We've skipped this. This is ravaging for... Oh. No, that does matter. So yeah, nonsense. Give back 1 town. So when I push these out of here, of course I can't put them in here because I already talked about how I was clearing that whole section. So let's undo something slightly. I have to undo 1 fear because when I push this damaged town plus these 3 other towns out of here, I pushed them into this portal, but I didn't push them in there because now this isn't adjacent to any towns. I pushed them over into this mess. which is a far better place for those to be. Yeah. I'm still happy with my presence in all those lands just to be extra protective, just in case. So all of that should be okay. And then maybe we can Rumbling that Mess or something later on. So that's all okay as well. Dissolving Vapors maybe next turn, something to that effect. Okay. That's all the fast players done. We've got 2 slow players over here. And other than that, we're basically tapped out here. Board's looking pretty good. We've got 3 fear cards. So let's see how wrecked we get. First thing we need to do is we need to sacrifice this for a Badlands. We need to sacrifice this for a Wilds. And then we need to sacrifice 1 of Stone's Presence for a Beast. This. Okay, now let's flip the event and then go to bed. What is it? Urban Development. Healthy Island. Absolutely not. Blighted Island. Oh God. On each board with invaders, add a blight to a land with at least 2 blight, but do not cascade. Wow. It's not one of the ones where I can pay. I never gained my energy and paid my energy over here, unfortunately, this turn. Yeah, because I said I could pay the 5. So I never gained my energy, which was 2 plus 1 more from Sleep and Never Waken. So that was 3. I gained 3, which is 1, 2, 3. And then Sky Stretches was 1. I kept 5 in the pool. So that was all of that. But yeah, this is pretty rough. I'm about to place 3 more blight, and it's only going to leave 1 single blight left on the card. But it doesn't increase damage, which is pretty good. So I suppose we might be able to do this quite quickly here. So on each board with invaders, add 1 blight to a land with at least 2 blight. Oh yeah, this is the one with at least 2, but I'm sure it hits 2 lands. It hits 2 boards. But it doesn't hit the 3rd, which isn't bad. Okay, so I put 2 blight out. Okay, add 1 to a land with at least 2, but do not cascade. Okay, so here it'll be the portal. And then I can technically move that if I want to, but I doubt I do. I'll leave that there. When it gets added there, I can trigger and then I can move it back into that land. Oh, I don't know if that re-triggers the cascade. Interesting. I'll need to check that. Oh no. Over here on this board, I'm going to have to add it here and destroy one of my presents. Technically, I guess I can go in there and destroy one of Stone's presents, which is probably less important. I'm going to have to wipe that land another way. Yeah, destroy Stone's presence instead. Stone's running out of sacred sites. But anyway, it's okay. Yeah. So this, I'll have to check whether or not that triggers a cascade. Obviously, if it triggers a cascade, I won't move it into the land Yeah, it's technically considered moved, not re-added. So yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't trigger it. It's fine. I can move it inside there. Moving blight inside there isn't going to trigger the thing. So that's okay. Next, on each board, add a disease. Ignore disease during builds this invader phase. Well, thank God I'm not relying on disease anywhere here, am I? No, I don't think so. It'll be 1, 2, 3. Don't want to put this in lands with the hand if I can avoid it. On each board, add a disease. So I can put this in here and then portal it somewhere. I mean, realistically, we're probably putting a disease in there just in case, aren't we? We don't want that building. Ignore disease. This phase is okay. Probably in there as well, given that that's 3 explorers, and then anywhere else that we care about on this board, or anywhere else on the board, actually, for that matter, because we have a portal here. Probably just here, in there, and then portal it across there. Okay, and then finally, 1 fear per land with invaders where the hand outnumber buildings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 fear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not quite enough to make it to another fear card. Go on, we'll do the fear cards. Go on, we'll do the fear cards. We'll do them quick. We'll do them quick. 1. We'll see how quick they are. These are now terror level 2. Each player removes 2 explorers or 1 town from a land with Dahan. Yeah. Problem solved. Over here, remove that town. And now that's just going to ravage and die. So that's that problem solved. Town from a land with Dahan. Yeah, there's another one. Anywhere else? 2 explorers, just clear out that portal land and never have it be a problem again. That works for me. Yeah. Oh, hold on. This is ravaging with an adjacent town. This is currently ravaging for 3. No, we'll have to get rid of you. You're gone. I could have 2 more cards that solve that, but I'm not taking the risk. Okay, next card. Each player chooses a different land with the hand in each 1 damage and defend 3. Yeah, okay, so it would have been, it would have kind of got there, but it's fine. So different land with the hand in here, 1 damage and defend 3, kills the 2 of them. That clears that anyway. Over here, anywhere else. So this is already solving the ravage, so we don't need to worry about it. If we go in here, 1 damage and defend 3, then I could get a card that pushes some towns in there, so that might work well. So I'll pick this one. That's 1 land. That was the second land. So now we have 1 more land where we can do this. Suppose I'll pick this one as well, and then I might be able to gather something in there as well. Pick off some explorers or something like that. So yeah, pick that one. So 1 damage and then defend 3 in there as well. Can't see a better place to do that. Actually, no, I lied. I can. In there. That one. And then defend 3. Not that the defend 3 should matter in there, but anyway, that's okay. And then finally, each player removes stuff with lands with disease. Okay. 1 explorer or a town from a land with beasts, 2 disease, or at least 2 things. So a town from a land with disease. Looks good to me. We can go 1, 2, 3 out of there. Because this one is kind of a built-up land and this one's kind of a built-up land. I could get rid of explorers here, but let's just get rid of towns. Get rid of as many towns as we can off the board. Yeah. Beautiful. Right, I won't do the invader phase. I will go to bed. Nice session. What are we now? 12:30. Not the worst. Yeah. As always, this one. Thanks for being here. I'll close it out nice and quickly here. We had a good one. We've got an exaltation reclaim situation kind of happening here, which I'm really, really happy about. This should be a win from here. Even though we've only got 2 blight in the card, of course I can get edge case by the events, which I almost was there. But usually for a lot of them you can pay. Most of them you can pay in some way or another. So I need to bear that in mind here and try to keep a bit of energy to pay for this if I can. I'm also running out of presents quite a bit here as well here, so that's also something to consider. Where did I throw away my presents? I threw it away. Yeah, in here. Was there a second present I had to destroy for some reason there? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. But anyway, I've only got 4 from heat here, so not ideal. But hopefully we can close out the game before then. That's going to be it. I'll finish my orange here now momentarily, and we'll be back, I think, tomorrow evening. My wife did say if you don't finish it tonight, don't stay up all night. You can finish it tomorrow evening and try to get it done. So this could be a 10-hour game. Somebody made a joke about it in the comments in one of the other videos. So we may be going 10 hours this time, but we're on course to win this one. Wish I could have taken that jungle hungers, but anyway, we're going good. Chat to you in a bit. Well, folks, welcome back to this absolute doozy of a game here. It's been one day for me. It's been a minute for you, most likely. What are we now? We're now the 4th of August. It's now Monday evening. It's been a bank holiday here. It's been a busy day. Been to the gym, a whole bunch of stuff. I've kind of gotten back on top of life, actually, just a tiny bit. One of them new year, new me type days. And as a result, I've got myself a little cup of tea here, actually, for the evening, which is my nice, you probably can't pick it out, and I'm not going to start stretching cups of tea across my laptop, but that is my little daddy cup. Little daddy, that sounds kind of weird. That is my daddy cup that I was gotten for me on my first Father's Day, I believe, from my firstborn. So we've got a nice cup of tea there. Breakfast tea. That's what we drink a lot of over here in this country. We're not too big on fancy teas, although I quite like fancy teas. What's this one you call it? Assam tea is one of my favorite. I think it's an Indian tea that's reasonably similar to breakfast tea. It's not too far off the beaten trail like some of the stuff like rooibos or Earl Grey or some of those other ones, of which some of them are quite nice. Chamomile quite like as well. But anyway, I don't want to go too bananas on tea here. So what else do we have? I do like green tea as well, actually quite nice. But anyway, we've got a game, and I'm not going to waffle. We're going to get back into the game now. We were in the process of moving to the invader phase. Well, we're in the invader phase. So we did the event. We've done what? This is turn 6, so that's the 6th event. Technically 7th if you counted the slave rebellion that we did. We resolved some fear cards, and we're going to go ahead and ravage here. Obviously we're in a highly precarious situation with only 2 blight left on the card. We also of course have two lost condition blight as well, which could in theory matter, but realistically if I take 2 blight I lose anyway, so technically the lost condition is not actually going to matter really, but we're very much at risk of events that could add blight and force blight, as well of course as ravages. So anyway, look, with all of that said, we've done everything, and now we just need to actually go and start doing some ravages here. So let us proceed, and our ravages are all safe this turn, which is good news. I'm trying to remember why on earth this ravage. Oh yeah, I skipped that land, didn't I? Yeah. And that was what? Skip all actions in target land. Yeah. I should have put a reminder in there. Oh, actually, I think I had that reminder there. I did a little bit of cleanup of the board here. There were 1 or 2 tokens left lying around. I think I had accidentally put an extra green token in this land, which confused the portal, so I removed that. But yeah, this was all actions are skipped in that land. So anyway, let's go ahead, and that's destroyed in the ravage because there's no adjacent towns, as we said before. This is safe, skipped, and that's dead as well because there was no adjacent towns. We made sure of that, so that's also dead. So that's our ravage. Now we go to the build. No, yes. I'm going to build a town, and then we're going to convert one of these into a town. Over here we have no, and then over here again we've got a similar thing where we go build and convert. they're the two kind of main things, the main lands that we need to be worried about. But we also have a build down there as well, which is a little unfortunate, but that's okay. And now we're going to go ahead then after the build. Again, we've no city builds happening there as part of that, so there's no triangle trade. And we will go ahead then and do the gather. So board land order over here, land 1 has to gather in there. Land 2 can't gather because it matches the coast and there's nothing else to gather. Over here, similar story, there's nothing to gather. Then we go to this board over here. So we've got land 1 is going to gather from in there. We have land 2, which has nowhere to gather because the only ones are coast. There's nothing else that it matches to. And then over here, we have to gather one of our wipe land towns. And I'm actually going to gather that one there, which is the town that got pushed from this land over here on this turn. So that was something that came from one of the fear lands, the fear farmlands, let's say, of Shroud last turn. It's no longer in a land with Shroud at the moment, but it will only heal at the end of turn. So provided I can get my land back, my presence back in that land, that won't heal. So that might matter. So I'm going to go ahead and push that one in there, or gather that one in rather, to use the correct terminology. And that is all of our builds and our gathers. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the Explore, and this is again the stage 3 card that when before we were looking at it, we were thinking, can we somehow delay this land by doing the what's this one called again, Hardworking Settler. So this would have come up earlier, and we sort of tried to buy ourselves a bit of time by doing all of that. So let's see, mountains and wetlands here. So let's go board by board. Here we get removed. That worked out quite nicely. That's 2 out of 2 for our what do you call it? Our wilds tokens. Oh, this is a real pity because mountains is none of the lands which I sort of cared about this turn. Like this turn I had portal, jungle, and then this jungle is isolated. I had 2 sands portals, and basically sands and jungles both missed, which is a pity. But anyway, so over here, mist, we go Explore 1 in here. Then we go Explore 1 in here. And we Explore 2 into here. 1 and 2. That reminder Explorer over here because of thing. Now, as we talked about before, each of these boards has at least 4 blight on it, so we're not going to trigger the Habsburg escalation at all, so that's okay. So then over here, then this coast will trigger, will explore, should I say. 1, 2. This unfortunately has its source, so it will has a big giant source over there, so that of course will go 1, 2 as well. This will go 1, 2, but that is a portal, so I'll just push them all in there. A lot of invaders in that land now, and then this one over here is going to go 1, 2 as well. Yeah, the one terrain I really didn't want to hit with this was mountain. I was looking at this earlier on the board a little bit, and I have 1 or 2 plans for what I could do for the rest of this game here, and those are mountains was very much the one terrain I didn't really want to hit. I was kind of okay with any of the others, and mountains was the one I didn't want to hit. So, you know, typically I hit mountain, of course, but anyway, that's okay, because of course now that's going to ravage next turn as well, and stuff like that. So it's you know, a little bit challenging. Let me see. Is that all of our explorers? No, it's not. We went 2 here, 2 here. We didn't do 2 down in that corner. 1, sorry, and then 1 more in there. And then we had 1 in there, so we added 2 there. So we've done now everything as far as that's concerned, and we actually need 3 more explorers. So we have 1 over there. We'll take 2 more, and then we'll France 6. Ugh. 1, 2. I took the wrong amount again. 1, 2, 3 total is going to be after the Explorer, and that is into lands with no invader. So again, we can just add that in there, and then that goes in there. That's that. Over here, same story. In there, portal it away. And then on this board over here, we'll just throw it up into that land. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. I hope I didn't remove something with this last turn to depart the dangerous land. I know for sure I got rid of like 2 towns, but there's no way I'd have removed an explorer with that, because I can't because of France. But I'm almost certain I didn't remove an explorer with that. That would be that would not have been a very clever thing to do. So yeah, I highly doubt it. Okay, so now this is where my plans start becoming relevant. I'll have a little sip of tea first. This will probably be the last time I remember to drink it while it's still warm. Speaking of warm, it's roasting in here, so let's get the window open. Oh, I had it closed because it was very windy today. Oh dear, excuse me. That all closed over there. So I've had a mare. It was very windy today, so I had that closed because the howling wind I thought might disrupt the thing, but it's far too warm for me to be sitting in this room with these big blaring lights and having that closed. So hopefully we won't get any of that. Now, what was I talking about? Right now I'm basically tapped out with stone. I've nothing left to do with stone. I'm tapped out with heat. I've nothing left to do with heat. And I have 2 effects over here with Shroud of Silent Mist, which I can go and enact. Now, I'm actually reasonably close to winning this game, believe it or not. And when you have Exaltation in particular, you often want to look, can I close this game out? There's a lot of play here, and I can't really start doing it and showing it because it'll be hard to rewind. It'll be kind of messy to rewind. So I need to sort of talk through it a little bit, get it right in my head, especially after I've seen that explore now, and then make a decision on whether I want to go and do this or not. So I have a set of plays here. Let's kind of talk through what it looks like. So this push Dahan, I don't think is that relevant. I've only got push 1 Dahan here, right? Yeah. So that's not really going to come up. I don't think it might, but for now we can kind of ignore the push 1 Dahan for a second. I have the second level of Suffocating Shroud, which says first 1 damage, and then for each adjacent land with your presence, 1 damage to a different invader. So that can basically do 2 damage to a single invader. Also known as, I could kill, for example, this town, provided I could get another presence next to it. So move that in there or whatever. Now, yeah, there's that wind starting. That might become problematic. I might start getting these curtains blowing in on top of me and all sorts of nonsense here. So that might become a problem. We may get sweaty here. I'm not going to lie. Probably tea isn't the right drink for this particular evening. But anyway, now where was I? This left an 8, provided that I have enough pushes, could kill me a single town. Now I do want to push in there if I can to save that particular damage on that invader, but I might not need to do that, but that might be relevant, so I'll think about that one as well. So in theory, what I could do is push you in there for 1, and then maybe push you in there for another 1. In theory, that could get me the kill on this town. I suppose before I maybe go any further on talking about this set of plays I had in my mind, what I'd like to also point out here is we've already talked about the risk with the Blight. That's clearly a huge risk, and we need to get a move on to win this game. Even if I could, there's no way I'd want to take 3, 4, 5 more turns. I've plenty of invader cards left, but the risk is obviously, yeah, this isn't going to work, unfortunately. I'm going to have to deal with this window. Just so there's no suffocating shroud, shall we say, in the room here. But we'll see. It's a lot less windy now. That was going crazy. Anyway, I'm losing my train of thought. That bloody wind. Yeah, so my point there was, even if I could, I've got like 4 more invader cards there. I'd never want to let this game go that long because I'm really at risk of the forced blight ad. So that's one thing. The other thing here is, and we talked about it in the France episode before, once you start hitting stage 3 cards against France, you can clearly see what happens here. We place explorers all over the place, and we start running into building issues potentially. Now, in this particular game, I think I'm probably not at risk of the building loss condition anymore. I certainly was, as we know before. But for now, I always have like sky stretches plus dissolving vapors in there type of thing, and I have a wipe for this land, and I can probably get enough towns back in the pool where I'm not going to lose to at least one build step. Like as I look at that board right now, I'm probably not losing to that build next turn. It adds a bunch of towns for sure, but it's like, assuming I can get rid of some of these other towns before then, I should be pretty okay. Now, the following one might become a problem, of course. What's a bigger problem than the town limit right now for me is ravages. That's clearly the biggest issue right now, is I have to stop pretty much every single ravage. I can let one through, but we've also got blight everywhere. So like so much of what's happening is also blight cascading. So like every one of these 4 terrains on that board is a blight cascade. On this board, the 2 mountains are. This one technically isn't, so that could be okay. This one, we have 1 and 2 are. So, you know, there's enough going on here that the ravages are going to become a problem. That's a lot of actions that I need, and I don't have a huge amount of actions at my disposal really at the moment, especially with rising heat. And I never really got quite going with the actions from a shroud perspective either. So again, just need to be a little bit careful about what all of that looks like here. And we need to be getting a move on and motoring, as I say. So that's the caveat. With that caveat said, I have a way that I can push pretty close to a win here. So let me explain it. I've already explained the first bit. Dedicate one of my moves to get adjacent to this land and kill this town. Okay? That leaves on this board a town in that land and a big old land in there, right? We'll come back to both of them. On this board, we have 2 towns in here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 towns in here. And then we've got the problem land here. What I have access to is, I have a play where I can do this ping, get back, go to my growth, reclaim again, and then play the exaltation with 4 zeros, essentially. That will also give me access to, so at that point it'd be 2 earth, I'd grow from the bottom track, that's 3 earth, and then I'd have jagged shards as 4, hazards as 5, and then technically northern root biters as 6, so I have 6 earth. What I also have then, with the 6 earth, I also have this right innate, which does the damage with the ravage stuff going on. So I could grow from here, grow into this land over here, and then I can do the damage back into that land. So I need to count this land now and check how much damage I can deal to those invaders. Can I wipe all of them, is the question that I need to be asking myself here. So it will be ravaging for 3. Oh, actually, you know what I need to do here? I made a mistake here when I was doing the explore. I've no new information, of course, here. I pushed a bunch of explorers into this land, but that was a mistake. What I need to do is push them into this land over here, and that should wipe this land for me. So how many did I do? I did 2 in here, plus another 1 from the France 6, plus another 1 from the France 6. That was it, right? So 4 explorers went into this land here. So I'm going to take those 4 out. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it started the turn with 6 total. Yeah, there's 6. So it was 4 explorers. So let's say I push those 4 explorers into this land instead, right? Now we'll do our count. 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. My plan will involve wiping this land fast, so there'll be no adjacent town. So it's 14 total. Half of 14 is 7, plus the 2 from the first level is 9. And 9 damage is 3, 5, 7, 8. And then whatever, plus an explorer. So technically, I actually don't have to get in and save the damage on that particular land this turn. Now, doing so obviously gives me an extra 1 point of fear, which might matter. So I may well do that anyway. But the point here is getting those 4 explorers in that land is kind of what did that for me there. If I took away those 4 explorers, that's 4 less damage, half of which is 2. So it would take 2 total damage off the whole thing, and I actually would not have enough to kill this explorer, even if it was damaged. So that was super critical to push those explorers in there. So that's good news. So that could allow me to do that in the Ravage. Now, what's really important to note here is I will have no energy. If I do this reclaim loop, I'll gain 6, and I have 1 in the bank. That'll give me 7. I will be fully tapped out, and all of my energy will be spent. And as of right now, I have no energy boons. I'll have a single draft with Rising Heat to potentially find me Constancy or Nature's Connection or Living Energy, any of which will do. So any of those 3 minors can kind of save part of this by doing the pull from the box thing. But as of this plan right now, I can't do the pull from the box thing. So I would have to take this blight, and let's bring up the stone panel and have a little look at this here. Where are we here? F3. It says, when blight is added to one of your lands, unless the blight then outnumbers your presence, it does not cascade or destroy presence. That's our special rule there, bestowed the endurance of bedrock. Then the other part, obviously, with the innate is that when blight is added to your lands, you can pay to take it from the box. But here, as I said, I won't be able to pay to take it from the box. So what will happen in this case is if I grow up to 2 here, I have 1 blight in the land, grow up to 2, the blight comes in from the Ravage. It is obviously a lost condition Ravage. That would put me to 3 lost condition blight, but not 4. And it would not cascade because it does not outnumber my presence in the land. And that would only take 1 blight off the card. And that would, because this triggers immediately, after they deal 1 or more damage and then also deal half. So that's like this kind of triggered action that I talked about before. Each individual Ravage is its own action. Each land is its own action. So this action happens, the blight comes in, they let them break themselves against the stone, triggers, and it kind of goes, it gets queued, let's say, and then after the damage is done and the blight comes in, then this stuff would fight back and it would wipe that land. So that's a way to clear that land. Okay, so I'll take my presence back off there. So as of right now, we have a way to clear this land. Now, what else? I have gnawing root biters, range 1, get those 2 towns into this land, which puts this up to 6. Okay, so there's now 6 towns in that land. Now, in the meantime, Rising Heat has reclaimed. Rising Heat is going to play, because it gets to reclaim with 3 energy, it can play Call on Herdus for Aid and Bargains again. Now, in the meantime, I'm also reclaiming with Shroud of Silent Mist, which is going to reclaim Sky Stretches, and it's going to play Sky Stretches plus Dissolving Vapors. And then with the extra card play from the Exaltation, I will play the Flowing and Silent Forms. That's 3 card plays over there because I've only got 2 total. The Flowing and Silent lets me pull them in there, which helps me to nuke that land. I get a slow to fast on Dissolving Vapors, which nukes this land. I get a slow to fast on my right innate, and with those 3 card plays I talked about, which is Sky Stretches, I'm going to actually just clear up the board here, just to kind of show you what I'm talking about, because I've spent all my energy. I still have my 2 innates that I haven't used that yet, but I'm just going to clear the rest just to kind of show you here and make this a little bit clearer. All of this is all gone. They're going to be gone, and these will be my 2 card plays for the turn next turn. This is gone. This will all be gone, and we'll be playing Sky Stretches, Dissolving Vapors, and Flowing and Silent. that gives me the right innate max, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4 air, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4 water. So I have a max right innate, which can allow me to push up to 5 Dahan. Now, getting Dahan in this land to combo with the call on the Herder's Aid is what I'm getting at here. So right now we have 4 Dahan in here. We need to get 6 Dahan in that land. So the right innate here can push 4 of them in there. And then what I also have is I have the bargain, which is going to make a portal in this land, and it's going to make a portal in this land. I'll have the sky stretches, which can give me +3 for targeting coastal lands. So this bargain at range 0 can jump across in there. Then I make a bargain in where did I say I wanted to do this bargain? No, I wanted to make a bargain in that land. Oh, my plan involved making a bargain in those 2 lands, so now I need to rethink my plan. I think I need to rethink it slightly. I have the jagged shards, which can push these 2 into that portal, and I can send them 2 over there. So I have a way, but I also thought that I needed to use the Badlands from jagged shards. I was thinking this was a portal. If it was a portal, I could do the trick I did in the previous turn by throwing a Badlands somewhere. So I need to think whether I need that Badlands. In the meantime, imagine I can push those 2 over there. I now have 4 Dahan in there, plus 2 more. That's 6 Dahan. Use the call on Herder's Aid. Push the 6 Dahan, not 6 Dahan, push the 6 towns from here into this land, which I have since made a portal, and then portal all of those towns over here. So I have a way to get all of them towns in this land. So what I've described here gets me them towns all gone. In here, which I already described, gets wiped. This gets wiped in the Ravage. This will be gone at the end of this turn, and then the Exaltation 3 damage can be used on Shroud and Stone in this land before the Ravage, which does what? There are 1, 2, 3 towns in there, plus the city. And unfortunately, that will not clear that. That will not clear that. And this is where the Badlands I talked about earlier on matters. Because I can hazard spread to get 1 Badlands in there, but I'm still 1 damage short, because that city only has 1 damage on it. So I need to deal 8 damage in that land next turn. Exaltation will be 6, plus a single Badlands will be 7. Come on. Come on now. Oh, it's so disappointing. If I had this, I only have the first level, push up to 1 Dahan. If I had the push up to 2 Dahan, I could make this work. Because I push 2 Dahan right now into a portal somewhere, and then shove them in this land. And then next turn I would be able to... Oh no, sure, I can't make making the portal in there doesn't work. I want to make a portal in here and here. This has to be a portal for sure. So that needs to be a portal. And then we wanted to make this a portal because it lets us put a Badlands in here at fast. So obviously I'd be making Jagged Shards fast and Gnawing Root Biters fast, place the Badlands in here, portal it over into there, and that does let me wipe that land with wipe the buildings with the Exaltation. How can I manage this? How else can I do this? Let me also finish my train of thought then, I guess, as well. Doing all of this will wipe 1, 2, 3, if I still do that on this. I am consciously aware here as well. I can also use my Suffocating Shroud to deal damage in here right now, and then the Badlands won't matter, but that leaves 1 extra town. So I'd really rather not do that if I can avoid it. So assuming I use the town kill here, it'd be clear this, all of that, all of this. The only buildings left on the board will be this, which I'm killing in the Ravage. That would be the first land that I choose to Ravage with the Coastal. Trigger the thing on the first action and then wipe all of them. And then I would have 1 total town left on this board. And at that point, I should have a decent amount of fear saved up to hit it with a fear card. I can also hit it with beast damage. I could hit a I was about to say I could hit a 0 cost movement card with Rising Heat, but that's unlikely. Fast moving card with Rising Heat, very unlikely. Next to none of them. There is one, but I think I might have even already gone by it. Not Enticing Splendor, the other one that gathers into a land without invaders. I think I've already passed it earlier on. So this is all so close. And I need my 3 card plays with Shroud. Such a pity I didn't get to the 3rd card play down here, but it just never really came together that way. So all of this gets me very close, as you can see. It does mean I rely pretty heavily on, well, actually not pretty heavily, I rely entirely on this getting removed by a fear card, or of course an event. Because if I don't, I have Ravage Blight Cascade, Ravage Blight, Ravage Blight, Ravage Blight. Actually, technically that won't Ravage for Blight because it's only attacking for 1. But like, well, maybe actually the fear cards might solve me that. If the fear cards don't solve that, they might solve me the others, because at that point there's very little else left attacking me. There's like 2 explorers over here. Well, that is ravaging for 4. There's kind of a bunch of stuff. The other way I can do all of this is I can skip the exaltation play and play maybe a safer game with infestation, save the energy, and then try to use exaltation to win in the fast next turn. But I'm going to add a whole bunch more towns to the board if I do that. You can see here, I've got like this land, this land, this land, this land. There's like a whole bunch of lands that are building. This is building a billion towns, and I think that just causes more problems for us. I think that makes us less likely to win. I think this has to be the way I go about doing this. So I am going to go and do this and try to win with the event and a couple of earned fear cards. But I just need to see, how can I get that single Badlands down in here? Is there a way for me to do this? Yes, there is. Yeah, there is. Thank God. Okay, so what I was talking about before is I was going to do Jagged Shards in here, thinking that this was going to be a portal, so that I could do Badlands across and then push this in here and then portal them away. Don't need to do that because I'm in this land. I add a Badlands in here, which is thematic because it's a 3rd wasted Badlands. So go Badlands in here, portal that back in here, and then push the 2 of these into this land, which is already a portal, and that can portal them over there. They are two distinct actions. One is adding the Badlands in here, and then I push the Dahan, and then when the Dahan get pushed in there, that triggers the other portal. So I don't have to push them to the same land, if you get me. Actually, I need to check that rule. That might not be true. That's an important one. I need to make sure that's correct. Oh God, this got complicated. Okay, I'm glad I checked. So yeah, I was about to cheat there. So what I said was, let me just be clear about what I said. I said I could jagged shards into this land, placing a Badlands and portaling the Badlands back in here, and then push these Dahan into this land, which is a portal, and they get portaled over there. That is an illegal play. Not allowed. Why? Because those two portals were created by the same instance of bargain originally. When I used this, I created two over here, and then I created two with the second use over here. So when that is the case, if you push things into those two different lands with the same action, of which my jagged shards would be the same action, even though I'm technically pushing one in here and one in here, they kind of treat them like one portal, meaning everything has to be sent to one land. However, if you do the exact same thing, and these two portals were created by different instances of bargains originally, then you can do the thing that I said, which is to send them to different lands because they're treated as different actions. So that got a bit complex. Hopefully that's clear. I keep talking to the wrong screen. It's this screen. So hopefully that's clear enough. Now, what does it mean? I actually do still have a way to do this, I believe. I'm pretty sure. What I can do is next turn with the bargain, I still need to make my bargains land. This has to be a portal. We said that because I need to push them away and go over there. So that's one portal. The other portal, I can make this one. Because I'm going to have the sky stretches to give me the call on herders fast. The sky stretches gives me +3 for everything coastal. And I can go from here, 1, 2, 3 to this land. So range 3 rather than range 0, this becomes a portal and this becomes a portal. Now, I think that can still work. I know I was talking about trying to make this one a portal, but that was only because of that play. I can circumnavigate that now by doing it over here instead. And I don't think I needed another portal for any other reason, right? I know I was talking about a couple of different lands, but I don't think any of the other lands matter. I'm pretty sure they don't. So what I can do then is make this a portal. Now, once this is a portal, what can I do? I can basically just do the exact same thing I just talked about before. I can do it in two different ways now, actually. So what I can do is, if that's a portal, that's now a different instance to this. They're two different portals. They're not linked. So what I can do is the same thing. Badlands in here, which gets sent back into this land, and then push these two Dahan in here, which is a portal, and portals them away over to there. So that's the same thing. I also could do the Badlands in here and then push them into that land. Either way works. So that's kind of how I can get a Badlands in here, plus another one from Hazard Spread in here. And now my Exaltation will deal 8 damage, which will kill the city and the 3 towns. So now I do have a way to clear everything except that town, and then these which get picked off in the Ravage. And that feels like not a bad place to be. There are some fear cards that'll say remove an invader from a land with 2 or less invaders, that kind of thing, which is awkward because this has 3 invaders in it. I don't remember any fear cards saying remove an invader from a land that has more than whatever number of invaders. I think it's usually less than. But there is something like, I think Scapegoats might well do this. What are we now? We're tier level 2, yeah. So I think Scapegoats is one of the ones. There's one of them that destroys, like, for each two explorers, destroy a town or something. So there will definitely be fear cards that can get rid of this card, for sure. Obviously, events, any 1 damage per beast will do it. Beast damage could remove these, which might make it easier to get rid of this. So there's a kind of a whole bunch of things that could work there. And I'll probably have, like, I don't know, at least I think 2 fear cards anyway, based on removing all the rest of the plastic. So that is all the plan. That's what I'm doing. That's the plan. Next up is I have what I said before, which is this left innate. I need to do a couple of things. Well, I have the right innate first. First thing I'm doing with the right innate is I'm going to push that from there in there, because that also gives me then the hand damage as an option next turn. Don't know, like gather the hand, deal damage per the hand, something like that. So that increases the number of fear cards that can get rid of that card next turn. So that's that. That was only push 1 to hand. I had that there just because I was talking about my plan. So I've gone a million ways around the house here, but now hopefully I can move through the actions quite quickly because I've explained it all. I went a little bit fast, but obviously you'll see me actually do it now. And then this one is, I said I have to move a couple of presents here. I need to move, well, 1 there. That'll be enough, really. Is there anywhere else I need to think about having presence next turn? I just definitely need to be in this land, so I don't want to leave that land. And I suppose I'll go in there just to generate an extra fear at the end of this turn, because I don't think, other than that, it will matter. I am going to need to get into that land next turn, so one of my movements can go in there, in the fast. And then otherwise, I don't think I have any need for, because yeah, Flowing and Silent is going to gather in there, and then Dissolving Vapors is going to clear this, and then Sky Stretches is just a support power. So other than that, oh yeah, I need to be in here as well, which I already am, because that's going to push 4 to hand in there, and then the other 2 are going in. That's the 6 that we talked about. So yeah, we're everywhere we need to be right now. So let's go ahead then. 1 damage, and then for each adjacent land, 1 damage, which kills this town, and that gives me 1 more fear. And then I finished all of my my actions. These are all going to go over here. I haven't kept my discard pile clean there, but as I said, I'm going to be reclaiming anyway. And then at the end of the turn, I have 1 and 2 Fear Farm lands, which is 2 more fear. This is all gone. This is all gone. And then we've basically made the plan for the turn, and it's just a matter of, let's go to the event and hope to not get screwed, and hope the event wins us the game instead, plus a fear card or 2. If this comes together, I'm gonna be pretty happy with myself. I really won't lie to you right now. If this comes in, I'm gonna be chuffed. So let's see. Starting off anyway, we've got a reclaim here, and we do have a shot at energy, and fast energy matters here, because if I can give myself the left innate with stone and be able to pay for it, that probably shuts off some events that can hurt us. An event that maybe forces me to lose presence in this land can lose me the game on the Ravage. So I'm not sure whether that would count as a sacrifice victory or not. It might, but anyway, ideally we wouldn't want that. So let's go ahead here. We'll reclaim all of this nonsense. As I say, we're getting 2 less, so instead of 4 we're getting 2, plus 1 will be 3. That will be enough to play the cards that we want, and we're going to look for a minor power. Mostly irrelevant. We need something with 0 to be able to play it. Pact, Razor Sharp, Call to Trade, Carapace land. We'll take the Carapace. Might do something to stave off some kind of I don't know, problem maybe. So that's fine. There's the Carapace land. We play the Carapace plus the Call on Herders and Bargain of Coursing. This stuff is in my hand over here. 1, 2, 3. We didn't find the energy, which is a pity. That's okay. Over here, as we said, we're going to go reclaim with stone. All of this stuff goes back in our hands. We're going to gain 6 energy. And we're going to play Exaltation. We're going to place that presence in there. we are going to play like whatever these three. So we've got 4 card plays, and then we are going to get an extra card play out of our hand as well, which we can do momentarily. So that is all of that. And then finally, over on this side of things, we reclaim card, and we'll look for a minor as well. It's unlikely to matter. Can this matter? I'm not going to be playing it, so even if I hit one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, even if I hit one of the energy cards here, I can't play it. Let me think about this. I'm about to gain 2 energy. The 2 cards I was talking about playing were Dissolving Vapors and Sky Stretches, and then a freebie, Flowing and Silent from my hand off the Exaltation. Now, do I have any way to find a major power here that can do something? I'm just trying to think, is there any major that can allow me to still play these 3 cards, but also give me some kind of effect? Not really, because like I can't Power Storm Exaltation because I've got no energy. Power Storm is like, one of those kind of super cool funky cards that can give you things, but it's not really giving us anything here. Because, excuse me, all of my cards here are critical. Sky Stretches has to give me the range as well as the fast calling the herders. Dissolving Vapors, obviously I need. And then, I guess technically there are other mages that can let me do 1 damage to all in this land, but also maybe somehow do something in this land. I doubt it, but I just can't see here that can't think of any major that does that. But having said that, it might just still be a good play to do anyway. I think maybe I don't know. Because again, I'm not playing a minor power. No, there's no like game breaking minor powers here that I find that like break the game open. But there might be one major that I'm not thinking of. So I might go ahead and just draft a major anyway. It's not really going to matter. So yeah, we'll look for a major. Throw them away if they're not doing anything. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unlock. Rapping Wings. Angry Bears, and the Wounded Wild. It's funny, I was thinking to myself, Unlock is one of them kind of oddball cards, but yeah, that's not oddball, or the Unlock is not doing it. Never threshold this. What's this? Oh, these are 4 minors that I'm staring at. I thought that was my hand, but that was the 4 cards I took off the minor deck, but they don't matter. So yeah, well, they were there, but anyway, I can shuffle that up if it matters. But these were the majors that I looked at, and here I don't think any of these make any difference. I'm wondering, isn't there an event that can let you like play a slow card from your hand or something like that? I think there might be one event that does that. In which case, I'll take the Wounded Wild in my hand. I think that might let you play a slow pair from your hand, and then use it immediately or something like that. So I think I might take the Wounded Wild just in case. Very unlikely to matter, but I'll take that. And again, I've just got rubbish here that I can throw away, so I'll throw away the Sucking News, I guess. Okay, that's in my hand. It had fire, so I don't gain the energy off that, but that's fine. And then I play these 2 cards, 2 and 1. Okay, now we have a move of presence. Move of presence gets us in there. That's 1. After that, I'm not sure that it matters really. We have everything where we need to be. I guess I'll probably move a presence in there just in case moving a presence does something. Damage where you have presence, something like that. I doubt it, but you know. Actually, yeah, putting a wilds in there, sacrificing this and putting a wilds in there could matter. Because it could be damage per wilds as a fear card. Like, there's one that deals damage per tokens, and it might not deal damage per beast. So getting a wilds in there could matter. I doubt it, but it could. So I think I'll push both of them in there, sack 1 for a wilds token, and then I'll have a presence and a wilds token in there, and that could do something. Yeah, that's going to be it. Okay, so we've gained all our energy, we've played our cards, we moved with this, and we moved with the, I will take back the isolate. Where do we want to isolate, I guess, is a question. Does isolating matter here? Yes, it might. Because there is an event that can make me push stuff out of this land. So I will isolate that land before. So the move of presence on the growth track will move one of them in there. Then in my fast phase, while I'm still in this land, I'm going to isolate that land. And then my 2 fast movements will be one in there and then another one in there. And that one event, I can't remember what you call it, but there's an event that says choose the land with the most invaders on the board and push into it as many adjacent lands as possible, and that would wreck me in that land. Because I wouldn't have enough damage or I wouldn't be able to clear all the invaders. So if I play around that one with that isolate, that is going to be one of them wake the children moments. But that's fine. That's all of that. So we will. So we moved twice. We did our isolate. We've got some fast power, so let's go ahead and resolve them. So we need to... No, I just realized the error of my ways. I have to give myself the slow to fast with the exaltation before. I was trying to put a Badlands in this land with a slow power, which does not work. Oh, it's so rough. God damn it. Okay, well, in that case, then what I need to do is on the previous turn, when I pushed that Dahan in there, I instead pushed that Dahan in here. I think that matters. Because now I can use Carapace land across the map into here with a defend of 6. Technically, I've gained knowledge now with that Carapace land, which is the problem. But had I known what I know, if I had just looked at all of my cards, I would have realized that this land wasn't getting cleared. So I had a choice. I could either clear this with the Suffocating Shroud last turn, or I could clear this. Now, it makes more sense to leave the problem in this land because it's ravaging, which gives you a chance to actually defend against it. So even though I didn't know that I had a defend power coming off the top of my deck, first of all, I had looks at it. That was an out. And then also just putting this in a ravaging land actually makes more sense than not putting it in, because I'm already losing to the ravage. So it makes more sense to put this in a ravage and try to hope to get some kind of the hand counter attack as a possible option, because I am going to clear like the city, 2 towns and an explorer. So I'm only leaving an explorer and a town behind. So it's not that much of a ravage behind. Yes, I know technically this, but I'm hoping I can maybe remove that with a fear card. So at that point, it's only ravaging for 3. So putting it a hand in the land basically solves the land with just an event that says defend 2. So that is a no-brainer. Assuming I remembered what my cards do on the previous turn, the only change I make here is instead of just pushing this to hand randomly in there and hoping for something, I obviously pushed it a hand into the land that's about to ravage. That made a lot more sense. So we'll put that in there. Otherwise, everything else stays the same. So, with all of that said, the hazard spread is fast. So hazard spread, it's adjacent to this Badlands. We'll put the Badlands in there. Now we will resolve the exaltation, which is going to deal 3 each. Me and Shroud both get 3 each in this land. That's a total of 6 plus 1 is 7. That's going to kill the city, 2 towns, and an explorer. 2, 4, 6. That's 4 fear. 2 plus 2. Now we're slow to faster on. And we start to pray. Beast damage obviously now as well will kill this with this Badlands, which is quite nice. So slow to faster on. Gnawing Root Bite. We also get the extra card play, sorry. So we get a Rain of Blood. And we get a Gnawing Root Bite. Or sorry, we get a Gnawing Root Biters and a Jagged Shards. The Rain of Blood is just there for show, really. We're not going to get to use it. So we get these two is slow to fast. So let's go ahead and do them. Gnawing Root Biters over here. Range 1, push these 2 towns in there. Next, Jagged Shards. No, I can't do that yet. What do I do now? I do Sky Stretches. Oh yeah, the extra card play is Flowing and Silent. Sky Stretches targets Rising Heat. Rising Heat then does Bargain of Coursing Paths at range in here. Make 2 more portals here and here. And then I have to remove a presence for that. I'll remove this presence here. That goes on there. Then Carapace Land. I've got +3 range. 1, 2, 3 over into this land. Give this a defend of 6 because I have the 2 earth. And then finally I have Call on Herders for aid. No, can't do it yet. Over here, this is maxed, as I said. This one is the middle level or the second level, I think. Not going to matter, but I think it is 2 plus, yeah. So that's the second level. So too slow to fast on the side of Shroud. First one is push up to 1 to hand, +2 to hand, +2 explorers to hand. So I'm going to push all of them in there, those 4 to hand, and then I can push the 1 explorer. I'll push the 1 explorer in 2. I mean, I guess I push it in the portal, right? Because these aren't portaling matters. So that gets portaled over into there. Why not? It's an extra kill. So all of those are in there. Now, next. Jagged Shards. Do what I said. Badlands. In here. Push the 2 to hand. In here. 2 different portals. The 2 to hand go over there. And the Badlands goes where? So it doesn't matter in here because 1 damage from a beast will already kill the town. So that's fine. I mean, technically just in there, right? It's the only other land where it matters. Oh, I just remembered something. If I get a fear card that gives me defend, this land becomes a problem. So first of all, that explorer I just pushed over there definitely goes in there. Defend will actually cause me a problem here. So maybe I have to badlands over in that land instead. Because I could defend a 2 or something here. Defend 2 in all coastal lands, or one of those kind of defend 4 in coastal lands. Like, might actually wreck me here. Because it might reduce the amount of damage dealt. And then not wipe the land with the ride and 8. That would be really bad. Or even like removing stuff from the land might do that. That could be a problem. I would like to add the Badlands in here in case it's like, you know, that other token card that I said, deal damage per tokens in the land. If it doesn't deal damage per beasts, this would give me a way to deal 2 damage together with my my wiles. And that feels a little more important, because now I can do gather a Dahan into that land and deal 1 damage will also do it. So there might be one that does that. So I think I am going to put that Badlands in that land and take a risk on the defend over there. So that's where the Badlands goes. The Dahan went over there. That's fine. Now, next, Colin Herders for aid. Range 2, I have a range 1 there. It's okay. Gather up to 2 Dahan, which I don't have in range. For each Dahan, push up to 1 town. So there's 6 Dahan in there. I'm now going to push 6 towns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Push them into the portal. And those get portaled over into this land. Hang them off the side now because there's no room. They all go over there. Okay, that's that. You're tapped out, Heath. Exaltation is finished resolving. We did the damage. We did everything. So now we have 2 more things left to do over here. We did this, left an 8. Flowing and silent. Gather these 2 in here. That's going to give me 2 fear. And then I will do Dissolving Vapors, which is my other slow to fast in this land. Range 0, 1 fear, 1 damage to each invader, which wipes this entire land. Don't you just love to see that land getting wiped? Explorers is neither here nor there. It's just nice to see them all die. Because I'm mean like that. More importantly, all of those towns die. Loads. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 fear. And is that not going to give me that final fear card? Isn't that beautiful? And by beautiful, I mean terrible. 16 fear is 1 fear card plus 4 more. 3 short. Devo. The fast rain of blood would have been lovely, but I had to use Gnawing Root Biters and I had to use Jagged Shards, didn't I? Yeah. Did I? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Okay. It's a pity. 3 fear. That only gives us 2 fear cards out of it, guys. I thought I was going to have 3. I just had a feeling it was going to be 3. And it just isn't. That's really disappointing. Well, we've done what we can. It's precarious. All of those go back in there. I really wish I had 1 more fear card here. This is very, very, very losable. This is highly losable. We've gone for it, though. We've gone for it. I can't look. I need a drink of water to prep myself. Can't look. I've come so far. This must be the guts of 10 hours, probably like 8 hours or something. To lose to this would be awful. I can't look. You get to see it before I do. We're doing the flip up again. What is it? I can't look. Dead. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. No. And I even got the destroy in a land with a beast over here. I even hit the beast damage. On each board with 6 or more blight, add a blight to a land adjacent to blight. Devo. 6 or more blight is every single board. 2 left on the card. Place 3, lose the game. I am so sad. Damn! I'm so disappointed. Man, after coming so far. Oh, that one stings so badly. It just stings so badly. No way to prevent it. I actually forgot my my fear or my thing. I would have obviously put the wilds in there, and then I just would have sacked this to place whatever a Badlands, and then I just wouldn't have sacked that. I would have sacked basically that or that. But yeah, just so sad. There are not that many cards in this game that force you to place Blight, and I've hit 2 of them in like the last 2 turns. Yeah, last 2 turns on the bounce. I think there's only about 4 or 5 total in the deck. I've hit 2 of them to kill me. I had this game. I had it so much. I'm so disappointed. So that kills me. Obviously, add 2 lands to 2 blight, and I'm dead. What would the rest of it look like? Well, clearly here, what I would have done is I would have killed this town, so that one would have been gone, and I would have kept my my plan for the defend in that land. So that would have removed the town that I needed to remove, and then my fear cards would have looked like first one. Each player in gather up to 2 and then 1 damage. Yeah, so that would have immediately killed that without needing to ravage. And then whatever the other one would be damage per the hand there as well. I'm so disappointed. The game was won. I'm gonna do the really salty thing of just going through the deck and seeing how many effects really quickly would have killed me there. I'll see if I can just skim through and see. I can barely bring myself to say it. It is the only card in the deck that killed me. The only one. 55 total events left in the deck. Non-slave rebellion, that I didn't count that one. 55 cards left in that invader deck, and that is the only one that killed me. Less than 2%. I'm actually so sad. I'm laughing, but really, I'm so sad. I tried so hard. Oh, there were 2 other cards that forced a blight, or forced essentially a blight in the land. Farmers seek to the hand for aid could force a blight in here, which I can place, and that would not cascade. So I'd place one of the remaining two, and then what happens is I ravage in the land. Now I do hit this problem where it places the final blight, and it would cascade, but even the final blight kills me. But actually it doesn't, because this triggered action goes on the stack. Not on the stack, I used that term wrong, sorry, from Magic. It goes in the queue, essentially. So I do the thing, I like place the final blight, I do technically a cascade. Actually, I wouldn't even lose to the lost condition at that point, because I'd only be placing one blight. I wouldn't even have the cascade to place, but I'd obviously lose to the thing. But the whole action tree gets resolved. All the nested actions gets resolved, or whatever you call it. So you finish the whole action tree, and then you resolve the let them break themselves against the stone. That wipes all the buildings, and then all the buildings are gone, and it's a terror level 2 sacrifice victory. So that's how that one works. And then there's one other card that does something similar, which forces blight into the land. It puts a blight in the land unless you sacrifice 2 presents in the land, and I don't have any of Stone's presents or anything in there, so I don't have any of the presence of what do you call it in there. So I would at that point be forced to sacrifice the 2 presents. Or actually, in that case, it just does the same thing. I just place a blight, and it just does the ravage thing. So those 2 cards get me a sacrifice victory, and everything else is a win. So everything is a win, because sacrifice victories are wins. So there's 1 card in the deck that killed me there, and I hit it. I don't even know. I just honestly, I am so disappointed. That was such a cool game. That was such a fun and interesting type of game. The stone and mist, sorry, the rising heat and mist combo was pretty cool. Oh man, I'm just so sad. Maybe a pity subscribe or a pity like. Pity comment. Let me know if you made it to the end here and you can't quite believe this as much as I can't. I was planning on maybe trying to get some editing done on a previous video that I still haven't gotten up online yet, but if I finished early enough tonight, I was going to go and do some video editing to try to get that one up online on the channel at some point, but there is absolutely no way I can face anything that even looks like Spirit Island for at least 12 hours. Tomorrow we'll see, but I need to sleep on it. I need to sleep. I need to crawl in a corner and lick my wounds is what I need to do, because this one is by far the most crushing moment I've had playing this game. Oh, it calls for a rematch. Unfortunately, this one just calls for a rematch. I said I was finished playing 3-handers, 6-6s, but this one is an absolute must-have rematch. I'm gutted. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking with me. We'll see you next time.